Good morning, racing fans. We are here live at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends, located at Lime Rock Park in Connecticut. We're going to be getting going here in just a moment, but for now, what you see behind me is an empty straight. Not for long. Soon enough, this entire racetrack will be filled with high-power race cars gripping the track and super rowdy drift cars just letting it loose out there. So stay tuned for more. But for now, check out how beautiful this place is.
And good morning and welcome to Circuit Legends at Lime Rock Park. GRIDLIFE's 4th year at this historic circuit, originally built in 1957. 1.5 miles and 7 corners nestled in Connecticut countryside. It is a beautiful day for racing and for the final day of motorsports action from the Circuit Legends event. Hi everyone, Kyle Heyer will be joined by James Houghton here in a few minutes time, but first up will be the GRIDLIFE Rush Series warm-up way through the race weekend. They had 2 races yesterday, they'll have 2 more races today, but just a quick morning rip to get all the brakes and fluids up to temperature and run through all the things that you had issues with yesterday. 30-car field here in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. If you're not familiar with these cars, they're 1-liter GSX motorcycle engine-powered sports racers built by Rush Auto Works, and the championship has been pretty thrilling this year. And up to this point, it had really been Ryan Leach in dominant form, the number 56, the black and white car that had won the first 12 races of the championship. But when we went to Road America at the end of July, he didn't win a single race, and yesterday came up short a couple of times to Blair Hosey. So drivers trying to unseat him here in this morning's gorgeous weather. It's a little on the cool side. It was about 70 degrees a little while ago, but 95% humidity. So it is a sticky morning, but the track temperature should be relatively cool in comparison to what we're going to see later today. And that means when we have the GRIDLIFE track battle sessions here in a little while, prime opportunity to break track records. We've seen a couple fall so far and a couple still to go. See the yellow car, that's Nate Hamilton in the 144, the Team Rapscallion machine, charging up inside the top 10 with teammate TJ Hunt right on the tail. And in the mix all weekend has been Ayrton Grimm in a brand new car for the Grimm Racing CRP Racing combination. And up climbing the hill there, up towards West Bend and then down the hill towards turn 7. There's Andy Vogel, who is currently second in the championship standings. Blair Hosey, the winner from yesterday's races, and then third in line there, Ryan Leach, the championship leader, 381 points accumulated so far this season. Vogel has come up just short. If you recall back at GRIDLIFE Summer Apex at the end of July, had a big off in one of the races and basically shot off the end of the racetrack, much like that, and went a little skyward. Great video of him getting some air through Billy Mitchell Bend, but just a little off there. Again, track is cool and grippy, but in the early morning temperatures, not a lot of rubber baked into the racetrack just yet, kind of dewy out there as well. So he'll get back on course after a little slip up there at turn 1. I mentioned this racetrack built in 1957, and we're running the original configuration here, the classic course with the fast uphill. You see it there, the chicane in the foreground. That's the chicane that was used by the IMSA WeatherTech Championship and other series, where the crest of the hill was just simply too abrupt. But with the downforce these cars have, they can just stay stuck to the road enough to use that fast uphill. And that great sounding 1000cc GSX bike motor really ripping through. Now these cars have adjustable, effectively adjustable final drive ratios via a chain and sprocket change. And you'll be running the higher geared combination at this racetrack without the need for super high top speed. And on to the no-name straight. This is a fast racetrack with these cars. The times that we've been seeing so far this weekend in the 55-second range. There you go right there. Blair Hosey, 55.768. For reference, the GRIDLIFE track record here run by Sasha Anise in a hybrid turbocharged V6 350Z with carbon bodywork did about a 50-second lap. So these cars with only 150 horsepower are only a couple seconds off of that. And if they were running in the track battle championship, it would be up in the top 3 or 4 as far as the fastest laps of the weekend are concerned. So really quick cars. They start around $45,000. And the whole idea behind these is to be as inexpensive as possible to race a very well-prepped car. And they have running costs quoted around $120 an hour, which is relatively inexpensive for a car of this caliber of performance. Note on the timing and scoring, Hosey, Leach, French, Grimm, Bryce Merzberger in the top 5. I think the one outlier there is Ayrton Grimm, who was in the mix, the top 10, top 12 yesterday. They were struggling with straight line speed a little bit, but off to a pretty good start as far as the lap times are concerned here. Turn 6 at West Bend. That's a big curb on the inside. Blair Hosey right out to the rumble strip under the bridge. And then down through turn 7 the downhill. Big compression here, and Ryan Leach well in the slipstream. See if Leach can maybe close in as far as the best lap is concerned. 6/10 back from what Hosey had run. And this time across the stripe, no pickup for either of them. Vogel jumps up to 4th place, knocks Grid down a spot. Heard one car hitting the rev limiter going down into turn 1, pushing very, very hard here. And again, the warm-up here at Road America last month, we only saw basically 1 lap. But here you're going to get 5, 6, 10 laps in a 15-minute session, depending on how you approach it there. But there's the delta between Leach and Hosey, about 0.6 seconds. So a lot of time for Leach to gain to be quicker than Blair this weekend. He's been on the back foot just a little after being the dominant force of the season. Won, as I mentioned, the first 12 races of the championship. Still leads by a healthy margin over Andy Vogel. A little bit of traffic there leaving turn 7. They're going to pop out to the inside and make their way by. That was the 77 car that they were making an effort by as Ryan Leach improves by a 10th. That was Jake Sanders that they just worked around. See Bill Dorrance at the bottom of the screen also picking up a little time. AJ Campo. TJ Hunt jumps into the top 10, 57.016. And up onto the back straightaway. And joining me now, as he didn't know he was doing this until just this second, but I have James Houghton helping me with the GridLife Track Battle Championship. We're working on the rush warm-up here, James, so good morning to you. And thanks again for helping this weekend. Everyone's been sending me comments about how much they love you in here. So we got to start dragging you in here more. But I know that you've got a lot going on at home, so I don't think I can steal you for the rest of the year, unfortunately.
Is Track Battle next?
It will be.
Okay, good. I was just trying to come early. I came late for every session yesterday, so I thought I'll try to do the opposite now.
Well, I appreciate that. We're watching the warm-up. I mentioned at Road America, we only really got a lap of warm-up time for these cars. But we're getting 5, 6, 7, 8 laps here this morning. The Rush Series first debuted with us at Laguna Seca in 2023. What do you make of this series? It's been fun to watch this year.
It's been really interesting to see the pace develop in these cars, because I feel like the first time we saw them at CMP, they were fairly close to GLTC pace. And look at them here now. Hosey and 55. Oh, a little spin there. Hopefully they're okay. Yep. 55.1 here, 2.5 seconds faster than GLTC on a tiny little track like this. Now I think this is probably the best track for a Rush car versus a GLTC car, but still, that is significant. Like, that is faster than GT here. Yeah, I mean, it's really, really quick, and you're carrying a lot of speed. They have a lot of downforce relative to their weight. That was Bill Dorrance, by the way, spun off there at turn 1. But the time is one thing to mention, but also, looking at a driver like Ayrton Grimm. 54 is mine. Yeah, that is quick. Blair Hosey picking up some more time. Ayrton Grimm running 6th here this morning. They were struggling with straight line speed. They just purchased this car, and there was a couple little tricks circulating in the paddock, and I think you'll appreciate this as a driver that's always trying to find an advantage. There was some drivers that had at Road America, their oil level was a little bit too high, and it was actually costing them some straight line speed. So they reduced the oil level just a little bit to reduce the drag in the engine, and lo and behold, fix the straight line speed. I think Grimm has done that this morning based on conversations I had yesterday. Well, you can definitely get, depending on how the windage tray works and stuff like that in the engine, you can definitely get some splash if you have too much oil level in there. And I assume that they're a wet sump motor. They could be a dry sump. I'm not sure. I don't want to speak to that. But if it was a wet sump motor and you had that crank splashing and some oil there, that could be a problem. And it's also not healthy for the engine as well. Right. So it was interesting just to see the gain for Andy Vogel. He discovered that. I think Ayrton Grimm and the CRP Racing folks, they figured that out as well. They picked up a handful of spots, at least in raw pace here this morning. So just kind of cool to see, drivers figuring out in effectively a spec series, how do you find an advantage? You look at things like Spec Miata, James, and how much tech goes into the bearings and things like that just to reduce rolling drag. It's kind of funny, and especially in a series like this, I feel like in GLTC and GT we get a lot of sharing of information because the cars are so dissimilar sometimes. But when you're in a car like this that's spec, you can't share it all. Sometimes you got to let them figure it out themselves. Yep. Yeah, that was actually funny. I was talking to Andy. He goes, "Who's asking?" But there's Ayrton Grimm in that 121 car, the body in white. And a little bit of a different camera arrangement here this morning, like we said yesterday. The Toyota MR2 that hit the wall at turn 7 severed our fiber up to 2 cameras at West Bend and the downhill. So we didn't have those 2 cameras for the rest of the day after that. But they overnight, the Prime team reconfigured us to have not only the downhill cam, but a manned cam at 5. So we love it. It's great. They put in a lot of work and effort as the checkered flag falls here on warm-up, James. Brett DiGiacomo comes across the stripe.
And the next host of cars here, we'll see them pit the timing and scoring with yellow flashes. Ayrton Grimm, looks like Gage Hughes just crossed the stripe and had a personal improvement. And then Nate Hamilton in the yellow car, that's back of the shot. He also improved.
It's funny you say about the oil, and that makes my brain start to think, wonder what oil weight they're all running. Because I read an article years and years ago, I think it was in one of the V8 mags, and it was like a 400 wheel horsepower V8, and they started with like 0-20 and went all the way to 2060, and there was a giant, like 25 wheel horsepower change from the thinnest to the thickest.
Well, we've even seen this in Ibach GLTC on the dyno, that when a car is hot and the oil is a little bit thinner, that you could pick up a little power on the dyno. So that now we have a cool down period where the cars sit so everything can cool off a bit before the car goes on the dyno, because you want to measure the true performance of the car, not necessarily when it's super hot off the racetrack, when cars are going to probably be a little different. So.
Well, and if some people are wondering about that, sometimes even though maybe that's the true performance of what it is doing on the racetrack, it is really hard to get everyone throughout the weekend to be able to recreate that off, because you only have so many sessions, and it's hard for every single person that wants to get on the dyno to be able to get on the dyno hot. So try to recreate what they're actually going to be able to achieve. Yeah,
certainly. So cars now lining up for the GridLife track battle session. This is going to be Group D again, which is going to include our Club SC field, and we've had a pretty fun weekend so far with Club SC. Now, Austin O'Brien in that 412, we saw him almost go off at turn 7. Well, I think Race Control decided that he did go off because they disqualified his time. Now, he did, I saw him this morning, he was going to protest that because he had video that showed that he wasn't completely off the track. I thought he had a tire still on the curb,
I think he had a tire still on the curb.
So I don't know if it reinstated the time. It wasn't his fastest anyway, but that's just a good
principle.
Thing to, good thing to do on principle, just to take advantage, make sure that you're taking advantage of your ability to say, hey, I have video of this, I didn't go off, I get to keep my time.
Hosey, though, in that last session, 4/10 clear of the field. I know he's a wheelman, but Blair, you got some 0-20 in that thing or what? 0-20? 0-20 in the paddock, anyone? Well, the conditions are perfect. We even have some overcast this morning, which makes it even more perfect. We're going to have to see here, is the Sunday Cup record going to fall? I'm going to say it's going down, and I'm not going to call who's going to put it down, but I'm going to say the Sunday Cup record falls right now.
So cars headed on the racetrack here, and James, prime opportunity, prime conditions here with the cool morning temps. I mentioned right when we came in, it was about 70 degrees Fahrenheit, but 95% humidity. So it feels hotter than it actually is. The track temp will be nice and cool. That's great opportunity to go fast. As far as records broken, we had seen a couple get broken. Track mod we saw fall. We saw the Club SC record fall. We've also seen, I think, did Street GT go yesterday? No, not that. So Street GT, Unlimited, Street, and Street Mod are still up for the taking.
Come on, guys. Let's get this together here, guys and girls. We need some records here. We crushed everything at Road America, and we're getting some slacking here. So no more slacking this morning.
No more slacking. Let's. I'm going to get my record sheet pulled up, and
Dewey, if you're in the paddock, calling you out. We need that to go. First session right now.
Well, Dewey's going to be joining us for Ibach GLTC coverage here later.
That's going to be great.
So we'll get a chance to talk with him. Hey, you know another thing that we fixed overnight, James? You notice the timer's working now? Here's what happened with the timer.
Okay.
the graphics are being operated remotely, and the graphics op is in a different time zone. And it uses the system clock compared to the time that the session starts in orbits. And so it was overflowing. And we're like, well, you know, at Road America, he was in Central, but the computer that the graphics are running on is running in Eastern time. So when we were at Road America, it was still overflowing just the other direction. And so last night we figured if he just sets his system time to the time zone that we're in, the clock works.
Everything's fixed.
So now that's a lesson to me to make it use UTC next time.
We love it. We love it.
So I'm really excited about that. Anyway, cars on the track.
I appreciate you're passionate about making sure that this is smooth and perfect.
Well, I got a text from a couple people in the industry that were like, hey, you know, it'd be really cool if you guys had a race timer. Like, we do. It just hasn't been working. So I'm stoked. But time to go fast, and I think in particular the Club SC cars, the fits are the ones we're going to be watching. Austin O'Brien in the white and black fit, and then Sam Dooling in the silver 1:03.70 fit. Here they come down the hill.
First flyer, is it going to be? Do you think they're going to break it first flyer?
I don't know about that.
Second lap. I'm going to call it second. Oh, he's moving. I wouldn't bet against it right now.
Club SC, what are we looking for here? It's going to be a 1:03. It'll be 1:03.8 or better. First lap 1:05.2 for Austin O'Brien.
Okay, putting some heat in those tires still, probably. You know, maybe getting a little bit of pickup off them from yesterday, from the cool down lap.
Yeah, Ian Stone, Jason Davidson jumping into second and third. So right now it's O'Brien and Dooling. Dooling was 2/10 behind O'Brien, a 1:03.856 to a 1:04.014.
I didn't realize how nasty that Outback sounded yesterday. That thing just went by at full chat, and it was nasty sounding. That's cool.
Subarus are awesome. I mean, they are. They're a unique way to go fast, I think, especially in that form factor. But they are cool.
A lot of people don't realize that I used to have one back in the day. I had a 2007 STI for about 2 years before my Honda days.
I was chatting with Adam Jabay in the timing and scoring room before, because we were saying how good of a job you were doing on here, James. And he's, you know, he knows so much. He's an encyclopedia. He's driven probably every track battle class except maybe street. You think that's true?
I know I've driven street. Well, I've driven street at. Sorry, it's Speed Ring.
Okay, that counts.
So I've driven street. I've driven Club SC. I've driven street mod. I have not driven street GT.
Okay.
I don't know if I've driven track mod. No, I drove track mod at Watkins Glen in the Mercedes. Yeah, so street GT, where's that 80 M3 or M4? I need that right now, guys. That's the last one.
Yeah. There's Mark Gatos in the number 444. That car is also running an Ibach GLTC. And
oh, Sam, that's matching his PB from yesterday, 1:04.06. That's very close to either a new PB or very close.
Not quite, very close. 1:04.01. Yeah, 1:04.014. So
well, conditions are good. Let's see it, guys.
A little bit of a stack up here coming down the hill behind the 444 BMW. 357 of Luis Rodriguez comes across the stripe. You see him improve to fifth there, 108.237.
I would say that this track is one of the easiest tracks to underdrive on the entire schedule. That uphill and downhill, when you if you just kind of drove it how maybe your mind was pre-programmed, you know, nice brake for the last corner, and then you realize, oh wait, I didn't need to brake that hard, and then eventually you realize maybe I didn't need to brake at all. And it's a daunting place. The sight lines are interesting, and you really if you're trying to find it all, it's tough around here.
Tim Forsheimer picks up 106.850. Jason Davidson as well. And for Davidson, that is a pickup on his PB of the weekend by about 0.3 of a second.
Nice.
So
I'd like to see that.
There's a pairing of drivers. That's Forsheimer and Ian Stone, nose to tail here. So those are fourth and fifth on the racetrack.
The R32 and Club TR is looking for a gap, so they're sending him back out. It looks like he's going to find a better spot here.
Yeah, that's
such an important thing to do at Lime Rock, rather than just hanging out in your spot there and getting frustrated.
Yeah, that is Connor O'Mara behind the wheel of that R32. A little bit of a change of position here. Looked like Forsheimer gave way to Ian Stone. Austin O'Brien comes across the stripe. Is it a pickup this time? It is not. Sam Dooling, I have not seen in a couple of laps. But here comes a handful of fits. There's Jason Davidson in the 122. That's the silver and orange fit, really pushing to the edge of the road. And here comes a trio across the stripe now. This is going to be no pickup for Forsheimer, no pickup for Davidson. But we're only 5 minutes into the session, so I still think there's opportunity. That's CRZ, by the way. Bruce, I think it's Bruce Yoon in the 198. That thing rips. That's a cool looking car. In the Honda CRZ. K-swapped car. And Tim Forsheimer working his way around the course in that number 981, that first generation Honda Fit. Excited to get the photos from this weekend also in. That was a photo we took on Thursday night. So again, we've got the process down pretty efficiently. I was hoping to get him in for yesterday, but by the way, Sam Dooling is back on track. He actually ran a 1:03.903, so he picked up.
Oh, that's within a tenth, less than a tenth.
Half a tenth.
Look at the old Lime Rock Park tow truck. That is so cool. I haven't seen that yet. Yeah. That is incredible. I wish we could get a shot on that for a second. That is so good.
Yeah, it's on pit lane right now, towing a rush car back in. But Lime Rock Park has some pretty spectacular tow vehicles around here.
That is so special to see something that, you know, that classic still in use.
A little bit awkward down here into turn 1. That's Luke Paglione in the 973 Integra. That car looks, it feels like it looks wide-bodied, but I don't think it is.
No, that's that's a wide body.
I knew it.
Yeah.
my gut was right.
There's a couple of the companies that make them that look very understated.
Yep.
That's pretty cool.
All right, so we just noticed Sam Dooling close in within a half a tenth.
I wish we could radio to him right now. Sam, you need 3/4 of a tenth. Find it somewhere.
Well,
here we go.
Across the stripe for Dooling, and no pickup. But a pickup for O'Brien in this session to a 104.3, but he still has a 103.856 on the books.
So I understand that Sam was on the dyno last night, and they found that it was a little bit low. So they were able to turn it back up a little bit, and that probably helped him find a bit of that pace. So hopefully he can keep on trying out here and find, like I say, I wish we could put a sign up. You don't even need a 10th.
So Sam working his way around the course. I think he's going to be likely at the uphill right now. There's Luke Paglione we just talked about, currently leading in Falcon Club TR in the session. But of course, in Group D, we're going to see some quick cars knock him down the order a little ways, but really neat looking Integra. We talk about circuit legends. The Acura Integra certainly belongs in that category for a variety of reasons, but we had a nice pair of DC2s or DC1 to DC2 conversion, front-end conversions here in GLTC in years past.
I must say that they always talk about the MX-5 Miata being one of the most club-raced cars ever. But man, a lot of Integras have done track days over the years. Man, a lot of them have done track. I'm not saying that it's the most or anything like that, but there is a lot of Integras at track days on any given weekend.
Certainly here at Grid Life, we've seen them in a lot of different configurations, but Club TR seems to be a nice fit for them, especially if you can swap in something like Evan McLaren has done.
Kyle, you know what would be a really interesting...
Oh, hold that
He's
thought.
got it. Oh, he's around. That's all right. He'll be fine.
Yep.
One interesting thing here, because I know you love your graphics on the stream.
Yeah.
I don't know if it would be possible or not, but one thing that would be really interesting.
Oh, so another car off. Tom Halka. I wonder if there's some fluid down there. He actually got into the wall.
Oh no.
So I'm curious now. Full course yellow.
Oh, that's a.
Yeah, I would have to imagine that an immediate black flag for that would indicate that they're maybe worried about the surface down there. But
yeah, for 2 to go off in a row, or 2 to go off in a row there.
Yeah, especially when there's a yellow already waving for turn 1. But it's unfortunate. Tom Halka, left front corner, folded up. You were saying about the graphics.
One thing that would be interesting is, and I don't know if it would be possible, is when you've got all your names here along the side.
Yeah.
If that alternated between Instagram handle and name.
I do
like
have
flashed back and forth, because I feel like people are wanting to follow people all the time. People are doing a pretty good job
great idea.
on their socials and stuff like that, and they could really quickly get more information about the car, you know, find out if it's a B or a K, find out kind of what tires they're running and stuff like that. That could be a really interesting thing, and I don't know how challenging, but you probably can get that information fairly easily from competitors.
Well, we already have it for the most part.
Really?
And I think I don't think that would be actually all that hard. That's a really good. I've been looking for suggestions and for a lot of things, because we have this ability to kind of improve as we go. That is one I have not heard of before, and I really like that one, James. So thanks for that.
You know, for a guy like Sam Dooling, and I shouldn't just pick on him because there's tons of them here, but you know, his Instagram is just packed all the time, right? Just keeping track of everything. You know, doing his trip out to Laguna last year and driving his car. And Paglione in Club TR, I think his name is Jersey_Boost, and he is also like really active on there all the time, and he has some other really cool cars as well. And you know, I shouldn't speak just to those. Those are just the ones I know off the top of my head.
Yeah. And
probably tons of the other ones in that session have great content as well.
Yeah, that's that. You got my brain thinking, James. It's a dangerous place for me to be.
I don't think it's dangerous at all. Dangerous would be me asking you to create some sort of a hyperlink so you could click off it on YouTube. That would be dangerous.
I don't know if I can do that.
But just to be able to search that up on your phone while you're watching the stream, maybe on your TV?
I mean, yeah. So I wonder. Now we're just spitballing because we're under yellow. We might as well put it in the lower third graphic, and then you can put a QR code to it.
I just think that it would be cool if it's just flopping back and forth. So hopefully we'll see if they can find something out there, or if just two people made a mistake. But I'm gonna wonder that they don't find something out there. So the safety team at Lime Rock Park is amazing. All the track workers are amazing here. So if there's something out there, I am very confident that they will find it. I don't know if we're going to be able to get back green in this session again, but they got quite a few minutes in that session, so I think they're gridding C right now, and so hopefully that car of Tom Halka is not too damaged and they're able to get that repaired soon, because that anytime you get a car into a tire wall, as much as it, like I said yesterday, it can often save the chassis, but it can do, you know, some pretty significant damage to the bodywork. Yeah,
unfortunate too, especially because this is really a prime session for top speed here in Club SC. And again, there are some clouds here. I don't know if we're going to, you know, maybe next session will be an okay opportunity, but Sam dueling within half a tenth of going to the top of Club SC.
He'll be so excited and so frustrated at the same time. I know how Sam will be. He'll be like excited, jumping up and down, frustrated, mad, happy, all of the emotions.
Yeah, well, then how close? I mean, that's unbelievably close between those two. So it'll be fun to see them duel it for the rest of the day. Group C is on the racetrack now. It is Eddie Siegel in the 470 Honda Civic. Now he's chasing the street class track record, which we have not seen broken in any category this weekend, in any subcategory. So he and Josh Halka are going after it. Here's a look at the street class records. Eddie Siegel has the standing front-wheel drive record at a 59.353, but so far this weekend he's managed a 59.879, so a little bit of time left on the table, but everyone's chasing Luca Barberis' time from last year at 57.65.
That's fast around here, but we're also missing Will Dries and those guys this weekend, and we know that they would have been swinging hard in street front-wheel drive. Hopefully we see them back at the track very soon.
Yeah, we've got them, both Will Dries and Jordan Wisely, joining us in the GRIDLIFE Drivers meeting next Tuesday.
Oh, so that's awesome.
We'll chat with them. And again, if you were watching at Summer Apex, Will Dries had a really unfortunate incident at the kink. Kind of took both ends of his Hyundai Elantra N off. But again, that's the Challenger Road America. But from what I heard, he was like stoked. I mean, of all the places to go off, you might as well have it be the kink at Road America.
Man, I'm not sure about that. I think I'd choose a few different spots. I'm going to choose the last corner with all that runoff out there if I get to choose it.
So Eddie Siegel into turn one for his first flying lap. I think, so we had a conversation about how Road America wasn't necessarily, or isn't, the best time attack track in the world because it's so big and so long. I think Lime Rock is a fantastic time attack racetrack. To your point, you have to really be on the limit the whole time to find speed here. The lap is short. You get a lot of bites at the apple. And for us, it's entertaining because you just get to see him try, you know, these corners over and over and over again. And the more times you get to try a corner, the harder you can push it. I think it's really fun to watch.
Yep, and I think there's so much variability here with some of there are a few of the curbs where they're pretty flat, like exit of turn 2 there. Or sorry, I shouldn't say exit. Apex curb of turn 2, it's pretty flat. You kind of have to decide if you're going to employ that ditch method or put your right sides up on the curb. I've seen some people even putting their right sides up on the curb a little bit on the uphill. I've seen Matt Waldbaum in GLTC put half his car on the outside curb on the uphill on the top there, lap after lap. So there are a lot of options here.
59.580 is Siegel's best time of the weekend he just ran.
Getting close to the record there, 2/10.
Yeah. The 127 pushing a little bit there into turn one and had to back out, almost went off the end of the road there.
I have done that in the Evo in 2022. I went so far off that I actually had to turn around the barriers because I sailed it in there a little bit too hard.
Yeah, Mark Johnson in the 127.
We probably could have made some good reels with that incident when I went off there. Sent it a little bit too hard, did you, bud?
Makes a great sound, doesn't it?
It's quite an angry machine. B-Series turbo, similar to Chris Borsman's car.
Love this shot showing the top of the hill there. As you get to the top, we did a piece on the uphill where I talked about the revs climbing. As you, even if you don't lift the car entirely off the ground, you're unseating enough of the weight that the wheels are spinning at the crest on almost everything here. Maybe sans Club SC, but even in Club TR, we're hearing revs pick up in a big way.
Oh, definitely. And it's a timing thing, because you don't want to lift completely and wait until you're flat on the top of the surface to get back to the throttle. So you're always kind of managing, you know, the lift and when you get back into it. And I was saying to Eric Della Riva in GLTC yesterday, I want to hear just a tiny bit of RPM pickup, but I don't want it to go to the limiter and do a rolling burnout on the other side of the hill. So it's kind of a you know, give and take a little bit of how much you're going to play with that there. Now, when I drove the TLEG in Street Mod in 2023 for JZ Motorsports, that car had a very large turbo and was suffering from some lag that weekend. And I figured out that it was quicker to do a rolling burnout from uphill to West Bend than I was to lift and try to get back into it again.
So this 262 car, this is the car yesterday that went into the tire wall that took out the fiber. So he's back on track today.
Eddie Siegel, street front wheel drive, lap record.
And that is it, 59.150. Good call there. There's Noah, by the way, back on track. Prepared the car after the contact with the wall yesterday, which is great to see. I also wanted to point out Jeremy Bailey, 58.701 for Jeremy Bailey, and that's going to put him well in the conversation of, I think
that's
third.
P3.
Yeah.
I'm so glad to see that MR2 back out here today. I knew that it would have some bodywork damage, but so nice to see mechanically sound.
And there he is right there at the bottom of the screen. And that is a great lap that puts him in P3, and this is exactly what he needed when you talk about the points championship and staying up in the conversation for the season title. Second or third is really, you know, probably the realistic place where he could finish, but again, 58.7 is a flying lap for Jeremy Bailey. Here's Eddie Siegel again, new record holder in street class. Is he going to go even quicker the next time around?
If you've done a 1, you definitely know that you're wanting to try for a 58.9, because it's always nice to be at the top of the second bracket instead of the bottom. No improvement there for Eddie Siegel.
59.1 for Siegel. Mark Johnson picks up 58.086 in the Civic.
That might be, is that PB of the weekend?
For Johnson,
let's have a look at that.
For Johnson, 59.904. Yeah, so that's actually a big pickup. Almost 2 seconds.
Good job.
There's Eddie with that 59. And again, you see by about 0.2 of a second from his 2023 time.
Love it. Love it.
Great look there at Ethan Brown in the number 76 Volkswagen. What a neat car. You were talking about the wing yesterday.
Is that a wing or a spoiler?
Looks like he went to the arts and crafts department at Walmart and got some foam core and kind of glued it on.
It's so cool. It's so, you know, period specific. They did a lot of stuff like that back then, and it looks great.
Yeah, for Ethan Brown, as far as his best time of the weekend, 101.170 was his best time. So another big pickup for him. Down to the 1 minute bracket now.
I'm really glad to see some of this overcast today, and I'll speak a little bit of mental state sometimes when you're time attacking. You can get so focused, especially in an event like this where it's not a podium sprint, that you feel sometimes that you have to go out in the first session of the morning and you have to get it done right now. And I myself have made mistakes because of that situation, and many have. Sometimes if you know a track where, you know, yesterday we saw the DAG, but there was potential there. We saw, you know, some PBs even in session 2 and session 3. But when you see this overcast today, and if it can continue, you really probably have a good chance at a record in session number 2 as well. Even if you were fully optimized in session number 1, you're not going to get that crazy track temperature that just gets out of control. So I hope everyone, you know, tries hard in their first session this morning, but leave something on the table for the second one. You know, if you have a mistake and you have some damage or something like that, and you miss the second session, then you know, you might have missed your fastest potential lap of the weekend anyway. So I hope everyone's having fun out there, sending it hard, but, you know, not sending it too hard, because this track we have seen it bite back quite a few times over the years.
Yeah, Ben Boltice in the Toyota GR Supra, running second so far in the Street GT class. And as far as a couple other drivers to note, Chris Nahill in the street class in the blue Honda Civic. He has a slight pickup, a 10th on his weekend PB. Garrett Glossary as well is within a 10th of picking up. And here's a look at, I think that's Jeremy Hensley in the number 48. And he's right now in P5 in street class, and across the stripe there, no pickup for him. He's one of the time attack drivers carrying one of the Fire Laps Fire Links.
Oh, nice.
And during my testing on Thursday, it was really fun to watch him go lap after lap and pick up some time. And well over 135 miles an hour off into turn 1, which is flying.
That's quick.
And yeah, made my testing easy because he was doing the test day when not a lot of other drivers were. So
yeah, that's awesome.
Really cool. And for Hensley, this is a pickup by a 10th on his weekend PB as well, 101.6.
Quite excited to see these next 2 sessions come up as well, and see if if we see some of these PBs continue, and see what the drivers are able to get out there this morning. My understanding is that a turbo car doesn't mind high humidity. I personally don't like high humidity, but I think that can work well in a turbo car sometimes if the if humidity is high and the temperature is cold. So it'll be interesting to see what we see there.
Yeah, Cody Umba up in 2nd place in street class right now, 1 minute, .455. That's this white FK8 Civic. And then Garrett Glossary, by the way, just had a big PB and jumped up into the mid 1 minute bracket. There's Cody.
John Raymond just drove by in Adam Gervais' fit, and I think he was driving in Adam Gervais' seating position, and he was leaned way back.
So he was in the trunk, is
yeah.
what you're saying. Woo, you hear, oh, Cody Umba almost right off the road there. You heard the revs pick, and then you heard him lift because he was headed right towards the wall, but was able to gather it back up when the wheels set back down on the ground. Is there a little more confidence over the crest in a front drive or all-wheel drive car versus a rear-wheel drive car?
It's tricky because in a front-wheel drive car, sometimes we have more off-throttle rotation built into them. And so if you're sending it really hard into that uphill, you can get some extra rotation. And then you're trying to catch it when the car reloads kind of on the uphill. But for myself included, making the mistake last year, you can, if you catch it at the wrong time, your timing can be wrong, and you can end up in the tire barrier with the left front, just because it's kind of a weird thing catching it on the uphill there. So I'm going to say yes and no.
Well, let's watch Cody again here through the uphill and just listen for the revs when he gets to the top here. It hit the limiter too,
yeah,
I think.
Yeah, I love that.
Oh, that's awesome. One of the most dynamic parts of Lime Rock Park, the 1.5-mile trip around this circuit.
I think one of these years we should consider doing, I don't know if you could do it because it would be so confusing, but it would be cool to do one of the GLTC races with the kink on the, or like the chicane on the uphill.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see.
Now, I don't want to do all 4 because the uphill is amazing, especially in a car of the pace of a GLTC car, or even a GLGT car. But as an iRacing person as well, I don't mind it when you run the Miatas with the chicane on the uphill. It creates some interesting passing opportunities, which sometimes aren't rewarded on the the backside of the track here.
Yeah, I think it adds a passing opportunity.
Yeah.
Whether or not it's one that creates more calamity than passing, that's another question. But I'd like to see it too. I mean, bringing up the
our GLTC drivers have been behaving pretty well this year. I think they could handle it.
They have been, haven't they?
Yeah.
Well, let's not jinx it. Knock
knock on wood. Guys, have a banana, relax before this race. We don't want any craziness.
Logan Geyer, think he's going to give some point buys here to Ben Boltice, and Garrett Glossary is also going to pull offline here. Ben Boltice, 1 minute .492, and let's see. That is significantly quicker by about 0.7 of a second than he ran yesterday. So lots of drivers improving. But it just goes to show you, like, the records have not fallen everywhere. It's been about half and half. At Road America, we broke almost every record.
And I've seen Ben Boltice and Lisa Keys in the paddock together often, and Lisa Keys runs GLTC in her EG hatchback, and I think that's kind of a neat thing when people are coming to the track together and competing together like that. So that's a neat one. I think that would be cool to see more of that in the paddock.
I agree. I think that's really neat to share it with your partner or with your friends. And really neat to see it all come together like that for them. And look at Jeremy Bailey back out here again. You think he's going for more? 58.701.
He looks like he's going for more.
Let's follow Jeremy Bailey along again. We talked about the championship fight in Falcon Club TR. He's currently scored 3rd in the standings. And trying to keep...
Oh, he's back on a cool down again there, I think.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Maybe he just had a little bit of yellow on the timer and said, "Well, gather it back up and try it one more time." Yeah. Still got that overcast up here. We like it.
My mistake. He is 2nd in the standings, only 1 back from Mario Moroni, who's not here this weekend.
Oh, sounds like he's back after it again. Yep, he's gonna go for. I appreciate that. There's no point in just sending it around there, lap after lap after lap.
Gonna get a checker though.
Oh, be frustrated by that.
Yeah, but did have a. He's drove into turn 1 hard regardless. Again.
Does he? Oh,
now he's having some fun, I think.
Yeah.
Well,
or he doesn't know that there's a checkered.
Yeah. But again, yeah, I think he's having a little fun.
Yeah, yeah.
But Jeremy, for that's a great lap for him. Puts him P3 on the weekend so far. It's possible that others go a little quicker in the later sessions.
How does this MR2 look when it goes by? Not bad. No, not bad. I think he
it sounds like
whatever is worse than not bad. It's not bad, but it's definitely worse than not bad. I'm sorry. That's so glad to see that thing back out here, and hopefully he can get the body damage repaired soon, or not. Maybe Noah doesn't care. I don't care. Noah, if you want to keep sending that around there like that with that body the way it is, I'm here for it.
There's something to be said about when you have an incident, just get back on the horse and get back out there as for a mental thing, right?
I know that that's a big thing with the ASM camp. If someone ever has an incident, they get the person that's been involved in an incident to get in any one of the other ASM cars that weekend, because their belief is that you need to get back in that weekend and not wait for the next weekend and think about that the entire time. Get back to hitting your marks, doing a good lap. And I'm in a huge agreement with that. Just you don't always get someone that's going to offer you the keys after you just wrecked your car.
Yeah. Well, I think for the mental thing, that's a big deal. And actually, going back to a couple of years ago, Tom O'Gorman was testing a low downforce package on his S2000 at Road America. Had a big crash there, and then was basically Zach Lavoie said, grab this car, get back out there, just get your head straight. And I think that does so much for a driver, to your point, just to get them back in the headspace of like, all right, well, this happened, but I need to build the confidence back up so that it doesn't, drain me between now and the next time I can get in a car, which for some people is a long time, depending on how bad the crash is. So as long as, again, you have to also be conscious that if you have a hard hit, you should get checked out first, make sure you go. But
well, I think that was not on the same weekend. Tom did that on was on a test day, and then I think it was like the next week or something like that, where he drove Zach Lavoie's car and drove it very well.
He did, up into the top 10 that weekend for sure, top 5 for a lot of it.
He led at one point in that car.
There was a hub failure that I think took him out of the mix.
That's right.
Anyway, cars back on track here for Group B, and our GridLife GT commentator Mark Kilgore is out there in his BMW again. So, and
his top speed on the front straight will not be slow.
That is true. Mark's in an M4 in Street GT, and he will be chasing a 57.943 as his personal PB for the weekend. And as far as Street GT is concerned, let's see, he is down in P3 right now, but it's about a 9/10 of a second gap to get up to Ryan Matthews. That's a big chunk. But again, his first time here, he's charging. And I think for Ryan Matthews, it might be his first time also.
I think he said that yesterday. Yep. What an amazing place, sitting here in the booth here, looking at the mountains all around and everything like that. So much forest, so much trees.
Paul Darling's out on track as well.
He's got that time attack ticket, shaking her down, getting her ready.
And he's the winner from Ibach GLTC Race 1 yesterday. Was really excited about that. Here's
Evan. Evan will be pushing really hard to try to come back with something for Pete Granberg and his 56.8 yesterday. So I heard that can be a fast line in a front-wheel drive car around here. Evan said that he was going to stick her up this morning with a fresh set of 660 pluses, and we know how fast those can go. I'm inclined to think that Pete was probably on a fresh set yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see what Evan has to say about that this morning with his own fresh set. That can really play, mind games with you and your competitors and stuff like that. I know that he was really, trying to think about how he was going to find that much time yesterday. But if 3/4 of that time that you need to gain is just from putting a fresh set of tires on, then you don't actually need to find that much time. And so it's hard to decide when to put those tires on if you're bringing one set for a weekend.
He ate a lot of curb in Big Bend on the inside, like almost too much. And I wonder if it's like he had so much lateral grip that he wasn't even expecting it.
It is a thing sometimes. Let's see what he's got here on the first flyer.
58.7, but he's chasing a 57.5. But this lap with a little bit more confidence in that grip. that looks a little cleaner. He's still using that curb, but looked a little bit more planned that time.
On an NA front-wheel drive car, if you can do that right, because they sometimes push so much on exit. Oh, he's got it. That could be a fast line through there if you get it right.
Wow. All the while, Josh Halka chasing a 58.8. He just ran a 1:02, so he's getting warmed up here as well. Here's McLaren into turn 5. Listen for the revs. There he is, right over the top.
That might have been wide open. That might have been wide open. He's not leaving anything on the table right now, I don't think. Hopefully we'll see a big pickup from him on this lap.
Down the hill into turn 7, into the compression. Fast corner there. Big lockup for somebody down there at turn 1.
Oh, is that the that's the 244 GTK Ferrari down at the end of turn 1 there. It looks like he's under his own power.
Evan McLaren 57.521, and that is enough to be a little bit faster, but not a big pickup. That is a slight pickup by about 100th of a second.
Well, we like PBs, but I know Evan doesn't care anything about PBs right now. Evan says if it's not a 56.8, it doesn't matter. So we'll see if he can have another pickup.
And that does actually reset the front-wheel drive record because he said it yesterday. So that is moving the bar a little bit.
I think the one thing is oftentimes some of these guys have thought that lap 2 is the fastest lap on these 660s and 660 pluses. Well, he's probably kind of like about to enter lap 2 now, right? So maybe lap 2 at Lime Rock, because it's such a short lap, isn't really in the zone. So maybe we'll see lap 3. I don't think Peter did it, definitely not on lap 1 yesterday. He was a couple laps in. I can't remember exactly how far he was in when he did that 56.8. So that's another tidy lap.
And it will be a pickup, 57.161.
Getting close.
That's a big pickup, 4/10.
So he's going to have a bit of time here to cool down his tires and see what's going on with that yellow in turn 1. I don't know if that Ferrari is still down there in the end of turn 1, but you know, he can cool down his tires here and have another go at it. If he sees that 57.1, I think that's fast enough that will motivate him rather than frustrate him.
Yeah, there's the Ferrari. So
okay,
do we have the yellow anymore down there? I don't see it.
No, we got the yellow pulled. I think we are clear. Not at the flag stand anyways here. Start finish.
So the Ferrari pulls away. That was a big smoky lockup, but they got it all cleared in the way. So for Evan McLaren, 57.161 resets the Club TR record. There is Mike Burrows. And we're fist out the window there because he is headed back to the paddock to figure out why that happened.
As a competitor on a 660 plus as well, I'm really curious this year to how much the gain is from the pluses. I know these guys are trying to find time all the time. Club TR goes faster and faster every year, but we know that tire has been a big improvement for these guys this year, and it would be really nice to know, you know, kind of what percentage of that is Evan finding time in the car and the chassis and the setup, and what percentage of that is from the tire. But I think quite a bit of that is from the tire, because that car was pretty optimized, and I think he did 3 different 57s last year. So he was not slow last year either.
And we were just going to look at Jason Gatos in the number 997 Subaru BRZ. This car looks like $1 million too. It's real cool, real nice, tidy build, using all the curb there at the end. And here he comes across the stripe. Let's see if Jason Gatos can improve. And I didn't see that he did. 1:0.67. Oh, there he is, 59.644. That is a pickup.
Got a bit of an old school WRC, kind of theme livery on there, which I am all about.
Yeah, knocks Adam Roble down 1 step in Club TR. Roble was P5, and his Acura Integra has been shot down 1 position now.
Evan has not given up yet. I just watched him charge down into turn 1 real hard again. I don't think he picked up on that last lap, but he's charging out there still. Man, classic liveries like that, even if they're not a classic livery, but they're a classic theme livery, I am all about that.
So also note that in Street GT, we have not yet seen Mark Kilgore trip the timing, which is interesting because I saw him roll by the start-finish.
Oh, I hope that would be hopefully he's not PBing right now and has an issue with his timer.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to keep an eye on this, because should have been chasing PB. There's Daly Pagano, picks up a little 59.606. Evan McLaren's on the front straight, and we'll see if he can maybe go quicker. It looks like he might be off. Well, maybe not.
Yeah, I think he's doing maybe a cool down again. Yeah. I don't think that it's, like I say, this overcast is actually increasing. So I think he has another good shot at it. If he can look at some data there, see where he can, you know, maybe found some speed this morning, but maybe he was doing something else yesterday. 3:10s, it's a lot at Lime Rock, but it's not undoable.
Yeah, no time for Mark Kilgore, so that's interesting. He's definitely come across the line a couple of times, and I haven't seen one, so I just wonder if the transponder's not tripping.
I'm gonna call up the timing here and see how Paul Darling is doing, because he's not on the list here, because you know we're not looking at track mod right now. But I'm gonna quickly check it and see how his time compared to yesterday. He did a 57.6, I believe, yesterday, right?
Let's see, Paul Darling. 57.8 for Paul.
Okay, he did a 59.0 there. So maybe he's just trying some different setup things, or you know, just checking some things out.
Here's a look at the 5:18. This is Michael Budai running third right now. This is a pretty, look at 58.7 for Budai. That's actually a really solid lap.
That is not slow around here in a Club TR car.
And it's right behind Jeremy Bailey. He was P5 behind Dan Persing, but that was a big enough gain that he knocked Persing down a spot and has jumped up right behind Jeremy Bailey. So the battle for the podium right now is separated by 800ths of a second in Club TR.
Awesome. Joshua Halka, 58.014. Is that a PB for the weekend?
For Halka, that certainly sounds like it. Yeah, he had 58.875 before.
Oh wow, that's 8/10 on the weekend.
Yeah.
Who else do we have here? Oh, Bucky Lassick did a 57.811 out there. Another good lap time.
Yeah, so Mark Kilgore in that 909 BMW. Do you have it on Speed Hive there? I don't think we would have his time if his transponder's not tripping.
No.
That's a shame. Hopefully he's running some aim data, but do you know what the process is for that?
I don't believe that they can count that, because that would, you know, if it was a record or something like that, what if the start finish line was too far or too early?
Yep.
I shouldn't speak for them, but I don't believe that they would count that for a finishing position or a record or anything like that. It just leaves too much to gray area.
And there's Bucky Lassick in the 540. You were mentioning that Blabeye Subaru with the orange stickers. It is a track mod car. Here's a look at it, 57.811. And for Lassick, that is just shy of his PB for the weekend. Jesse Eshanikian, the number 220, that's a DSM running just behind. That's a really cool car as well. We haven't seen a ton of it on the air so far. But other contemporary BMW, and there's Bucky again. 540. We're going to chat with.
He's turned a lot of laps in this session. That Subi Mods car is working very well.
Yeah, and we're going to actually chat with Nick Nazaro in the next session.
Okay.
So we'll have him on to chat all things Subi Mods and about all the cars that are running with Subi Mods support this weekend.
I don't know that that's a big turbo car, but I would imagine it probably is for the times he's doing, and for a high power big turbo Subaru like that to be going out there and doing sessions, they have that car working extremely well.
Sounds awesome too. It's the whoosh of turbocharged Subaru.
Yep. Atmosphere dumping wastegate noises.
Yep. And really confident over the crest as well. You heard the revs pick up, just all-wheel drive spinning there. Here's Kilgore still making laps.
I don't know what I hope. I hope that it's because he's searching for a PB and hasn't found it. And that's why it is, and I hope that he's not PBing every lap and saying, I'm trying to get more. Always good idea, everyone, to check your transponders and make sure you're still getting those.
Oh, Bucky picked up 57.657. That's a new PB.
That's fantastic. Yeah, everyone should always be checking their transponders, before each day, and I think the amount of flashes is the amount of days they have left, and make sure that they're mounted in a good location and stuff like that.
Dariusz Lotfi in the MX-5.
That MX-5 in front of that STI is a funny, ratio. Like the M8 GTE car with the other cars was always a funny thing.
Great picture from GLTC at Road America with Emil Tabbs, Miata getting photoshopped down a little bit right ahead of Magnussen and Rosenberg.
The TSX has always taken part in a few of those funny ones as well.
Yeah, for sure. There's Daly Pagano.
Getting a little loose onto the front straight. He is trying hard.
59.477 was his best time previously. So he has not quite gone as quick this session, but not far off.
It's interesting to know the mindset of some people, whether they're just enjoying, they've done 2 or 3 laps. They've maybe felt like they've gone as fast in the session as they can, and now they're just enjoying the track, which is totally fine. And then, you might have a person like Evan where he's going to try it until he feels like he's got tire fall off. He's going to do a couple of cool down laps, maybe try again. But you know, either way, whatever the person's into, if they enjoy running laps for the whole session, the car can stand it. I can understand that. Lime Rock is an amazing place, and in a typical 15-minute-ish session here, you might get 15 laps in. There's a lot of tracks where you're not going to get 15 laps in at Road America in a time attack session. That's for sure.
No, certainly not. And I think that's why this makes this a really fun session to watch, or fun series to watch, because you just get drivers trying again and again and again and again. We're at Road America. If you don't get it done in your first go, maybe your second go, you're not going to get it done. Across the line there is Jason Bolderig in his Ren S2000. So he would come across the line, pick up the checkered flag here in Group B. And Bolderig had a 59.601, and he has not improved this session.
Quite a few purples there, though, in that session.
All the class leaders, fastest of their group. So of the cars so far, Evan McLaren has been the fastest car on the racetrack. That's great again, he's going to lose this position here when Group A goes on the racetrack. But up to this point, there have been 50 cars on the racetrack, and the fastest is a Club TR Integra.
That's so cool. That's so cool. Hundreds of horsepower less than some of the others and getting it done.
And the next Club TR car is 6th. So, I mean, again, there's a lot of cars between McLaren and Jeremy Bailey in just about 1.6 seconds worth of time.
Jim Rock lined up for this next session in Group A, and I am going to say lap 2, he is going to do a 51.x.
Okay.
I'm calling it right now.
All right, so that Honda Civic with the big old wing that's leading this Group A group, we have to keep our eyes on that, because he and Dewey right behind are going to be going for unlimited and street mod records respectively.
And I guess Jackie Ding has decided that it is safe.
All right, well, so no Jackie.
He didn't come back.
All
he didn't come back. Let's see. What's his name with the orange BMW?
Chris Smith.
Yeah, Chris Smith. Chris, make him nervous.
Peter Gramberg is also in line here on the pit lane, ready to roll. He's our leader in Falcon Club TR up to this point.
So Peter is on a set, probably on yesterday's tires. So it'll be interesting now with Evan. You know, Evan was out there on fresh ones. Can Peter improve on a used set of tires or not?
So it's going to be, wow, we have a lot to follow in this session. So boys, boys in the truck, get ready to bounce, because it's going to be the black Honda Civic out in front, the blue Subaru in trail, and then the 511 Subaru BRZ leading in Club TR. So there's at least 3 that are going to be really in contention, and then Chris Smith in the orange BMW will be going to try to dethrone Jackie.
And Alex Moss is going to try to dethrone Dewey here, I think, because he was getting pretty close
Jackie's
yesterday.
in the chat, says I'm already nervous. All right, here we go. Green flag for Group A in the cool morning session here at GridLife Circuit Legends in the Track Battle Time Attack Championship. And the first 3 cars, Jimmy Rock, Dewey DeWitt, Chris Boersma, then Alex Moss in this mix. So there's the unlimited record.
Jabay is out there in a t-shirt right now when it's cool, but when it's hot, he's in a hoodie. So that's an interesting thing. The colder it is, the less clothes he wears. Yep. And the hotter it is, the more he wears.
Jim Rock getting ready to go. Cerise caught up with him a little earlier the weekend. Here's that.
All right, gentlemen, now I am standing with Jimmy Rock. Jimmy Rock, congratulations to you. You are now currently the standing front-wheel drive track battle record holder.
Yeah, it's pretty epic. I've never been here before, so I have 8 flying laps around here, and to be sitting where I'm at is kind of surreal, and this place is beautiful. Like, we showed up, and I looked around, and the mountains and the countryside is like, this shouldn't be here by all rights, but it is, and it's amazing. Like, I didn't give enough credit. So those of you that haven't been here, you got to get here. This is epic. Yeah. Like, the track's amazing. It is so much fun regardless of how short it is.
It is beautiful. It is a lot of fun, and it's also not for the faint of heart. We had this conversation come up a bunch yesterday. It's not an easy track. There's not many opportunities to pass, and yet here you are out here breaking records. I think that's fantastic.
Well, thankfully we don't have to pass, thankfully. So we have that benefit. But, I mean, you know, with the cooler weather this morning, good track conditions, I hope I can go faster. Like, I think there's time on the table. We watched some video and looked at some stuff and talked to some people that know more about the track than I do, and I'm like, okay, well, let's give it a little bit of a push and see where we end up.
Now this class, as he mentioned, he is very fortunate. You don't have to get out there and pass. But for everybody else that's watching out here, just keep that in mind. The car looks beautiful on the inside, very clean, very simplistic interior, but rowdy on the outside. So get out there and let's see what you can do today.
Oh, I'm going to give it a shot. We're going to swing for it, so we'll see.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right, guys, stay tuned for more. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, guys. Really appreciate it. Yeah.
Back to you.
Jimmy Rock's still on a quick lap here. Lap 2 might be even faster. Dewey DeWitt improves on his weekend by 1/10 of a second, 54.568 in street mod. Chris Boersma, 55.7 in track mod here. Chris Smith still hasn't quite gone faster yet this session. Lauder, P2 in unlimited, but here comes Jimmy Rock in the 921 Honda Civic across the stripe, going to reset again. The unlimited front wheel drive record and across the stripe. This time it's a 52.439. Here comes Dewey. Will he pick up again? No, 54.568.
Jimmy Rock, I'm going to have words with you later. You made me a liar. I was calling for 51 on the second lap.
Ooh, look at it for Boersma, 55 flat, which is 2/10 quicker than yesterday. Oh, Dewey driving through the dirt there at the exit of 2.
He's trying hard.
Still pushing. I'm not sure. We'll see if he keeps going with a drop wheel like that. Didn't look like it slowed him down too much.
Cal Fortner with an improvement for the session. Don't think an improvement on the weekend, but I'm not positive.
56.5 for Cal. And no, not quite. 56.2 is his best. Dewey over the crest there.
Peter Granberg with a 58.8 in this session. Let's see if he improves on this lap here.
Granberg across the stripe, and he will go, no quicker.
Wow.
58.8.
Wow, I'm surprised by that after his performance yesterday.
And Dewey's going to bring it back to the pit lane here. Oh, no, he's not. He's just going to cool down. We saw him do this yesterday. Here comes Jimmy Rock again. And Jimmy is going to go, it's cool down, so he won't go quicker. Chris Smith is flying, though, in the orange BMW in the background of this shot. Came storming down the hill in turn 7 and picks up 55.540. And that is just about a 10th off from his best of the weekend. So he is really, really knocking on the door of Boersma and Kesselov in the Tesla up to second place, 55.177. And as far as track mod's running order, it was Dewey, then Chris Boersma, then Chris Smith, then Igor Kesselov. And Igor is actually going to jump into second, or make that third place. So it's now Jackie, Chris, Igor, then Chris Smith. Bronson McNeamer continues to improve, 56.5.
Or is it McNamara?
I didn't check. Dang it, James. Why'd you remind me about that?
Granberg with an improvement, 57.5.
Oh, wow.
And Rock coming by right now, looking fast. No improvement.
Here comes Chris Smith again.
Oh, Rock's just starting a flyer. That was says 59.0 on that lap. So we're gonna have to keep an eye on him here and see if he can improve.
No improvement there for Chris Smith. Peter Granberg, to improve on the weekend, he needs a 56.855 or better.
He's mentioning from yesterday, Jim Rock on those Michelin slicks, I believe, this weekend. He's got lots of chances on a track like this morning. He can probably go and go and go as long as the car can stand it. So it'll be interesting to see how many times he tries this weekend.
Jeremy Lauder, slight pickup there, 56.122.
Brian Matthews, 56.9 in Street GT. That might be fastest of the weekend.
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
It is about a half a tenth. Actually, Nick Hendricks has a little quicker, 56.756.
Oh, okay, my apologies.
It's faster for
That's a good
Matthews.
battle, though, between those two guys.
Yeah.
Oh, Rock, front wheel drive record, 51.8. You were late, Jimmy, you were late, but you got it, all right. We'll give you credit.
51.873 resets the front wheel drive record again. And there
I hope
he
he
is.
does a cool down and tries it again, because these conditions are so good this morning. If he's got enough fuel in that car, you know, these are short laps around here. You should try it again if he feels confident in the car and himself.
Yeah, solid lap, 51.873. That is so fast for a front wheel drive Honda Civic. Not a lot of digs around here, James.
Yeah, no, I was going to mention that when we were just paused there for a second, that a front wheel drive car, I think, is, you know, at certain tracks with a ton of digs, it can be really, really challenging for them, because a high power front wheel drive car is just going to be challenged to put power down. But turn 4, not that challenging to put power down. Exit of turn 2 is not too bad, and it doesn't lead onto a long straight. All the longer kind of straights here are led to by fast corners. So when you have a fast corner leading onto a long straight, a front wheel drive car is not going to be penalized like it normally would. So I think that's why you'll always see front-wheel drive cars do really, really well here, both in
Dewey.
GT, TC, and time attack.
Whoa, Dewey, 54.413. And that is quicker.
That is an all-wheel drive street mod record, but we know that Dewey doesn't care about that. He wants Alan Patton's record here this weekend.
Needs another second to do that.
You'd ask him how he feels about that right now. He'd be like, I don't care. We're here to beat Alan or nothing.
Yeah, we'll chat with him soon because he'll be helping us with some commentary for the GLTC race, which is coming up next. So he'll hop out of the car and jump right up here in a short period of time. But you got to go also, don't you?
I'm going to go and get prepped, and hope everyone has a great TC race, and we can keep on seeing fast laps this morning. And thanks very much.
Thanks, James. Appreciate your time. So, track battle continues here for Group A with records reset in front-wheel drive for Unlimited. Jimmy Rock, there's Dewey DeWitt, all-wheel drive record holder in street mod, and he reset it again here this session. A little bit of smoke coming out of the 70 car as well, and a lot of smoke actually coming out of that. Could be the catch can as well. I've seen that cause some issues in the past, but he's going to roll down the pit lane and pointing to the team. Dylan's going to hop over the wall. Jamie Santos in street mod on track now. Been struggling with ABS issues in this car for the duration of the weekend. Had a real big lockup yesterday into turn 1. And working his way through turn 3. So up onto the no-name straight. I'm watching ahead of me here. A lot of smoke inside the hood of Dewey DeWitt's car. They're taking a couple glances at it. But watching Jamie coming up over the crest here, only 10th so far in this session. He has not yet run a lap, so really excited to see what he can do because he's got clear road ahead of him. And here comes Jamie down the hill in this 1 Series BMW. It looks like it's handling much better. It was a real struggle for him yesterday and at Road America. But Santos so far, his best time was the 56.9, but it is now, this session at least, a 57.698. The black flags are waving. Not sure what for. There's David Bamforth in the track mod Porsche. And so the field will come back to pit lane here. Not exactly sure what we're under yellow for. Full course yellow is out. Not sure if it's for fluid or for a car off somewhere, but this is likely going to bring an end to Group A. They could, in theory, maybe get one more lap. They could get a couple more laps, actually. There's quite a bit of time left in this session, so we'll see if anyone takes advantage of it as the field heads down into pit lane. See Chris Boersma. Again, a 54.979 is an improvement on his best lap of the race weekend. And it is oil, thanks to John for giving me that update. So I'm going to make the assumption that it might have come from the number 70. And yeah, looking at the pit lane, it looks like there's definitely some fluid down from that pit stall. So Dewey rolling back to the pit lane and the paddock. And the racetrack will likely need to be checked to make sure that there's no fluid in a dangerous spot here. So the GridLife Track Battle Championship morning session here from Circuit Legends at Lime Rock Park has been fierce. Track records falling and being reset a number of times. There are still a couple of records that we haven't seen fall just yet, primarily in street class. Street class and in street GT, I think, are still for the taking. But in Club TR, yeah, I think maybe even, yeah, I guess for Club TR has fallen, Club SC has fallen. There's street, you see now. Actually, Eddie Siegel did do it. Front-wheel drive, we mentioned that earlier, 59.150, but the overall class record has not yet fallen. That was Luca Barberas at a 57.6. And then if we were to look at street GT as well, that was the other one that was a little bit nebulous with Mark Kilgore, Ryan Matthews, and Chris Hendricks going at it. You'll see there that we haven't touched a 56.3 yet this weekend. Hendricks' best time is a 56.7, so not far off from it. But let's have a look here at some of the highlights from this GridLife Track Battle session. Group A here was just finished up, but let's have a look back at how things started with Group D. The Club SC cars out on the racetrack early on with Austin O'Brien and Sam Dooling going back and forth a number of times. A little bit of traffic on the downhill a couple laps into the session. Luke Paglioni and a little bit of a sideways slide there through turn 1. And then the number 7 of Tom Halka also found his way off track and slightly into the tire barrier. Mark Johnson in the Unlimited Class Civic throwing up some sparks on his charge through as the clouds came over the racetrack. Darius Lotfi with the rub blocks there, throwing sparks. Evan McLaren reset the front-wheel drive track record for Falcon Club TR with a big push on fresh Falcon RT 660 Pluses. And Michael Budai also gained some ground there in that Honda Civic, so good climb up the order for him. Bucky Lasik, some improvements into the 54-second range in his track mod Blabai Subaru. Great run for the Subi Mods car. Jimmy Rock reset the front-wheel drive Unlimited Class record of 51.8 is the new benchmark to chase for the Rocks Trailers Honda Civic, and he did it pretty deep in the session, and he'll get a couple more chances to improve on that today, just with the track temps a little bit higher. But he's got those slick tires that can handle some heat, so we'll see if he can do better than that. We're going to take a quick step away. We'll be back with more just after this.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
These are my race treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hook.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
Every lap, every race, every bit of paint traded for every hard-fought place. Every checkered flag and trophy raised. Every ounce of dirt, sweat, and gears. They're all jammed inside every can of NOS Energy. Go ahead, open up a can.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
Historic Lime Rock Park has been here since 1957, one of the first racetracks in the country, designed on U.S. highway safety principles. And over the last handful of decades, it has put on some amazing racing, nestled in the Connecticut woods. Welcome back to GridLife Circuit Legends, the celebration of modern tuning culture, focusing on the cars that became legendary on and off the racetrack. And this is our fourth year of this event. The car concourse is happening at the top of the hill. The fans have piled in. The campground's absolutely packed full. And it's about time to go racing for Ibach GridLife Touring Cup race number 2. Race 1 was yesterday afternoon, and at the top step after all of it was Paul Darling, who earned his first race win, and Cerise caught up with him to celebrate.
All right, folks, and I am here with Paul Darling. Paul, first of all, congratulations on winning race 1 of GLTC here at GRIDLIFE. And just questions for today, how's the car feeling? Are you anticipating the same variables of changing temperatures today, and how are you accounting for those?
Yeah, the car feels fantastic. I don't know what meshes with this car and track, but it's always fast here in particular. I wish I could replicate that elsewhere, but yeah, so for the rest of the races, it's going to be a challenge. I'm starting on Kumos. I think a lot of the other guys have Maxxis or Falcon. So the first lap is always going to be very hard for me, as the Kumos take a little while to come up, but I'm going to do my best out there.
Awesome. And what do you have under the hood here?
It's just a stock S54, tuned by Performance Hero Works. So.
Oh, I love that. We love an approachable platform because once again, it shows you folks at home that you could absolutely get out here with the right level of determination and grit. So well done. We're excited for race 2. Best of luck.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thanks, Reese. And Paul Darling will be starting on pole for this race after winning yesterday. Here's a look at your starting lineup. It's Paul Darling on the front row alongside Nick Barbado, who earned his first race win at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course in June. Andy Smedegard and Eric Catil are in row number 2 with Matt Waldbaum for ASM in the S2000. Aaron Lichty in the number 66 Corvette alongside. Then it's Eric Magnuson in the number 330 BMW and Emil Tab in the 374 MX-5. Lena Chin starts 9th alongside championship leader Matan Rosenberg in 10th in the Falcon Corvette. In 11th place, it's Kevin Zhu in the number 243, and John Gatos starts in 12th in the number 444. Jake Price starts in 13th place alongside Peter Zhang in the number 28 LS FRS. Sam Scott starts 15th alongside Salil Shukla in the number 715. Then it's Raul Iriarty in the FRS alongside Eric Dallariva in the Canadian market CSX Honda. Azimuth Mohammed starts 19th in the MR2. Brandon Ganem in 20th in an RX-8. Then Dana Basinski had an issue with the dyno yesterday, starts 21st in this one. Thomas Lathrop 22nd. Jeff Wasilko and Carlos Mendez share row number 12 in 23rd and 24th, with Chandler Rowe, Thomas Moss 25th and 26th. Starting in 27th place, it's Guy Wynn in the number 888, and Michael Pagano starts 28th in the 155. In 29th place, it's Patrick Huxley with Dakota Pionk starting in 30th place, with Lisa Keys and Natalie Latos in 31st and 32nd. Last couple of rows here, it's Richard Sawicki. We've got a story about him we'll talk about a little later. The 528 starts 33rd, Daniel Geraldo 34th, and Donald Louis in 35th in the number 404. Cars making their way around the 1.5-mile Lime Rock Park. We'll have 2 pace laps here, and next time we turn them loose, it's 12 to 15 minutes. If you're not familiar with Ibach GLTC, this is a power-to-weight series where you're aiming for basically 12.5 pounds per horsepower, but the more complications, the more things you add to your car, the more percentage modifiers you take. There's modifiers for engine displacement, for aerodynamics, and the more weight you have, the more tire you can get, and it balances cars that are nearly 1,000 pounds apart pretty well. 35 cars is a lot here for Lime Rock Park. In the past, we had split this into 2 fields when we had about 50 entrants, and this year only 35 spots available with the introduction of the GRIDLIFE GT races that we'll see in a little bit. And Paul Darling and Nick Barbado both going for their 2nd career victory. Andy Smedegard, it's been a long time since we've seen Andy at the top step. He was there yesterday in that FA24 swap Scion FRS. I heard he had some electrical issues. We basically had to hold the traction control button to get the gremlins to stop, and ran the second half of the first race with one hand on the wheel and one hand on the traction control button. See if he can just focus on driving. He had a hardship lap this morning. Hopefully got all the issues figured out. And if there's anybody that can sort a problem in a race car in a short amount of time, it would be Andy Smedegard, the AS in ASM. Working their way through the Paul Newman Straight. And another note is the gold BMW, and thanks to Tom O'Gorman for sending this information into me. Eric Magnuson has switched to his wing for this race. See that gold car with the rear wing? He had a rear spoiler on the car, the low drag configuration, but he's gone for some more downforce, and he's ready to go for Ibach GLTC race number 2. 35 cars in the field for the 2nd race of 4 on the weekend. As we approach the start-finish line, it was an aggressive start yesterday. Let's see how it goes. Green flag flies, and we're underway in Ibach GLTC at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. Strong start for the BMWs on the front row into turn 1. Paul Darling and Barbado, but up the inside, There is Andy Smedegard in the black 212 FRS, and on the outside it's Eric Cattell in the hybrid racing EG trying to make up for a start yesterday where he got swarmed by Aaron Lichty, who's now side by side with Waldbaum there as they make their way into turn 3. Eric Magnuson and Emil Tab door to door. Clean, tidy start through the opening corners here at Circuit Legends. Onto the back straight, Darling pulling away here. Smedegard pulls through to second place, but Barbados fighting him hard on the outside. Cattell's watching all of it with the Corvette in the rearview mirror up over the top of the crest. Cattell charging up. But where do you go in West Bend? There's not really a great passing opportunity there as the track narrows out. Big curb on the apex. Sometimes it's better to wait until the front straight to have a launch down into turn 1. Now Cattell gets alongside Barbado, and these two fought last year side by side for a little while. Cattell clears Barbado, and he's up into third place now. Lap 1 complete. Kevin Zhu dips to pit lane across the stripe now. Darling leads by a significant margin here. 2 seconds on the opening lap there as we come across the stripe. Barbado fading as he drops now to 5th place behind Aaron Lichty in the number 66 Corvette. You see Matt Waldbaum drop left side tires in the dirt there. Emil Tab the long way around. Tab fought off Eric Magnuson. And now just like they did at Road America, it's Tab and Waldbaum side by side here at Lime Rock Park. Into the uphill. Watch Magnuson in the big BMW, the LS M3, trying to figure out how to get around 2 cars that are door to door. And up front, the 2 drivers that fought yesterday for the race win. It, of course, was Andy Smedegard that had the electrical issues that dropped him out of the lead, but now going toe-to-toe with Paul Darling. 1.4 last time, 0.9 this time, so a little gain for Andy. Running down Darling from a little ways back. There's Cattell, 2.1 seconds back from the race lead with Aaron Lichty all over the back. These cars are nearly 1,000 pounds separate in their builds. A rear-wheel drive mid-engine Corvette fighting up against the front-engine front-drive Civic from 1992. A build that Eric Cattell built to look like a GTCC car. Fits perfectly into the Circuit Legends idea of celebrating the cars, of tuning culture, and of grassroots racing. There's your championship leader, Matan Rosenberg, ahead of Cyril Shukla. That is down in 10th place, then Eric Dalla Riva, and the MR2 of Azimuth Mohammed. Just outside the top 15 for those drivers. There's Cattell. Andy Smedegard had the best lap of anybody last time by. And across the stripe, here comes Paul Darling leading the way. And joining me now is Dewey DeWitt. I know you had an unfortunate tail end of that session, a little bit of oil here and there, but Dewey's back and we're racing at GLTC.
Man, I missed out. I'm so excited to be a fan in this perspective. This is amazing.
Yeah, best perspective in the house, I have to say. And we're watching Paul Darling, who just scored his first win yesterday, run from Andy Smedegard. Andy's running him down. Look at the best lap delta, 3/10 quicker for Andy last time by.
Hey, I just want to throw this out here. That's a Subaru-powered BRZ.
It is, an FA24.
Yes, it is.
And he had some electrical issues with it yesterday. He had to basically hold the traction control button to keep the engine from cutting in. One hand driving, one hand on the traction control. Look at him wiggling over the top of the crest.
Oh, that's incredible. He takes so much better of a line over that than I do.
Yeah, he was actually quicker than James Houghton's TCR car in the uphill using our Firelapse Firelink data yesterday, so he's really pushing.
It really goes to show how good that chassis is. It's incredible. I mean, let's not, poo on that E46 either, but, the BRZ for what it is incredible.
And again, with all the the modifications and the aftermarket supporting it now, look at Paul Darling struggling a little bit to get the car turned in for turn 1. They went toe-to-toe yesterday, but Darling drove away at the end of the race. But Andy's keeping him honest here, all the while Cattell and Lichty fighting for third in the background. 2 battles, 1 for first, 1 for third.
So I'm assuming Paul is a little bit heavier of a setup too. I bet you that actually favors Andy really well here. Light cars really like this track.
Yeah, he's running an S54, Darling is, and there's only 1 V8 car in the top 10, 2 V8 cars in the top 10 now. Magnuson, actually, it only is 1 because Rosenberg's been bumped back to 11, so it's been a light car weekend so far, to your point.
Yep.
But how do you find an advantage here with that lighter car when your main passing opportunity is down into turn 1?
Honestly, you can set yourself up for that passing opportunity, though, by having just incredible min speeds. Andy's going to be able to hang right on his draft right till braking point. He's going to be able to brake later because his car's lighter. It just is what it is. That's probably the big thing that's holding the C8 behind Catil right now is his weight. He's probably running them down on the straights, but he can't go into the brakes the same way.
Yeah, that's Eric Lichty debuting that car in GLGT at Mid-Ohio. Big slide for Eric Catil. That car pivots around the front like a shopping cart. And best lap delta between Lichty and Catil. It's Lichty by 1/10 of a second.
Anybody who says front-wheel drive is easy to drive is so wrong. These guys are having to wheel these cars, and I mean, Catil's amazing. He makes it look easy, but it is not. It absolutely is not.
The amount of setup that goes into that car as well. The setup sheet that Catil has on the car is so extensive, and the differential on that thing might as well be magic because that thing rotates like nothing else.
That guy's my spirit animal, I swear. I love him so much. If you guys aren't following him on YouTube, you really should. Yeah. It's incredible the amount of work that goes into his car.
Big sparks from the rub blocks underneath the car.
They're all getting on the outside.
Yeah, they're not afraid of the curbing back here. Here's a couple more BRZs going at it. Whoa, one's a K-Swap, one's an FA24. The white one's an FA24 car. Donald Louis started at the tail of the field. Dai Wynn's got a K24 car. And Michael Pagano in one of my favorite cars, the 116i hatchback.
Have you seen the alignment on the seams legit, guys?
So it is, I know that it's asymmetrical.
Very asymmetrical. They're running literally positive camber on one side, huge amounts of negative camber, and they said throughout the weekend they were going to be working with wedge and just jacking the rear up so it would use the inside front. And it seems to be working. The more they mess with it, the faster they're going. It's kind of incredible.
Yeah, this is a great car. And if you'd like a poster with this car on it, during lunchtime, we have our Ibach GLTC fan walk. You can get a poster with that car on it, with Alan Newsom's Mercury XR4 Ti, and with Tom Panzarella's Volkswagen GTI.
So basically all the coolest cars.
yeah, basically.
Awesome. I will be there for that, sure.
Dalla Riva, Sam Scott, Azmat Muhammad, Dana Basinski. Look at this battle here, Dewey.
Right over the hill, too. These guys are right on each other's bumpers. That you have to have so much trust with the guys around you to be able to do that. That's incredible. So
close here. And Azmat Muhammad's having a really good weekend. And they're all chasing just up the road. There's Jake Price in the Louisville wide body. MX-5 popping alive there on Peter Zhang. That's an LS Swap FRS ahead of him. So there's just a mix of everything in this field. Look at Dana trying to go the wrong way around here. He has a new motor in this car after Road America. Popped the dyno yesterday with it. And was on the dyno this morning to get it back in compliance. Only needed to take 2 horsepower out of it. But
hey, 2 horsepower is 2 horsepower. Yep. And it matters, especially at something like this. But he's been struggling with tires the whole weekend. Dana is my favorite cheapskate. I love him to death. He's like, I change the oil every 5 events and whatever's cheapest. And he really needs a set of tires right now, but he's doing a lot of work on what he's got. They're basically slicks at this point.
Into West Bend here, Sam Scott chasing Dalla Riva. And by the way, Paul Darling pulled out a gap on Smedegaard. Andy ran him back down, so I don't know if Andy's having intermittent issues, but it was over 2 seconds the last time, and then now 1.6 again, so it's ebbing and flowing. Catil has put distance on Lichty, but the big battles are deep in the field here. Look at Azmat Muhammad defending from Dana Basinski. Here comes Dana up the inside.
Look at this
in the BRZ.
Dana is just insane on the brakes. I love it. He's going to hold that inside line really well. He's probably going to bump on the curbing. Nope, he didn't. Oh, he went wide.
Yeah, the curbs here, we were talking about the front-wheel drive car with James Houghton, how the front-wheel drive cars, you can really attack the curbs and help hook the car around, but the rear-wheel drive cars don't necessarily need to rely on that so much. But Sam Scott chasing Dalla Riva there, get some data at the bottom of the screen. Look at Catil closed in on the best lap to Lichty by a little bit. It was a bigger gap before, but Catil has found some pace here later in the race.
I mean, that light car is going to start coming alive. The tires these guys run, they're all 200 tread wear, and even in time attack, you'll see that most of the lighter cars are running their fastest lap, 5-6 laps in, and I bet you the same thing's happening here. And those lighter cars are starting to get really quick. I bet you start seeing Andy start doing work on Darling too.
Yeah, there's Eric Lichty kind of all by himself right now. There's some lap traffic they're already contending with, but it's not going to get thick for a little while longer. Still a couple minutes left in this race. There's Lichty. That car is also capable of running in GRIDLIFE GT. That's where it debuted at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, but with a detune there. Standing yellow on the back straightaway, sector 2 yellow. I'm not sure what for. And,
if there is ever proof you can run just about anything in this class, here's a C8. You know? And be competitive, too.
And we have a full course yellow here, late in the race. Not sure what for. Haven't seen any indication of an incident or fluids. But the pace car, that's my car, gets dispatched.
That is your car.
It's on
Guess
the
what?
racetrack.
That's Subaru power too.
It sure is. There it is.
Just want to throw that out there. Not a bad weekend for Subaru stuff.
I was told yesterday, if you wanted, and you probably could speak to this with the track conditions, but Juliet, who's driving that car, told me that it's on Falcon FK510s.
Yeah.
And she told me that the traction control was just going off the entire time from all the marbles on the racetrack.
Bad. If you got offline, I love the drifters. I love them. They were just going so hard through the infield that anything offline was real sketchy. I don't think they're having the issues today, and I think you're seeing a lot of passing into one and through the infield, but it's yeah, it was real bad yesterday, especially that last session.
So don't have eyes on why the full course yellow is out here, Dewey, but kind of a wide berth here leaving the Paul Newman straight, and it's, oh, there it is, Raul Uriarte. This is at the entrance to turn 4, right before the right. Actually, this is on the backstretch here. There's that curb.
Yeah.
I love how I can identify where we are on the racetrack by 3 feet of curbing.
3 feet of curbing. This track's really short, so it's real easy to see. But yep, Paul Newman straight right there.
So I'm hoping that, again, we still have a couple minutes left in this time block, that if we can get this car just pulled down the straight to the chicane, which is typically where they do. Yeah, we could just get a 1 or 2 lap shootout. This is great news for Andy Smedegaard, not so much for Paul Darling. He'll have to defend on the restart.
Then again, you know, he's slowing down. Maybe he can get his tires to cool off a little bit, and it might work out for him. That initial torque from some of these bigger power cars or bigger displacement cars, bigger torque cars really helps on the restarts.
Yeah, and then Catil, good opportunity for him too. He was a couple seconds back, but I think this leaves him vulnerable to Aaron Lichty.
Yes.
Which, if you saw the race yesterday, Aaron Lichty took Catil 3 wide.
Yep.
And Catil was joking that Aaron Lichty got knocked down a couple pegs on the Christmas card list for that one, because they're buddies.
Well, again, torque.
Yeah. And there's Matan Rosenberg leading the championship. Came in with a 30-point advantage. And if we actually check the championship standings now, we should be able to see, again, with Catil making some ground. In a minute, we'll be able to see that. Here we go, championship points. Catil making up some headway on Matan Rosenberg with where he's running on the racetrack.
He's chopping them down real quick with a lot of solid finishes ahead of him. He's gonna make a lot of headway in the championship points. So this could get interesting by the end of the season.
It certainly could. Here's a look at the weekend points now, with Paul Darling leading 2 races and a second place in qualifying, 52 points. But look at the podium, Barbado and Catil, 1 point between those two. I know we're still early in the weekend, but that's really tight.
We got all day today to watch that. That's exciting. That's going to be real exciting.
Yeah, so just keeping everyone up to date on how things are going for the trophies this weekend and for the season title. Again, we're around 6 of 9. We go to Autobahn Country Club next, which I know, Dewey, is not your favorite place on the planet, but it does race great for Ibach GLTC.
It races great. It races really well. It's a lot of fun to watch too. That's going to be a monster, and a lot of the same people who are fast here will be fast there.
Yeah. So again, I thought we'd have this car pulled, but there must have been a reason why they couldn't just grab it a hook.
Something's a little more wrong with that car. I'm starting to believe suspension related. Something along those lines, because they'd just be able to drag it if it wasn't.
Yeah, so again, we still have a couple minutes left in this race, and we'll see. Good. Yeah, it's not, is it? No. So again, we have had a pretty good race yesterday. We went green the whole way, and that was fun to watch. There's Sam Scott, by the way, this Duratec Swap NCMX5, really cool car. He was up in the mix last year at the front, and right now scored in 17th spot, right behind Azmat Muhammad. But easy to spot that car. You know the other cool thing? This car was getting towed. Well, it's not a cool thing. It's just a story. He was towing that car on a U-Haul trailer all the way here, and someone spotted him on the highway and said, "Hey, your U-Haul trailer looks like it's about to fall apart." And they flagged him down so that they could take it to a stop and deal with it. But I've seen it myself going to Mid-Ohio a couple times on an open trailer, and that's what I think is so cool about Ibach GLTC is these are really nicely prepped cars that you just see just getting towed around on open trailers.
I mean, these are garage builds for the most part.
Richard Sawicki also has another story. He was towing his car here with his tow vehicle, and about 2 hours away, his tow vehicle overheated.
That happens.
And all right, he was like, okay, well, I'm going to leave this at a dealership, and he drove his race car here 2 hours through Connecticut.
Nice.
To get to the racetrack and compete.
I tell you what, if you've driven around here, there are worse cars than a Miata to drive out here, though. It is so nice out here. Roads are great.
Yeah, and again, he drove it. He said it was actually kind of a nice drive through the evening.
Sure.
So, His car is plated, street legal, registered.
Have a little tailgate battle on the way. It's great.
There's actually a number of cars in this field that are, and this is something that happens in street mod as well. I was listening to your recent podcast talking about the plating and registration of your street mod car. But even in GLTC, I know that that Eric Cattill's car is plated and registered. Luke LaGrue's was for a very long time. So we've slowed the pace of the pacing down here a lot. I think to maybe get this car cleared on this lap and maybe get one more.
That would be rowdy. One extra lap would be nuts, man. They're gonna have to pull it fast though.
Yeah. So again, and this is because the track is pretty short.
Yep.
That we kind of have the opportunity to do this, but we'll hopefully not come back around to a checker. But they're going to give the safety team as much time as possible. Paul Darling would love to get a checker instead of a green.
He's got a yeah, obviously, but he's had a little bit of time to let his tires cool. I think that actually might work to his advantage. If it was maybe only 1 or 2 laps, that probably would have worked out for Andy more. But at this point, I think it's about a draw.
Yeah, there's a lot of marbles out here as well. They did a nice track sweep. We haven't seen drifting on track yet today, so that's going to help. But you see drivers weaving back and forth, clear the marbles off, get these cars in the best possible condition for this restart if we get one.
Oh man, 1 lap throwdown. This is going to be good.
All right. Well, they got
it moving
on the hook here.
Yeah, there's got to be something really messed up.
Yeah,
I think it was something mechanical.
All right, well, I can tell you from my point of view, I see a white flag and a green flag, Dewey. So
nice.
you want a
go.
1-lap shootout here at Lime
Let's
Rock
go.
Park? Let's do it. GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. We're going to throw down here with a 1-lap, 1.5-mile shootout between Paul Darling, Andy Smedegaard, Eric Cattill, Aaron Lichty, and Nick Barbado.
Oh, this is going to be good. This is going to be real good.
You're going to get a pretty good race the first race
man,
in the booth here.
How did I get this lucky? This is awesome.
So, tense moments here. Lights will shut off on the pace car in just a moment.
The mentality you have to be in for a restart like this, you've got to get super hyped. But if you get you'll make a dumb mistake if you get too hyped. Everybody in this line has got a plan. Everybody's got a plan.
It's all going to go out the window as soon as that flag waves.
Mike Tyson once said, "Everybody's got a plan until you get punched in the mouth."
There you go. Well, lights are out. We're going racing. It'll be 1 lap for Paul Darling, for Andy Smedegaard, for Eric Cattill. It's about to be a dogfight here at the front of the field. Some of these drivers care about the season title. Cattill's one of them. Some don't care about that at all. It's just for the weekend trophy. It's just for the sticker you get to put on your car after winning a race. Here we go. Green flag and white. Last lap here. And Ibach GLTC Race 2 from Lime Rock Park. Cattill's
all over him.
To the outside here in turn 1. Paul Darling leads the way.
All right, he's got him.
And Smedegaard hangs on for now. Looking for 4th, though. Aaron Lichty has got his hands full.
Yeah, he does. He's got a pile of them behind him.
Oh, look at this. Smedegaard trying the outside.
Cattill's going to get his nose in there. It's going to be tight.
And he does. He gets overlap, but what do you do with it on the outside of turn 4? Not much.
Yeah,
here's Andy right behind Darling. He lifts, and Cattill's going to have a run.
He's going to be on him going under the uphill here. This is wild. You can see that torque working for him, though.
He's going to open the door for Paul Darling to climb the hill. Big wiggle for Andy.
This is so exciting. I love this so much.
Into West Bend here. Coming around the last 2 corners here at Lime Rock Park. Cattill popping out of line, trying to
fade. We're going to get a draft to the end.
Here we go. It's going to be a drag race to the finish line. Does anyone have the draft to beat Paul Darling? Here comes Andy. It's not enough. Paul Darling goes 2 for 2 at Lime Rock. Smedegaard 2nd, Cattill 3rd. Then it's Lichty, Tab, and Walbaum steals 6th place over Barbado.
Man, it was hard stopping in the end.
Oh, man. How about that?
I can only imagine what the heart rate of Paul Darling is right now.
High. he stuck that fist out the window. He won yesterday, and that was his first race win, but that took a little bit more gusto to get it done.
Was that his first race win?
It was.
Wow, man.
And as we've seen, we see a lot of drivers, once they win one, it opens the floodgates. Let's have a look at the race results here. Because, Dewey, that was a hard-fought victory. Paul Darling by 2/10 over Andy. Then Cattill, Lichty, Tab, top 5. Emil has basically finished top 6 in every race he's run with this new car.
That's incredible, because that is a brand new build. And let's be real, they did not put that together for GLTC. They put that together for GLGT, and all they did was detune it. Did you get a chance to look at that dyno, though?
No.
It is flat from like 2000 on. It is just flat. It's incredible.
And it's working. Matan Rosenberg, championship leader in 10th. Eric Magnuson up in 8th. Lena Chin in the top 10 is there as well. John Gatos, a nice solid run there in the 4.44. He doesn't run with us a ton. Cyril Shukla, 12th. And Peter Zhang, Jake Price, Eric Dolariva there. Dana Basinski started kind of deep in the field because he had a dyno issue, but moved up to 17th.
Yep, Dana did great. Again, like I said, Dana's fighting with tires, so that's a really good result.
Yeah, Sam Scott lost a couple spots there on the restart down to P20. And Don Louis from the tail of the field up to 21st. Nice strong run there. Michael Pagano we talked about in the 155. Jeff Wasilko, one of the locals here. Brian Ganem, another. And Natalie Latos, Daniel Geraldo up a couple spots from the start after starting tail for an incident yesterday. And Richard Sawicki, Lisa Keys, of course Raul Iriardi had that issue, and then Kevin Zhu pulled off a little earlier in the race. Dewey, thoughts on race 2? Pretty fun.
Yo, this is the best. It's really cool to be a fan, and it's even better to be a fan from this view. If you have not come to one of these events and watched this racing, you are so missing out. It's so good.
Well, let's have a look at the highlights here from Ibach GLTC race number 2. It was a fun one. And at the green flag, Paul Darling and Nick Barbado were side by side, and Catil almost had taken 3rd place away from Andy Smedegaard, but couldn't quite get there. Then Nick Barbado fell back a little ways, and Aaron Lichty slotted himself between those two. And then it became a battle between Andy and Paul, lap after lap, and then for 3rd place between Catil and Lichty. Big wiggle there for the 55 as Andy ran him down. And with Raul Iriardi having some trouble, it would later bring out a full course yellow. There's Matan Rosenberg chasing John Gatos. Aaron Lichty kind of found himself on his own for a little while in that number 66, but the full course yellow came out. And on the restart, it was a 1-lap dash where Paul Darling did a great job holding off Smedegaard, staying defensive enough that he was able to hold him off and win his 2nd race of the weekend and 2nd race of his career. He leads the weekend championship standings and wins at Lime Rock Park.
Yeah, that was crazy. What a great race.
What a fantastic, fantastic race. With that, Ibach GLTC race number 2 is complete. It'll be GridLife GT up next.
Milliseconds on the track. You got the data, but do you know how to use it? Firelapse is the driver development platform that makes data simple and actionable. And with Firelink, your sessions upload automatically and coaching insights show up instantly. Visualize clearly, share easily, improve every time you drive. Powered by machine learning and real driver data, Firelapse helps you train with purpose and race with confidence.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
I'm faster than you. Yeah, well, I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways. I'm louder. Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder.
Slicker.
Cooler.
Tougher.
Let's go.
So what you got?
And GridLife Circuit Legends is back from Lime Rock Park. Next up, GridLife GT. And James Houghton was the winner of the first race of the weekend, and Cerise caught up with him after yesterday's win.
All right, guys, I am standing here with the one and only James Houghton. James, congratulations on your win for race 1 of GLGT. question, how long have you had the Civic for?
We picked it up this winter. We actually left on New Year's Day and headed down to Florida to pick it up.
Awesome. Now, traditionally, explain to the people what chassis you're used to driving in GLTC.
So in GLTC, we have the Acura TSX that we've campaigned for many years, and with quite a bit of success. And we knew that the GLGT class was starting this year, and we wanted to play in that sandbox a little bit too.
Well, you're always so much fun to watch out there, and you are pretty commonly on the podium. So now that we're in GLGT in a brand new chassis for yourself this season, what are you expecting to see for the rest of the weekend, and do you have any plans for today?
I'm going to plan to try to hold off AJ because he had a lot of pace there yesterday, and he's been significantly getting faster and faster throughout the season. And I called it that he was going to be really fast this weekend when he came here.
And GRIDLIFE GT Race 1 underway. Just one pace lap here, and James Houghton immediately jumps to the front ahead of David Bamforth here. AJ Hartman right in line. Mark Kilgore joins me again. Mark, it's been a nice, cool morning. Good for racing, good for time attack, and we're back underway for race 2.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing some of the usual suspects up at the front. We've got James out front. It's great to see David back up there. He had a challenging day yesterday, but he's now chasing James, seeing if he can run him down. AJ started second, he's fallen back to third, but I think he's going to be able to stay with these two guys at the front.
And over the crest here, down towards turn 7. So Bamforth splits the difference between Hartman and Houghton. And so some interesting stats. We were looking yesterday at the Fire Labs data. We'll talk more about that in a little while when we get some data from this race. But AJ Hartman was consistently faster through the corners, had more lateral G than James when in qualifying. It's David Bamforth too much into turn 1, and he's in the grass.
It looks very similar to what he did yesterday, but looks like he kept it on track. He just rode it around the outside, and then able to come back on, and looked like he's now behind DeLucia.
Yeah, DeLucia's going to get around him here. But as I was saying, it was Hartman that was quicker, more lateral Gs in qualifying, but when it came to the race, he wasn't able to pull the same Gs in trail of Houghton because of the aero wash. So that was really interesting to see. Whoa, big miss there by the number 165, Eric Thompson. But Eric Thompson on lap 1, the quickest of these drivers into the first corner. That's impressive.
It is. Maybe he's getting a little bit of a draft from the few cars in front of him, able to, or maybe he just got a better run out of turn 7, the downhill. But yeah, David's kind of got to collect it, work his way back up there and see if he can catch Houghton and AJ Hartman at the front.
David Bamforth trying to get back by Thompson here on the front straightaway as AJ Hartman comes across the line, actually has the best lap of the race so far, so keep an eye on that gap, 1 second between him and Houghton. And we might see a rehash of what we saw yesterday with those two battling at the front. Thompson in that Toyota Celica, such a cool car ahead of a Porsche Cayman. The diversity in GRIDLIFE GT, though the field is a little smaller than Ibach GLTC, the diversity is still just as strong.
Yeah, absolutely. It's great to see cars like this. You got a, what is that, an 80s, 90s Toyota Celica versus a new modern Porsche race car, so really cool to see. It looks like Thompson's hood is flapping a little bit. We'll have to kind of keep an eye on that. Maybe, hopefully it is secured down. Last thing you need is a hood flying up.
Yeah, he was really pushing at the uphill there. You see AJ Hartman, 87 miles an hour. I've seen as good as 93 through there. So it'll be fun to kind of watch AJ build the confidence up here and chase Houghton back down. It was 1 second between them last time around here, Mark. Let's see what the gap is this time across the stripe.
So they come down heading into turn 1. AJ's cut it down half a second. He's within from 1 second to half a second, and then DeLucia's just under 4 seconds behind them. So we'll see if Chris can keep that gap there in third.
Into turn 3 now, the left-hander. Look at AJ gained there. That was a big gain through the only non-right turning turn around here at Lime Rock Park. And James pulls pretty strong out of turn 4, but again, it's the uphill that has really been where Hartman has gained a lot of time. I saw drivers like Alex Pites was just watching AJ drive in like he never had to lift, never just could just basically full throttle it with all the aero. Have a look at the min speed at the uphill. Here we go. AJ Hartman faster, 92 miles an hour there. Impressive.
That is very impressive. He's got the big wing. I mean, that's a good shot right there just to see the size disparity in AJ Hartman's wing versus Houghton's smaller wing to the specs of the TCR class.
Yeah, really cool to watch this data in real time as we're getting it for this race. 11 minutes to go, and now 0.3 of a second. Hartman is there, but yesterday he got stuck here, kind of got stuck with this sort of aero wall that he couldn't get around. Look at Houghton sliding through turn 3, just struggling to get that front end to turn in.
Yeah, absolutely. But be interesting to see if AJ has come up with a plan or is going to try to do anything different. Maybe if after he's watched the video from last race, see if maybe he can adjust his lines anywhere to stay closer to Houghton going down the front, or maybe through the 1-2-3 complex.
Yeah, AJ Hartman putting some serious G in on the brakes, 1.3 Gs there. And of course, Aaron Lichty not in this race. He's got a Firelink 4 GLGT, so that's why he's popping up. That was from the GLTC race a little earlier today. Look at Hartman, here he comes.
He is right on him.
Will he pop out of line or will he stay? Here he comes.
He's going for it. And his mirrors, Houghton gives him enough room. Good racing there. Houghton saw him, didn't want to come down on him and have any contact.
This is a fantastic battle here at the front of the field. AJ Hartman versus James Houghton. Yesterday, he was unable to get by, but game on here, Mark.
Looks like AJ Hartman just loses just a couple tenths there coming out of round 2 and into 3. Houghton able to pull on him, which we've consistently seen so far this race.
Into the uphill here. And again, this is where, when you've got a car that's got all this aero, you know, having to lean on it behind a driver when they're displacing all that air becomes a little challenging. Have the max speeds here on lap 5. Again, Eric Thompson, Celica, second quickest behind Alex Pites, 130.6 off into the turn 1. And then again, min speeds at the left-hander. Thompson carrying a bit more speed, 3 miles an hour there. Here comes Hartman again for the lead.
He's definitely figured out something so far in these first few laps there, coming out of turn 7 through the downhill. He's figured out something, getting a little bit closer than what we saw yesterday in race 1.
And just has to wait for a mistake unless you get that run into the first corner. But Hartman has been just chipping away at it, but loses a little ground there this time through.
I will say, you know, it's unfortunate for Hartman. He's looking at Houghton in front of him. Houghton is not going to be too scared.
Look at the cornering force.
Look at that, yep.
1.9 G on lap 6 of the race for James Houghton, 1.7 for Hartman. But again, this is because he's in that aero shadow. We saw him, Hartman, consistently higher than that in qualifying when he had clear air.
Yeah. So what I was saying there was Houghton is a very stable, steady driver. He's not going to, you know, be too. Even if you get in his mirrors, he's not going to be too distracted. So AJ's really going to, it's going to be a challenge, but let's see. AJ just not quite as close that time going through turn 1, now hitting turn 2. You see Houghton there just using that turn inside curb at turn 2 just to help hook the car a little bit, get it turned, and then he can get on power just a little bit quicker down to turn 3. And you can kind of see he gains a car length or 2 coming down to the Paul Newman straight.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch AJ just gain here and there and really keep James Houghton honest. And again, into the uphill, Hartman does not have to slow down nearly as much as some of the cars a bit deeper in the field. And of course, all these cars are running Firelink devices. This is where we're getting this live data from. Takes your most recent session, and the lap that we look at, you see Hartman again, fastest in the uphill of anybody, 92 miles an hour. And the Firelink will also upload this data to Fire Laps, and these drivers can go back and it'll actually tell them where to find speed. It was interesting, I was talking with, as we watch the battle for the lead again into turn 1, Hartman's really, really close, and not quite overlap on Houghton. He might get it here mid-corner.
Yeah, Houghton just kind of squeezed him down, gave him just enough room, but kept it tight. Really is going to make AJ Hartman earn it. Really clean racing, close racing. These guys are really going at it. Love to see it.
This is fantastic. But, you know, we were talking about drivers trying to find pace, and I was talking with Alex Pites yesterday, and he said, well, you know, the Fire Laps told me I could find about 1.5 seconds, and that was exactly what Hans Horpenal had told him when he looked at his data separately. So it was just really cool that that system is working and working so well. And also for the broadcast here, some great insights on Houghton making 133 miles an hour on the front straight there.
Yeah, that is at least half the equation. Finding out where you can find time, the second half of it is actually executing it, which may be the harder part.
This is going to be it, Mark.
AJ coming in hot.
Yeah, this is going to be running here into turn 1. He's not quite close enough. He's going to take a lunge on the brakes into the first corner, but not quite there. Houghton leaving a little opening there to the inside, leaving space for Hartman if he can get that new Edge Mustang to the inside corner.
Hartman there hooked the turn 2 inside curb, and you can see it actually helped him stay a little bit closer to Houghton, who was not on it. He was a little bit wider. So AJ now closer than he has been. We'll see if he can close up the uphill, and then you know, that may be even better for him coming down the downhill. This may be the closest he's been if he can stay there.
Yeah, over the crest there. Love when the revs climb and the car slams back down. And a couple minutes left in this race here now, and it's still 3 car lengths between Houghton and Hartman. You need Houghton to make a mistake. He just doesn't make a lot of those.
But no, he does not. AJ is close. We're going to do it once more. It doesn't take long for them to come back around, Kyle.
Classic Lime Rock battles. Running into turn 1. He's in the slipstream, but that TCR makes really good power. Tough to beat.
Yeah, and I can imagine there, again, being in that aero wash that those front tires of Hartman may start to scream a little bit. They may start to get a little overworked, and so he may start losing a little bit of that front end bite, start understeering, and then it just kind of compounds itself and gets a little bit worse.
Up onto the Paul Newman straight once again. A little bit of lap traffic. That's Alex Peitzer. You see the blue flag in the foreground waving. And yesterday that was a little bit of a moment for James Houghton to get around Alex Peitzer because they caught him here at the uphill. I think they'll get him before that this time by, so shouldn't cause too much strife. But this is an opportunity for Hartman to pounce if James even balks for a second.
Yeah, as James is coming down, he's got to feel comfortable that Peitz is going to be able to get out of the way and he can get that run so that Hartman doesn't get a run on him coming down. But it looks like that he timed it really well, and looks like as they all go down too wide, the leaders take the inside. AJ, gosh, he's close on him, but still just not quite close enough. He's keeping a tight line there through 2. Houghton able to just kind of make that mid-track line, gets the power down, and is just able to keep AJ behind him. A couple of things to note, just Bamforth, we saw Bamforth, Dave Bamforth and Hans Horpedahl come in, so they've come in through the pits and headed back, so they're still having some issues that they're working through, but at least able to get out there for a little bit.
Yeah, unfortunate. David Bamforth with such a strong start there up in second place early on. That Porsche Cayman certainly has potential. A really neat, well executed build here as well. But into West Bend, some more lap traffic. I think it's Jeff Zazoulis that they're coming up on next, the number 62 BMW. And they're running out of laps in this race for AJ Hartman to figure out something. He's much closer leaving turn 7 this time, already poking out a line. And he doesn't quite have overlap there, but Houghton's so strong on the front straight.
Yeah, Houghton's got just a little bit more of that top end speed, and so he's able to just gap him by, 2, 3, 4 mile an hour that just allows him to stay in front of him going into that braking zone at turn 1. I kind of wonder if maybe I'd be interested to talk with AJ. I wonder if he's trimmed out that rear wing at all, if he's thinking about doing that, maybe trying to gain just a couple more mile an hour down the front straight. That may, of course, cause some issues through the uphill or the other aero-dependent areas of the track, but seeing as that's the best chance for him to make a pass, he may trim that out a little bit.
I think you're right. I think there's a trade-off to be made. I mean, he's making really good corner speed, but when you're behind someone and your best passing opportunity is at the end of a long straight, maybe trading a little bit of that aero performance for some slipperiness on the straights wouldn't be a bad idea. Coming up past the start line here, 2 minutes and 40 seconds to go, and AJ Hartman is 4 car lengths back from James Houghton, and James so consistent on the brakes. But watch AJ here, mid-corner at Big Bend, just close that gap, leaning on that aero in a 90-mile-an-hour corner.
Yeah, absolutely. AJ's really strong on the entry of turn 1 and at the mid apex between turn 1 and turn 2, and then Houghton just a little bit better getting out of turn 2 to turn 3. And you get to see this yo-yo effect, and Houghton pulls a little bit harder out of turn 3 through turn 4 onto the Paul Newman straight. Already back to the uphill, and where we expect AJ Hartman to close back in as per usual.
Yeah, the ebb and flow of this race. It's been fun to watch. I think it's been a little more volatile than it was yesterday. AJ's been closer than he was at any point, so he's learning. Every lap he's following James Houghton, he has learned a thing or two as they come out of turn 7, down the hill, white flag waving. This will be the last lap around Lime Rock Park for GLGT Race 2.
Really impressed with both of these drivers up front. One, Houghton just able to withstand this constant onslaught. AJ Hartman really able to stay close, put the pressure on him. I mean, I can only imagine how difficult it is to really be in there trying to just figure out little nuances. Where can I gain a tenth, half a tenth here to try and put me in a better position? So really incredible driving by both of these guys. DeLucia still in 3rd, Thompson in 4th.
And note also that AJ has a better lap than James Houghton, so it should flip the script for the grid for race 3, which will help AJ quite a bit. If he can get out in front of James Houghton, I think that's when he has clean air on his aero. He'll be in a great spot here for the tail end of the race.
I think you are absolutely right. If he could get out front, it looks like that he could get that clean air and have the aero working better. I bet that he might be able to actually keep keep Houghton in front, behind him as they come to the checkered flag.
Here we go. James Houghton 2 for 2, but not by much. Less than 0.2 of a second. Make it 0.18 behind is A.J. Hartman in second place, keeping James Houghton on his toes. Third place will be Chris DeLucia, who will grab out another podium here. And as far as the weekend points are concerned, if we'll have a look at those, that's going to be another gain for James Houghton here. Bottom right of your screen, but the battle for the podium, David Bamforth, if he can get back out there next race, again, DeLucia is only 2 points ahead here, so good opportunity for Bamforth, or even for Pites if he can get up a little higher up on the grid there and score a podium to move his way up. But look at this side by side between Houghton and AJ.
I guarantee you they're probably giving each other thumbs up, and they're going to get out of the car, they're going to give each other high fives. That was an incredible battle, and that is what they come here for, right? That is what this GLGT is all about. Two very different cars, and seeing them battle ultimately less than 0.2 of a second. That is exactly what GRIDLIFE is all about.
Let's have a look at the race results here for GRIDLIFE GT race number 2. We saw him on the left-hand side of the screen. It's James Houghton, A.J. Hartman, Chris DeLucia, Eric Thompson, and Jeffrey Zazoulis in the number 62. Then Pites, Bamforth, and Horpedal. You mentioned Bamforth and Horpedal off the racetrack, but that was a fun one between those two, and we get to see him 2 more times today.
Absolutely. I love seeing, A.J. trying to kind of figure out where he can gain. Houghton trying to figure out how he can defend a little bit better, and as you said, I am super excited to see how this is going to go for race 3, where it looks like, based on, we'll see, but it looks like that A.J. Hartman is going to be on the pole for race 3, so I am super excited to see how that works out.
Let's have a look at the highlights here from GRIDLIFE GT race number 2. It was a thriller between the drivers at the front of the field, and on the start of the race, look at this, almost 4 wide down the front straightaway with Eric Thompson trying to find a way in. Kind of balked A.J. Hartman there for just a moment, let Bamforth get through in that Porsche Cayman, but when they went down to turn 1 a couple laps later, the big push from the Porsche led him off course, let Hartman through, and let Hartman pursue James Houghton for the race lead mark.
Yeah, really hope David can maybe get that Porsche figured out, because then that would be a third car to run up front. I think he could probably stick with the guys up front. You can see him, David chasing Thompson right there, and then as per usual, we see Houghton and A.J. Hartman going through the uphill. Hartman, again, 90+ mile an hour at the peak speed at the top of the hill.
He was really pushing hard, trying to chase James Houghton down. And again, lap after lap, it was just nip and tuck. But it was James Houghton that won race number 2 of GRIDLIFE GT here at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Falcon tires, race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
For cars new and old, whether it's your first car or you've had a few in your day, their parts live a hard and sometimes short life. You then have a choice to make. Hope it works or know it works. At FCP Euro, we've been helping enthusiasts fix, maintain, and upgrade their cars with quality European car parts and hand-curated service kits since 1986.
There's a moment behind the wheel of what I've built, where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's a non-zero sugar to get me there.
These are my race treads for going the distance.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends at Lime Rock Park. We're in day 2, the final day of action in GRIDLIFE's 6th round of 2025. And this is our 4th year here at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. We've had the GRIDLIFE Rush Series the last handful of years, and the driver that finished 3rd twice yesterday, Andy Vogel, is the runner-up in the championship, and Cerise caught up with him after being on the podium twice yesterday.
All right, guys, we're checking back in here with Andy Vogel. Andy, yesterday you had a pretty consistent couple sessions. You came in 3rd in the first and 3rd in the second. Do you have any plans on honing in on Hosey and Leach?
I do. We're trying some things this morning, but we busted a splitter in the warm-up, so not looking ideal, and we don't have an extra splitter. Okay. So we'll see if we can make up that 3/10s, 4/10s gap without all of our splitter.
Okay. And now explain to the people why that's so significant for these cars out there.
Yeah, it just half of like if you have a piece of the splitter missing, it kind of just messes with the aerodynamics of the car. So now the air is not going to flow as it should underneath the car, which will probably create some push, some understeer. But I know how to drive around it, so we'll see what we can do.
Yeah, this isn't your first rodeo. We know that. We've seen you out here in a couple different fleets, but we're happy to have you here in Rush this weekend. All right, guys, so currently sitting in 3rd. Let's see if you can push back up. You got some stiff competition.
For sure. They're great drivers, but we all they're making me better, so I can't complain.
Oh, that was very wholesome of you. All right, guys, stay tuned for more. Rush coming up.
Thanks, Cerise. And Andy Vogel, again, strong performances all season long, and especially this weekend, but just hasn't broken through for his first victory of the year yet. You know that weighs on him here, and he's going to be up in the mix again. How brave do you get to try to sneak that first victory in?
Yeah, I was talking to him yesterday about the nuance that he's maybe missing, that last 0.5%, 1% to catch Hosey and Ryan Leach, and he was just talking about how it's difficult to get the seat time and the sim time to try and find that little bit. And I told him, you got up to speed so fast, and then it's just missing just that little 1%. And it's really hard to find in those cars. So, I'm hoping that he can find it here and through the rest of the season.
Yeah, GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends packing the house here in the paddock and up at the top, the concourse, bringing in JDM Legends in collaboration with Prime NYC. They do a great job there. You see some of the cars there, bottom right of the screen. Really, really neat entries over there. There's a whole bunch of Supras and NSXs and all these poster cars from, when we were all kids looking up at the wall. And we were talking yesterday about how my little personal circuit legend is pacing the field here this weekend, which I'm really excited about. And, of course, the GRIDLIFE Rush Series, we raced 2 races yesterday, which is another additional race than the rest of the series. So we only have 2 more left today. This is Rush Series Race 3 coming up in just a moment's time. As the cars start, in a moment, we'll start rolling down towards the exit of pit lane here. When we get the green flag, it's 12 to 15 minutes here, Ito, and for the race starts, we've seen them be really aggressive and then they settle in. So how important is that first lap to establish your position for where you probably end up for the rest of the race?
Yeah, it's super critical, especially for the top 4, where they're kind of really setting their order. And Blair has done a really good job of maintaining his lead heading into turn 1 and through the 1, 2, 3, 4 complex, which is what you see here. That's super critical, and especially if somebody gets on your inside for turn 4, which is the right-hander into Paul Newman straight, they can really leave you behind. So that's the most critical part, is that you try and stay around, you try and maintain overlap through 1, 2, and 3, but then you got to pull into line astern into 4 so that you can maintain your momentum down Paul Newman straight.
Yeah, the curbs here, we talked about these yesterday, those concrete painted or unpainted areas, just bare concrete here at Lime Rock. Those are very, very tall. And there's a couple places around here where you can sort of use the rumbles in a Rush SR. That would be the left-hander in particular, where they're ripple curbing, but everywhere else it's smooth curbs, but they're just tall, and when you get up on them, they're going to upset the chassis. So you're probably not going to see drivers really get up on them unless they're trying to avoid an incident.
Yeah.
But especially here in Big Bend, it's probably the only other place where you could probably use them to your advantage, but in a Rush SR, it's still pretty aggressive down there.
Yeah, in Big Bend, some people put their inside wheel right up against the curb. There's a little bit of a dip there that helps kind of pull them in through the corner. And then really the only inside curb that you really abuse here is the turn 2 inside curbing. A lot of the full cars, the production cars, they take that curbing a lot. I think in these cars, I don't think you can do that. I think you just hit the splitter on the top of the curbing and do some damage there. So I don't think you can use a lot of the curbing in these cars here just because of how big they are.
Yeah, Carson Crystal splitting the field here on the pit lane. And have a look at the weekend points there on the right. Blair Hosey leading with 53. 2 race wins, 25 points each, plus 3 points for qualifying. Ryan Leach is in second place and Andy Vogel in third, but James French not too far away with 33 points in fourth, and Nico Bratz in fifth. We'll have a look at our starting lineup here in just a moment and run you down the grid. There it is, Blair Hosey in the number 8 on the front row with Ryan Leach once again. And starting alongside in row 2 will be Andy Vogel and James French. And then starting alongside in row number 3, it's Nico Bratz and Jason Ayler in 5th and 6th. In 7th place, it's Bryce Mersberger and Nate Hamilton in 8th, rounding out the 4th row. And then in row 5, it's going to be Michael Parati and Ayrton Grimm.
Yeah, and now in 11th, we're going to have TJ Hunt, who's maintained that position throughout the weekend. Brett DiGiacomo in 12th. And then on the 7th row, we've got Gage Hughes in 13th and Matt Wilson in 14th. Then on the 8th row, we've got Lee Keller in 15th, Jeremy Boyson in 16th. And then row 9, we've got Bill Dorrance in 17th and Jake Sanders in 18th. And then finally, row 10, we've got Michael Woodward in 19th and Joseph Tang in 20th.
Yeah, starting in 21st place, it's going to be Paul Klitsch in the number 71. Larry Brady starts 22nd in the number 59. Then it's Jalen Batley in the number 88, starting in 23rd with AJ Campo alongside him in 24th. Then Jeff Hardesty in the 25th spot, and Ethan Alexander rounding out the 13 rows, 26 cars in this third race of the weekend. There's that's Paul Klitsch in the 71. Nico Bratz in a very similar car. There's Jalen Batley. He had a couple mechanical issues that relegated him down the order, but we know how fast he is. He should be a real threat to move his way up, at least into the top 10 here in this race.
Yeah, and I'm looking forward to seeing whether Mersberger can get back up into the top 5. He had the pace for it based on qualifying, and then he had an issue in race 1, and he's been spending the whole weekend coming back from that. So we'll see whether he can come and bring the fight to Bratz to get into the top 5, and maybe French in 4th.
So again, the other thing to note here with this season-long championship is Ryan Leach has really been commanding of it. Blair Hosey, though, I think is going to be closing in based on the weekend he's had so far. If Blair wins a third race and has the points from winning pole, it becomes really challenging for anyone else to mathematically win the weekend unless he has a disaster of a race 4. So if Blair Hosey is up in the front here, this is going to be, and stays there, it's going to be a fantastic weekend for him here at Lime Rock Park. And then he has WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca to look forward to later this year.
Yeah, and I'm curious whether, if he keeps this up, whether he can slowly claw back into the championship fight with Ryan Leach. I know he missed 3 races compared to Ryan, but he's been doing so good that I'm curious to see whether he finds a way to get back into that championship fight by the end of the season.
Cars working their way through Big Bend and heading into the left-hander. There's only one left-hand turn on this entire racetrack. There's a slight little kink on the back straightaway, but we don't really call it that. Have a look at Circuit Legends. Packed house here with the car concourse and the campers. Basically sold-out crowd over there. There was a lot of energy last night, karaoke and everything. Look at Lime Rock Park with GRIDLIFE presence. We're so thankful to Dickie Regal and all of the shareholders, all the people that make this possible for us to be here. We so appreciate Lime Rock, their hospitality, all the corner workers and the safety workers here that are putting in the effort. They make this truly a great event for us, and we're so excited to be back again this year.
Yeah, I make the 14-hour drive, and it's totally worth it. What a beautiful place in the smack dab in the northern part of the Appalachia, in a kind of valley surrounded by mountains, beautiful green valley. Also, there's some bears around here, apparently.
Yep.
So apparently some corner workers have seen some bears, so it's a really cool spot. Come check it out.
Yeah, pretty cool. Down the hill, lights are off on the pace car. Blair Hosey and Ryan Leach on the front row. Blair in the blue and white, Ryan Leach in the two-face car, the black and white, number 56. Time to go racing at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends in the penultimate race of the weekend for the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. 26 cars in line, waiting to let loose the 1000cc GSX motorcycle engines. Here we go, green flag, and we're underway. The GRIDLIFE Rush Series at Lime Rock Park.
Yeah, Blair Hosey got a really good start there, and Ryan Leach got a little bit bogged down, and he tried to go up the inside of Ryan, but just couldn't quite make it there into turn 1.
Yeah, so far, so good. I think everybody has kept the cars in the right direction so far. Track gets narrow here on the entrance to turn 3, at least the racing line does. A little bit of side-by-side there. Bryce Mersberger trying to charge his way forward to that white and red number 114. A little bit tight there. Big wiggle from the 31 of Parati, who's underneath Nate Hamilton in the yellow car.
Yeah, Nico Bratz lost out on that start because Mersberger's ahead of him. as they come up into the uphill. Nate Hamilton right behind Nico Bratz, moving up a spot there, and then Jason Ayler also got ahead of Nico Bratz.
Oh, big slide for somebody. I think that was Ayler in the 74. He's going to bottle everybody up.
Three
wide into the downhill, and Bratz steals a spot.
Yeah, great job from Bratz. Let's see, though, if Merzberger is going to draft him down this front straightaway and see if he can make a move into turn 1. Hamilton also lost out on that exchange.
This has been fun. Well, a little lock up there for Vocal into the first corner. Nate Hamilton having a look at Merzberger, who tucks the nose into the inside of Bratz, and he takes the spot
move.
Back.
Yeah, and now Merzberger's gotten well ahead of him into turn 3 now, and it definitely looks like Vocal's maybe suffering from that broken splitter a little bit with that front lockup.
Oh, Ayler's got trouble, and he forced Merzberger onto the curb. That 74 car's out of control. Bratz is going to try to take advantage of it on the Paul Newman straight, but where do you go? Left, right, center? Into the uphill they go, now line astern again.
This fight from 5th all the way to 10th is super tight, has been tight all series. Looks like Nate had a little bit of a loose moment up the uphill.
That's Parati trying to get to the inside of the pink car, but could not do it. Backed off on the run to West Bend. Little dust kicked up top of the hill. That was Hamilton, Parati, and Ayrton Grimm in the 121 cars in that conversation as well. Crossing the stripe here, Hosey and Leach, less than half a second between them. Have a look at the championship points as they run. Look at the gain for Vocal, 324 points, but again, it's not a gain on Leach. It is a gain on French, though, on Bratz, who's a little bit deeper in the field.
Yeah, and it seems like Leach is hanging with Blair just a little bit better in this race, and French is kind of putting a gap to Andy. Andy clearly suffering from that aerodynamic loss from that front splitter. It'll be interesting to see whether Leach can stay with Hosey for the rest of the race.
And we're hearing reports in the paddock of sprinkling. You see there's a tiny little cell that's in the area here, so we're getting a little bit of precip in the paddock. I don't know that it'll be enough to stick. I don't know it'll be enough to affect the race, but certainly can be a distraction if you start seeing those raindrops on your helmet visor.
Yeah, absolutely. And somebody went for a ride down the downhill and left a bunch of dust in the air. And again, it's still Hosey, Leach, French, and Andy line astern, with Ayler taking up the 5th place spot. Kind of a cork in the bottle for 5th through 10th place.
Yeah, this battle's all over the racetrack. That's why the GRIDLIFE Rush Series has been so thrilling. And Ryan Leach has been denied so far this weekend. He was denied all 4 races at Road America, I should say. But look at best lap. 28 thousandths better than Blair Hosey, so that's advantage Leach right now, is at least on the timesheets.
Looks like there's a fight heading into turn 3 that was somewhere in the teens for position. But yeah, I mean, Ryan looks like he's a lot closer to Blair in this race, so maybe he can catch up, maybe he can make it a fight for the win here in race 3.
Navigating around.
Oh, there's a car that's in the backwards at the exit of turn 4. We'll see if that's going to end up needing a yellow to get recovered.
See that, so I was looking away when you pointed that out, so we'll have to see it next. Oh, there it is, 13, Elite Kellert.
Yeah, so that's good. The race is going to stay green here.
Oh, big wiggle for Hosey. Really big wiggle on the brakes. He got it wound down somehow, though, but that's about as much as you can push it before the back end steps out. He's got great car control, understands these cars well, obviously.
Yeah.
Being, one of the people involved with creating the Rush Auto Works brand, but that car is sliding around a lot right now.
Yeah, from an outside observer, somebody who has experience with IMSA aerodynamics, these cars look very unstable in a big pitch. So it looks like they're a little bit front heavy in terms of front aero balance when they get into the braking zone, and that makes them really loose on that entry, which I see Blair Hosey takes advantage of a lot.
Yeah, they have a short wheelbase too, so once you get them sideways, again, they have a lot more controllability than you'd expect based on driver feedback, and you've seen a lot of yaw in them be controllable, but beyond a certain point, it just gets challenging because of physics, so.
Yeah, absolutely, and Lime Rock Park is a medium speed track. All of these turns require just a dab of brakes to get the car pivoted and then back on throttle to stabilize. That's really hard to maintain when you've got a car that's a little bit pitch sensitive like these.
And again, watching Blair, that car's been doing that all weekend long, and he hasn't lost it yet, but he really seems like he's on the edge of what's possible to maintain. Trouble on the back straightaway. It's the 148 of Joseph Tang, who's found himself trackside, and it doesn't look, that's a strange spot for it to go off. The yellow flag is waving.
Yeah, big waving. He's right in the middle of the track there at the end of the Paul Newman straight. Let's see if he can get the car going again. It's going to be difficult, though. He has to make sure he stays going forward, because if he goes backwards there, it's going to be a real problem.
Yeah, and again, they can't leave him like that for very long.
There at West Bend.
Ooh, that was dicey.
Yeah, just a little bit held up. Ryan Leach there a little bit, but doesn't seem like enough. The gaps seem about the same.
So field comes out of the final corner, and the double yellows are out full course yellow for the 148 of Joseph Tang, stuck on the Paul Newman straight, and the pace car deployed right off the nose of Blair Hosey.
Important to note, James French has the fastest lap here right now. He just set it on this very last lap, so French clearly has found some pace here in this race. Let's see if the restart can bring them back together and see if they can fight Blair Hosey for the win here.
Yeah, so the car stopped here is Joseph Tang, the number 148. You mentioned James French just running his best lap of the race.
Yeah, top 3 within a second. We haven't seen that in the other races yet, so that's going to be really fun to watch when this safety car ends. Should be a quick safety car. It seems like that car is easy to recover, so hopefully we'll get quite a few more laps of green racing.
And Lime Rock Park does an exceptional job with the recoveries. What they'll do is they'll just grab this car and likely just drag it to the chicane. And that's enough out of the way that they can just drag it there, and then we can resume racing, although they might take the opportunity if they've already got it on the hook to pull it all the way back to the pit lane here. But plenty of time left to go. We're still only about halfway through this race, and we got a yellow with only 5 minutes to go in Ibach GLTC and did get restarted. So I would say that it's likely that we will see a restart, but how many laps left in the race when we get it is the question.
Yeah, this should, I bet we'll get, at least 3 or 4 laps here at minimum, just based on where that car is, how easy they are to extricate from the track. I'm curious what happened. I don't know if he just pulled off from a mechanical or if he had some sort of spin or issue. It's a weird angle.
Yeah,
where he got stationary.
It doesn't. I mean, there are some tire marks there, but I can't tell if those are from him or not. But it doesn't look like there's any significant bodywork damage. So again, it could have just kind of spiraled into that spot. But it's a tough place to go off at the speeds these cars are going and not hit something. It doesn't look like he did. So.
Yeah, it was down basically at the end of the Paul Newman straightaway. So maybe the car just gave out on him. He was trying to limp it home, and he just didn't make it quite far enough.
Tried to roll downhill. The track kind of cambers to the right there, too, so maybe that was an attempt to get off the course. But drivers are weaving back and forth, keep their tires nice and clean for the almost inevitable restart, I'd have to say, with how much time we've got left on the board and how easy it is to get this track cleared out with an exceptional safety team like Lime Rock Parks.
How's the weather looking, Kyle?
Let's have another look at it here, because, again, we were told that there were some sprinkles in the paddock. But again, it's just sort of dissipating around us, so I don't know that it's going to stick around long enough to impact us there. You see just high above the clouds. I mean, there are clouds in the area. It could sprinkle, but it's not going to be a sustained rain to make the track wet. But again, a distraction for sure. And then when you go off into the corner and you have a wiggle and you start to get in your mind, hey, maybe there is some sprinkles, right? It reduces your confidence.
Absolutely, yeah. And as a driver, when you're really pushing it, and then you see those sprinkles in your windshield, or in these cases their helmet visor, it really starts making you questions like, okay, is this next corner going to have all the grip I expect? Is this next corner going to have it? And you kind of have to start. You kind of get braver and braver. You just kind of try and suppress that feeling just a little bit until the car tells you that, hey, the grip is different now, and you just hope that it tells you in a nice enough way before it does it in a really mean way.
Yeah, mean way for sure.
Mean being, anyway.
I know exactly what you mean. Just a note, I mentioned this earlier, but the marbles on the racetrack are significant, and Juliet, who's driving the pace car, mentioned that the traction control was going off basically the entire time from how slippery it was on the marbles. And for those that aren't familiar with the term marbles, Ito, explain to those that are maybe new to racing what that means.
Yeah, marbles, aka OPR, other people's rubber. Basically, it's the little balls of rubber that roll off the tire as it's being shaved effectively across the surface of the track. So as you lean into the turn, the tire grips up, and there's this mechanical friction between the tire rubber and the rough road, and that does a little bit of shaving here and there of the rubber that's coming off the top of the top surface of the tire. That turns into marbles. They're called marbles because they can look like balls. So and then again, other people's rubber. And then because you take the racing line, and the physics take that rubber that's shaved away to the outside of the line. And so what happens is, especially when you're trying to pass and you're trying to make a move, especially on the outside, you can end up in those marbles, and then basically they get in the way between the fresh rubber on your tire and the road, and that leads to you losing grip. And so it makes you slower. It can lead to other problems. So yeah, that's that's the extremely too physical description of what marbles are.
It's like dragging an angry cat to the vet, just grabbing it by the scruff of the neck and jamming it in the crate.
Doesn't look like there's anything wrong with it, so it might have just been a mechanical. Yeah, I mean, it's better than flatbedding some big Corvette or Subaru or Honda or something like that.
Yeah, just grab it by the scruff of the neck and drag it back to the paddock and.
Come here.
Yeah.
You're in timeout.
Owen Horse and I were joking last year at Road America how it's like from Toy Story, the claw.
the claw.
Reaching down to grab it.
Yeah.
Lightweight cars, easy enough to snack. Lights are out on the pace car. That means we're going green next time by here, Ito.
Yeah, this will be a really fun to watch. Did somebody get ahead of Andy? That was weird. Andy wasn't fourth in line there. I think.
James French has scored third now.
Yeah, we'll see if we get another angle. But definitely there was a car between, there's a car between French. Oh, it could be the lap car. It's the lap car that Andy didn't quite clear. So yeah, that's a little bit of a disadvantage for Andy there for sure. But we'll see if James and Ryan can stick with Blair Hosey on this restart.
Yeah, here we go. Pace car is going to head down through the downhill. And we have got about 3 minutes left on the clock, so it should be 3 or 4 laps. And Blair Hosey in command. He's staying pretty far driver's left right now. That could leave him vulnerable unless he sort of cuts over to the right. You see him cheating over there now. Green flag. We're back underway in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. Ryan Leach got a nice run. He's going to go driver's left. Battle for the top spot for the first time this weekend. Leach has overlap on the number 8.
Oh, and Merzberger showed his nose to Andy but backed out of it. And let's see if Ryan can stay with overlap heading to turn 3. Doesn't look like he has quite enough there.
Oh, he's in there. Ryan Leach jams the car up the inside. They make contact. Pushes the 8 of Hosey offline and takes the lead away.
This is going to bring James French into it. The more they fight, the more James is going to get into it. But Ryan Leach has cleared Blair Hosey, and now Blair has to worry about James French in his mirrors.
Yeah, that's the first time since our last festival event, GRIDLIFE Midwest Festival, that Ryan Leach has tasted the lead of a race and been able to keep it, because he was up front battling with James French at Road America, ended up losing that race. We're coming down the hill here, and it's about an 8 car length advantage now as they come up onto the front straight.
Yeah, great lap from Ryan Leach. He really turned on and got ahead of Blair Hosey, and now he's going to try and make the gap. James French has fallen behind just a little bit from these two. Blair getting real sideways in the braking zone of turn 1.
Yeah, there's a lot of drivers battling midfield here as well. Big lunge sideways for the number 8. He gathered it all up. Spin, turn 1. Brent DiGiacomo's around at the top of the screen there, and I'm not sure if there was contact, but there were 2 and 3 wide there for a moment. He'll get back rolling. Didn't hit anything, but down the order he will drop, and that is unfortunate because he was P11 right ahead of Michael Parati.
Yeah, he was having a really good race there. Just got a little bit loose into turn 1 and had himself a spin. Again, Ryan Leach though, 37 thousandths advantage in terms of lap time. So again, they're so close, but Ryan seems to have figured something out for this race to get ahead of Blair Hosey.
Well, they're going to run out of laps here pretty shortly down through turn 7. Hosey trying to reel the 56 back in, the championship leader. White flag last lap around Lime Rock Park. 1.5 miles left to sort this one out.
Yeah, let's see whether Ryan just has to put together a clean lap. Blair's really pushing the braking zone there. You can see that Blair's really confident on the brakes. He's trying to make up room on the brakes, but it might be setting him up badly for the rest of the turn, especially 1-2, which is a decreasing radius corner. You want to make sure you can hit that late apex.
Through turn 3 and 4, it's 4 car lengths now, and I think his best opportunity is gone, but he's just got to charge, be braver in the uphill, be braver in West Bend. But Ryan Leach has so much experience in open wheel cars that he really knows how to trust the downforce in a last lap scenario like this.
Yeah, absolutely, and unless he makes a big error here, he's done a really great job. He took advantage of the restart and took the lead from Blair Hosey. Looking good there. I think they're clear. Ryan Leach is going to take the win here in race 3.
Yeah, down the hill here, coming back to the checkered flag. Ryan Leach, for the first time since Midwest Festival, will pick up a win in the GRIDLIFE Rush Series. Leach, Hosey, French, Vogel, top 4. Bryce Merzberger finishes in 5th place.
Thumbs up from Blair. He likes it. I think Ryan also giving the thumbs up. That was a fun race for both of them. I'm sure they're glad to have to race each other like that. It's fun to watch, and it's fun to be a part of.
Yeah, again, for Blair Hosey, you might say, well, didn't they run into each other? But Leach had the overlap, had the opportunity, and I think he could have done it without the touch there. And it was just the slightest of touches.
It was close.
Touched?
Yeah, it was very close. It wasn't egregious at all. It was hard fought, but you know, I think Ryan made a really good move there, really kind of forced Blair into the defensive there.
And look how the weekend points shape up here. It's going to be Hosey by 74 over Leach, so that's closes things quite a bit here as we get closer to the end of this thing.
Yeah, it gives him hope. And Volkel, he's now only 1 point ahead of James French. So, you know, another result like this, and Volkel might end up losing the podium spot to James French in the weekend.
Yeah, really, really fun to watch. Let's have a look at race results here for the Rush Series race number 3. If we can get them, I think I might have waited a little too long for it. My apologies there, but we saw the top 5 with the 56 of Ryan Leach getting it done. And I guess we'll have a look at highlights here in just a moment's time. That was a fun race. Let's have a look at the highlights of GridLife Rush Series race number 3 of the weekend. And on the start, it was Hosey and Leach that were side by side, as they have been all race long. On the start, a little bit of smoke and argy-bargy in the background, but everyone kept it straight here early on, Ito. And look at this, up over the crest. Watch the cars just get light over the top there.
Ooh, that was De Giacomo with air underneath his front tires.
Yeah, and then the caution came out for Joseph Tang, stopped on the backstretch, and then on the restart, on the outside, Ryan Leach grabbed some overlap there, swung around the outside, and oops, almost gave it back to Blair Hosey there, but held on to it and wins the GridLife Rush Series race number 3. It was a great battle, but Ryan Leach back on top of the GridLife Rush Series. Here at GridLife Circuit Legends, we've got more coverage coming your way here in just a little while. But the next session you're going to see is Ibach GLTC race number 3 at around 12:25. We'll see you in an hour for Ibach GLTC.
family owns a scrap business, and I've been operating skid steers and other machinery just since I was like 4 years old. So I guess that's how I've always been. Like, I just like to operate and drive stuff to their limit. It's always been in me. Luke's cool as a cucumber, on track and in the paddock. Right, Luke? I mean, me and Luke are technically teammates. We're in the same garage. We talk to each other all the time, at the track, at home. I live like 4 hours from him, but we'll talk on the phone all the time. He's definitely slightly faster than me. Practice, I was like fighting my mindset. I knew what times I should be running close to, and I was like, I am way off. Like, I don't really know if the car's making as much power as it should be or if it's making too much. But I was like, I'll get those sorted out by qualifying. I'll go over some data with Lou. Then the car broke. Okay, got a problem here. Road America, cool down lap, car shuts down, doesn't really have any faults, oil pressure looks fine. And then back in the garage, again, nothing really looks wrong with the car. And you crank it and it pukes oil out of the catch can. The fuel pressure's fine. The spark, we checked one spark plug was okay. So why would that happen exactly? Eric Magnuson, he has an LS in his car. Luke, Adam Ulrich, like all of them have LSs with dry sump systems. It's like, oh, have you ever seen this? Like, is this something you've ever dealt with? Okay, let's pull this apart and watch this while it cranks. Let's pull this apart and watch this while it cranks. No, I know, but can you see a rocker arm to see if like a timing chain broke or something? Does that all look like it's still plugged in? The stress was definitely building a lot because at that point I still felt like I could make qualifying and I still felt like my race weekend was salvageable. I just like didn't want to believe it was like a mechanical problem that was going to stop my weekend. Okay, all right, we're going to try to pull the crank sensor out. I think my crank sensor failed. I'm going to fix this and I'm racing this weekend. Like that was determined. Get nervous, like, oh, like, is this going to be it? Should I go put my race suit on while Joey buttons this up and like maybe I can like go make it out right as they're rolling. All right, go ahead, crank it. Where's Luke? What the heck is going on? No, it's still not fixed.
We've got cars on course right now for GridLife Touring Cup qualifying. Missing from the top 20 is the runner-up in the championship right now. That's Matan Rosenberg. And I don't see him.
I don't know if I saw him. I don't think I've seen him come across us either.
And as far as I knew, everything was running well for him.
Yeah.
But he does not appear to have made a lap so far.
Let's yank all the spark plugs. Sometimes when you get in that mindset of, I'm going to get this fixed, then you like overlook or like force yourself not to look at obvious things like,
holy shit,
number 7 spark plug is crushed.
Oh, that's a problem. Valve or piston or both.
The saddest part about it all is we spent 3 hours diagnosing it, 4 hours, because we didn't pull that plug because it was super far back. So I don't know. I mean, we're gonna take it apart. I mean, like part of me is like, I don't know, just leave it and fix it next year, you know. It is what it is. Like being upset about it doesn't help. So like you're like fighting, am I gonna go like mope around the track or like, you know, pack up all my stuff and just go home and be upset about it? You can't let yourself go down that road.
Welcome to Road America. Kyle Heyer joined by Owen Horst and by Matan Rosenberg. And Matan, welcome. So I assume you're done for the weekend. Is that sort of the scenario, or you're looking to try to fix?
No, my engine's done for the weekend, unfortunately. But I already drove out here, and I already have camp set up. So I'm going to enjoy the GridLife Festival.
Awesome. One of the most scenic tracks in North America. Probably one of the most scenic tracks in the world. GridLife Touring Cup, race number 1 from Road America. Green flag, and we're racing at the National Park of Speed, and a good launch by the 330 and the 41. Gary Wimble pops out looking 3 wide, and it's a dead heat. Lichty versus McGrew towards turn 1. Big pack of cars. They're 3 wide to the first corner here. Matan, tight quarters on this opening lap.
Lots of 3 wide action there going on. Looks like everybody made it through clean so far. Looks good. It was difficult watching there. Like you kind of have to think to yourself, like, man, like, could I have been challenging that guy right now? You know, like, could I have been fighting for that spot?
Defense from the 7 down towards turn 5.
Same with Aaron.
I think Luke was side by side with Eric Magnuson.
Wow, Dana's keep holding it together. Can he hold it around the outside in turn 7 here?
Big wiggle. He's off, and Wimble spins right center track, and that's a bad place to be. Contact and crash at turn 6. And Eric Cattill's nose
collected from there a little bit too.
All punched in.
Yeah.
And that is going to be very, very frustrating. We saw Austin Hurdle in there. We saw Tyler Pappas in the midst of all that. Yeah, full course yellow in this one. Let's have a look at the replay of this incident.
Not everybody's dealt with crash damage, but almost all of us have assembled our cars. They spent all the money and time to get here. They put in all the hours and hours and hours in their garage, at their shop, and it's like gone, right? And so like you feel for them a lot. You really hate to see it. You know, you're watching from this perspective, and especially for me, you know, these are my friends who I race with all the time. But hopefully everybody can learn from the situation and come away and talk about it.
Well, it's not under the conditions we wanted, but checkered flag for the end of day one and for GRIDLIFE Touring Cup. Race 1, Luke McGrew is going to add to the win total that he has gotten this season. It'll be his 7th win of 2024.
Like, I think I can get back out there. I mean, I don't know what I'll do with the bumper.
Leave it, tape it up. That was terrible to watch. It really was.
I thought I could fucking save it too. Like, I'm sorry to be part of the cause of this chain reaction. Yeah. I saw that.
I think the mindset you need to have is just be as clean as you can on track at all times, but still you have to know in the back of your head, you know, anything can happen to anybody, you know, at any time. You know, I mean, you can get just caught up in something, and that's just kind of what happened this weekend.
Shit has hit the figurative fan, and there's a lot of guys here that love to jump in and solve problems. And so when that happens, you just try to build up a little enthusiasm, empathize with the person who's struggling, and help them out. This series, more than any other, seems to bring the best out of people. It's like an insurance policy, right? Like knowing that the collective will come to support you when you have an individual, you know, bad day or bad experience. So I want to pitch in with the guys, and you know, part of that's because I enjoy the challenge, and another part of it is because I know they do the same for me.
I think we all know what we want, and I think yesterday was not what we want. I want 3 absolutely perfect races, and I know we can do it because we have done it many, many times. This place is very dangerous. I don't want to pull anybody out of a wall. I don't want anybody to have to fix their shit tonight, or tomorrow, or next week, before the next race. I don't want anybody to quit after the race. I don't want anybody to go to the hospital. It's all very, very real. This place is very dangerous.
Yesterday, we didn't get the race that we were hoping for, Matan. An early accident at turn 7 after a spin. Unfortunately, Austin Hurdle's weekend looks to be over and done with. The car should be repairable. Eric Catil, though, he got his car repaired, and I saw that car out here this morning. He looks good to go.
Yeah, it looked like a bunch of guys got together and helped Eric get that thing knocked back into shape a little bit, good enough to race today. So I think as long as we can get some green racing, I think it's going to be a great race here.
We'll try this again. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup at Road America. Flag flies. Magnussen gets a great launch in the 330. They're side by side down towards turn 1.
Look at that. Is that James Howden helping Eric Magnussen push by Luke?
For the first corner.
Eric Magnussen pulled a little bit ahead of Luke McGrew there. Luke's car is going to be real strong on this middle straight, so it'll be interesting to see how he closes the gap here. You know, you, in your own car, you only have control of what you are doing. You make the decision of how much room you leave and how close to the limit you're going to push it. And it is only amplified and more obvious when you're in a car racing, doing 100 through the kink next to somebody, right? Everybody has to be precise, everybody has to be on their game, everybody has to be in the right mindset of, you know, I'm not going to make a move when it really isn't there.
Now coming up through Billy Mitchell Bend, turn 13, Magnussen with the 7 trailing hot on his heels. Luke has already driven right by him on the outside. Luke McGrew takes the lead away towards turn 1. Can anybody defeat Luke McGrew? The strength of that car has been in a straight line. Here comes Lichty, deep on the brakes into 5 on the outside of Eric Magnussen.
You know, if Lichty keeps pressuring Eric like this and keeps battling, it might just allow Luke to run away with this. Looks like the pace car is coming out here, Kyle.
And looks like we do have a safety car, and it will slow the field down here as they work their way by the main flag stand. And this time, so that is Jake Jornstad's car. Is that Jake?
It looks like there might be a fire inside.
Yeah, there is a fire in the car. You see Jake getting out of the way, getting out of the car and to safety as quickly as he can. You see red flag now.
Red flag, red flag.
A fire is That's like probably one of the scarier things to see in a race car. You get burned pretty quick.
Road America safety team immediately on scene, and they're going to go to work. And this is one of the most professional crews in all of motorsports, Baton.
Absolutely, Kyle. And I mean, that's something where, again, you can only control what you do. That was something completely out of anybody's control.
After another shortened race here for GridLife Touring Cup because of a fire on course, drivers okay, and we just got to get some green flag laps, Baton. We got to get the momentum rolling. It was going so well the first handful of laps.
Yeah, we had some good battles forming there, and just never got to really see them work their way out. So I hope for race 3 and 4 we get some more green laps here.
Coming into the weekend, most of the time I try to focus on building on the previous week, and that gets real difficult because you can have one setback, one little thing can ruin a session for you, and then you feel like you've gone 2 steps back. So it gets hard to keep building and building and building on top of what you feel like you've learned, and sometimes that fight can leave you if you have multiple incidents in a weekend. 2 sessions go bad, 3 sessions go bad. But then the power of like one good session, one good race with a new friend on track can bring you right back in. And then all that washes away.
It's like a team effort to actually make it through the race cleanly. Like, we need to work together, and you're syncing up 58 people on a racetrack who don't have any communication with each other than like car language or body language, you know.
So far this weekend, trouble in race 1 and a red flag in race 2, but it's time to go racing in race 3. Here we go. GLTC 3 wide as Aaron Lichty finds a hold next to Eric Meadows, and they storm down towards turn 1 0. Tight, 3 wide with Tony Marchev, Emil Tab, down towards turn 3. Pretty orderly, all things considered.
Yeah. Looks like Aaron Lichty was able to take advantage of that braking zone in turn 1 and pull away with a little bit of an early lead here.
Now he's got to be on defense.
My mindset, I feel like the harder I try, the harder it gets. So I try to relax, and I try to let things come to me naturally. Don't force anything. The second I start forcing things or trying to make things happen, it's desperate. I always keep the word desperate in the back of my mind. Don't be desperate, Aaron. Don't hope, right? Just drive what you know. Take what comes to you. Just always keep in the back of my mind that I want to load a shiny car on the trailer at the end of the day, and I want to have as many friends or maybe a few more than I showed up to the weekend with. That's my mindset.
Lichty leads. Powers up.
Oh yeah, but not for long. Here comes the 7. And Lichty's going to tuck back in line and try to get some slipstream here. The strength of that 7 car has long been the runs down the straightaway. Power on the brakes, really late on the brakes in that 245 there, Matan, but he got it done.
Nice polite pass there, left room in the braking zone. It was good actually to watch a full race. As an announcing point of view, I was like, oh, I actually have to talk for a way longer time, right? We're going to go side by side through the carousel. This is going to be a tough one. You're basically going to be compromising both their lines and exits there onto the back straight, Kyle.
Up the front straightaway, checkered flag is in the air, and Luke McGrew's powerhouse of a Corvette will win again at Road America. Race 3 is McGrew, then it's Lichty, Meadows, Magnussen, and Power, the rest of your top 5. And there we go, we got one all the way through with a little bit of a delayed start, Matan.
If I had to guess right about now, Luke's probably lighting up a cigarette.
So the ratio of working on the car to getting to drive the car.
You decide your own level of involvement?
Gosh, what is the ratio? It depends on how reliable of a car you build. What do we get in a week? An hour and a half of track time? So it's somewhere between 10 and 30 to 1. So why'd you ask me that? I'm like, damn, this is a bad investment.
Like when you look at it, it doesn't really make any sense. Like this event, I'll be driving close to 16 hours both ways, and I'll be on track for, what is it, like an hour and a half or something like that.
Driving the car is worth way more than the hours spent in the garage working on the car. No matter if you're one of the guys that's just changing oil between events, or you're trying to get every last little bit, corner balance and alignments, dyno, all that stuff. I mean, it's worth it in the end to come out and you know, those clean races, those ones you come back from and you're just hanging with your buddies. That's worth a lot.
I try to act like the car is the person, so it's not that I'm racing at S2000, you know, I'm racing Lena. You know, I'm not racing a Corvette, I'm racing Luke.
And here comes Houghton, 3 wide up to turn 6. This is going to be a squeeze. Walbaum has to back out. Magnuson takes advantage, Owen into 6, and they're side by side for what's 3rd place now.
Yeah, I think that really just shows the level and skill and also care that our drivers really understand when they're driving out there on the track. They just actually love to be here, and they're not just out there to glory hunt. You know, they want to just love driving, and that's what they're doing.
Full green race is perfection, pretty much. From all 58 drivers, for 58 people to be all aligned in the same thinking, it's pretty special.
Scott Heckert picks up his first GRIDLIFE Touring Cup win, and it is a Corvette Sweet Baton here at Road America.
Great job, guys. You got it all.
Good. It sucks that I can watch you race this weekend, but
yeah, seriously.
That's next best thing is having people in the booth. It's fun. So
watching a GLTC race is pretty special and pretty amazing, especially when you compete with those people. It was pretty difficult to come back in. Like, yes, obviously I'm a driver, I know all these guys, but it's much different when you get out of the car, you have that adrenaline, you kind of have like the same vibe as everybody else, and you were racing them, and like everybody wants to talk to who they were just next to, and like, oh my God, like, can you believe we made that work or whatever? And you know, you're like, oh, it looked really cool from the live stream, but like, I don't know, it makes you think a little bit about these weekends. Just how it's interesting, like how driving together like that at a high competition brings these people together so tightly. It's like, man, like we have to spend all that money for that conversation. And then like spraying the champagne if you get on the podium is probably like the most fun.
Mr. Luke McGrew. Best family we ever could ask. We never ever imagined this series being this way. And we thank you all so much for being GRIDLIFE. You guys are GRIDLIFE. We're just here to help. Have the best night.
For the past 4 years, like this is what I do, which is like close to a quarter of my life. There's times where you're like just really drained and you're like, yeah, I kind of wish I could quit, but you have all these people who support you. Like you can't let all these other people down. I've put in the effort to get here, and I have the capability, I think, to do well and potentially, you know, win or do well in a season championship. And so it's like, well, I kind of want to prove it to myself I can do it too.
Yeah, I'd say that has a little water in it.
You have to be in a rhythm. Really, you have to try to breathe a few times on the front straight, because if you're in a battle, you might be holding your breath 3/4 of that lap, not realizing it.
Welcome to Lime Rock Park. Kyle Heyer joined by Greg Kramer. It's like flying fighter jets in a cereal bowl around here.
It really is magic here. Some of the best door-to-door racing on the planet, in my opinion, with the GRIDLIFE Touring Cup.
I've been in a lot of series where I've been podium, no problem. The field is much more stacked in GRIDLIFE than pretty much anywhere else I've raced. This is where I want to be. This is where some of the best racers are.
A lot of drivers who've come from other categories where they're absolute front runners have shown up here and said, wow, is this field tough?
I mean, that's why I moved to GRIDLIFE. I was winning a lot in Florida, club racing, NASA, and I wanted more competition. I wanted to become faster. Top 10 is generally always my goal. It's definitely something I've been hoping to get to, because up to this point, I haven't really been there. If I can ever get there, first place for the weekend would be amazing.
And the other driver we just have to talk about is Lena Chin. She came in here, qualified 10, drove her way up to 6th on the track, and is showing some real speed.
Every time I get out on the track, I feel like I can improve a little bit more, and just working toward that goal, climbing the mountain. Nick Barbado was in front of me, E36 BMW, multi-time national NASA champion. He was the guy I wanted to pass.
Look at Lena, woo, side by side there.
Granted, this is his home track, so it was a little more difficult to get around him. You're really heads up, being cognizant of who's behind you, who's beside you, who's in front of you. This just intense concentration of a high-speed game of chess. I love it. It's pretty much my favorite thing. It's the only place I can kind of get it in my life. I'm always checking to see who's coming from behind. If I have a bigger gap from behind, I know I can take a little more battle to the person in front of me. You kind of just stay behind them until they make a mistake. You put the pressure on them. No, I don't want them to make a mistake, but I want them to know, hey, I'm right here, and if you do make a mistake, I'm probably going to take advantage.
Big cloud of dust out of turn 7, but you're right about Lena closing in on Barbado there. This is a fantastic run for her. Last year was up in the front in the B races, but to race at the front of GLTC, it is so hard, Greg, and this is going to be a huge boost to confidence for her.
And look at this, the pace that Lena was attacking so hard at Barbado, he went, I got to get by Zoo here and give me some breathing room here.
White flag, last lap around Lime Rock Park in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 1.
I had one more dive in on Kevin Zhu. Yeah, coming out of Big Bend into the left-hander. I had actually gotten up on his rear quarter panel before he kind of came over, and I was like, oh, not, you know, probably could have forced the subject a little more. You have to make the best decision you can at the time. I didn't feel like I had enough overlap on him, and I didn't want to pit maneuver one of my friends, one of my competitors. We all want to have a good, clean race. That's really important in GLTC.
Checkered flag, James Houghton for the first time since Midwest Festival in June, wins at Lime Rock Park.
Lena, 6th place, is that her best finish, I think?
That is her best finish. It was previously 10th, it is now 6th place.
To do better than you've ever done, this pure excitement and just joy that you've worked so hard for this.
If we had like 2 more laps, you probably would have gotten me. I was fading. Yeah.
And it's been great to see a lot of my competitors have risen with me, as we've now been able to have more and more great battles further up the field as we're progressing.
Watching the B races from last year going, oh shit, she can get this done. And then you came out and just laid that down in the race.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun.
That was awesome.
Thank you.
That was awesome.
Trying to do something.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you're doing well. That was so cool.
This is the special flag. This is not a yellow flag, even though it is the color yellow. This is for bears. I don't want you to put the car where it might not work. I want you to put it where you know it will work. If you go 2, 3 wide into a turn,
want you to hold your relative position towards the inside or outside of that racetrack. You do not get to...
I think there's a high level of respect needed to race this hard, this close. It does happen. We've all had incidents. We're all trying to improve. It's important to race your friends hard, but we don't want to put anyone, including ourselves, in danger while trying to do it right.
Hi everybody and good morning. A beautiful Saturday, August 17th, as we get ready to go racing for the second time this weekend for the A group. James Howden, Matan Rosenberg start in the front row. It's Marchev and Lena Chin in row 2.
This is I think, a career weekend for Lena with the way she's going. Best finish, best qualifying, and now highest start. She starts 4th.
Having only 2 cars in front of me was an amazing feeling. I had no idea how I would be able to hold on to 4th. Just trusting that they will give you the same level of respect back that you want to put out there. I wanted to prove to them that I did belong at the front of the field.
Your 27-car field for GLTC Race 2A. Pace car, the Nissan GTR, is going to peel off and head down the pit lane. Green flag flies and we're racing again at LRP.
5 abreast heading in to Big Bend, and from the outside, beautiful move, Matan Rosenberg in that big Corvette.
Look at Lena Chin up to 3rd place. She took out an opportunity from the outside of row 2.
It's intense. A lot to think about while you're racing, trying to do, really perfect the laps, but I kind of love it. In certain parts of the track, when you get a second, I might look in the rearview mirror to see if Tony had gained or fallen back from me, to see where I might be stronger, where he might be stronger.
And Houghton just setting fast lap. Lena Chin, though, right on his 6th, and bringing Marchev right along with her here.
Tony had a couple good runs on me on the downhill. So as soon as we got on the straight, I took a defensive position on the inside of 1. If he wanted to get me, he would have to do the move that I do, which is take him on the outside.
Marchev taking a look here. Lena Chin right down the middle of the track saying, if you're going to do it, go around the outside. And Marchev just could not quite make that work.
Because it was super intense, having to defend almost every lap.
Lena Chin is just having a career day here.
Tony Marchev wants something to say about that, but then overshoots into Big Bend just a little bit and loses about 4 car lengths.
It's this super fine line of being at the edge of grip and actually sliding. So slip angle is fastest. When the car is absolutely neutral through the corner, you almost free your hands a little bit in the turn versus having to do a correction. Once you start doing a correction, you're slower. It's almost like a ballet where you're just like right there. You have to be very smooth, but very, specific about the moves that you're doing in the car.
Here's the thing, comfort builds confidence, and confidence builds speed. When you're confident, you're going to go fast. So right now, Lena is sticking right with 2 of the top points people and 2 of the fastest drivers in this series. Talk about, as we said, a career event.
I saw the white and I was like, oh, thank goodness. I had enough gap to Tony, so I wasn't going to push too hard on the last lap because I didn't want to make a mistake.
Here they come, checkered flag. Matan Rosenberg wins at Lime Rock Park.
I banged on my steering wheel. I was like, yeah! It felt really special because it's like, I was there.
For Lena Chin, her first podium ever in GRIDLIFE Touring Cup.
Man, is she showing everybody that she is for real in GLTC at the sharp end.
Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! We're hanging it, dude.
I was hanging.
Dude, that was awesome.
Oh, it was so much fun.
That was like a good drive. You look like...
I've been wanting to be there a long time. Since my first race in 2022, so.
Yeah. And I was like, oh, I'm gonna get you. Oh, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. And I was like, oh no, not gonna work out. Not gonna work out. So, but it was it was a really nice job. And you did the defense. So.
I had the goal before this weekend, top 10. If I'm top 10, I'll be happy. Oh, I want to be here all the time.
Right? It feels great. It feels good. Feels great. Feels great.
And to note, for those that aren't familiar, GRIDLIFE Touring Cup is balanced with power, weight, and tire, and everyone is supposed to be at their power to weight.
Going to the dyno for impound was a new thing for me. So every race they bring out the scales and depending on that weight determines how much horsepower you're allowed to have for the race.
So we have a dynamometer down in the paddock that after the race, a couple of select cars, usually the podium, and then a couple other random cars are gone up and they're measured to see how much power they're making. If your engine makes too much horsepower, that car is going to get penalized.
Dynamometer is a device used to measure the amount of horsepower in a car. It uses some math, a very large metal drum. You put the drive wheels on the drum, and as it spins, it calculates the amount of horsepower your car makes. And went in a little nervous, but no problem. Last time I dynoed it, which was earlier this year, nothing in the car has really changed, that I'd be okay. And yeah. Kind of blew the dyno. A little upsetting. It wasn't by much. 2 of the runs were 3 horsepower over, and then 1 was 6 horsepower over. 6 horsepower is enough to DQ you. I don't think 6 horsepower is enough to really feel. Worked with dynos for years. I was a dyno operator for years. It can change from day to day. After that race, I talked to Andy, and we decided to pull out some more power from the car just to make sure that I'm legal. I don't ever want to be illegal. I didn't think I was, so it's just sometimes the dyno gets you.
Let's see if it does better.
Predictability, okay? If you both are okay with racing that way, that's fine, but be sure that the drivers around you know what's coming, okay? Anything else? Race 3 is coming up. We know the statistics on race 3. Don't be a number on a spreadsheet. We know how GRIDLIFE spreadsheets works, okay? All right, let's keep it up this weekend. So far, this is our best festival weekend for incidents. Knock on every piece of wood. It's up to you, fuckers. All right. Thank you.
To the battery GLTC drivers and cars for race 3, Group B, Bravo. Report to the pulse grid. GLTC drivers and cars on the pulse grid for Group B, Bravo.
With our 60 field entrants this weekend, each of these 4 races is split into 2 components, a B race and an A race, with the B race being the slower 30 of the 60 and the A race being the faster group. And interestingly, you'll note the bright blue Honda S2000 leading us to the green flag. Greg, she was on podium in race 2A, but dyno.
Yeah, just a tick over, and it really wasn't enough to offer a huge performance advantage in any way, but rules are rules. And Lena understands that. You know, she was surprised to be over it. Well, again, just very little. So she'll just put her head down, race hard there in that bright blue S2000.
So I got relegated to B race, but I was starting first in B race. It's not a lesser skill, it's not a lesser driver, it's just more on lap time. I was just going to run my race.
Here we go. Cars are coming down. Chin on the pole.
Green flag, and we're underway at Lime Rock Park. Kevin Zhu has a look at the inside of Kevin Bandy. Brian Leonard, big dodge and weave to try to miss Zach Lavoie.
All of that jockeying. Look what Lena Chin has been able to do. She's taken advantage and opened up a big margin already. Lena has just dropped everybody at this stage. And you can see catching almost a little air up and over that uphill turn.
Thankfully, there were some battles happening behind me and checked out from the field a little bit. The course is very fast. It's less than a minute lap time. With it being so quick, it's easier for me to get into the flow of the track. You just kind of get into this mental headspace. Yeah, front stretch, you're on driver's left. Brake at the 2, start turning in toward the middle of track to try to hit the first apex into Big Bend. Not too heavy on the brakes, but not too light either. Let the car drift out about a car length and a half for the left-hander. Brake until you can see the exit, bring it onto the curb, turn it back the other way for the next corner. don't go over the curb because it is rough. Carry your speed out down the no-name straight. Get ready for the uphill. Expect a little bit of understeer, let the uphill grab you. Over the hill, enjoy the ride, go down to West Bend, hit the apex, go down the hill, breathe off the gas. Once you feel the compression, back on the gas, and then you're back on the front straight. Should only take 58 and some change seconds. I noticed my body's a lot more sore at this race than most races. Just the constant G-forces, you know, your body doesn't have a chance to kind of relax and chill. Like the amount of times we're under a G and a half, you know, maybe up to 1.75 Gs of cornering force is substantial here.
Well, Lena Chin, after getting bumped to the B group after failing post-race tech last time out, she is going to go back to victory lane. GRIDLIFE Touring Cup Race 3B. Lena Chin wins it here at Lime Rock Park.
Well, how was your little single session out there by yourself?
It was a great laughing session. I really enjoyed it.
My wife's rooting for you on the live stream.
Oh, tell her thank you. It was nice to win race 3, but I love coming back to the paddock and just congratulating and hugging a competitor because we had such a good race, and that's really the fun part. It's more than the win. Yeah, it's about the good battles. It's about the good memories and pushing yourself to be better. Race 4 starting in the back of 8. I came from the mid-pack, so I'm no stranger to it. Just got to move up again. Sometimes you feel like a hero for a bit, and then all of a sudden people start getting faster and faster, and you're like, oh, it's not there anymore. And then that's when you get into a few more battles. I've done these back races, you know, starting from the back. They're fun. They're a good time. It's party time.
One last race for GLTC at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends.
This weekend, you know, called Circuit Legends, and it's about as apropos as it gets because Sam Posey, a legend here, Paul Newman, a legend here, Skip Barber, and then, of course, the new legends that are getting formed in GRIDLIFE. And here comes Lena Chin as working through on Robertson. One thing to watch here is Lena Chin, folks. She is an absolute master of the outside pass.
I've been called the queen of outside passing, which is kind of funny. There's really only one passing zone at this track. Turn 1 is Big Bend. My car has a ton of grip here, and yeah, I can just hold my line really well on the outside for turn 1, and then by turn 2, I now have the inside, and I was able to kind of hold it out there and make up a few positions.
Like Lime Rock to make progress when you get buried for a start.
You know, that's part of the game here, is if you're under attack, put your car where you think you would want to make the pass.
I love seeing where I'm faster than others, where others are faster than me, and just making moves. This track is just all about the flow. It has this sense of danger because of how close some of the guardrails are. The quick elevation changes of Lime Rock are really exciting. It's like a roller coaster you don't want to get off of. Greg said it best, is once you start getting up there, 1, you hope that you continue to stay up there, but 2, I think that confidence you get kind of sticks with you.
We have a new fast lap set in the race. Lena Chin.
Really?
Just put the fast lap up on the board, a 59.12. Fast lap in this group, that says something.
I finished 16th. got the Hard Charger Award and the fastest lap of the race. I think it's cool that I know it's possible. The art of possible is nice. You know, I started questioning how good I was. I know that I can still be up there, fully legal, and take the battle to them. Some people get frustrated, they're like, oh, I should be up there, but I'm like, listen, like, the weekend happens, right? Like, I want to go out and have a good time. I want to play with my friends. You know, it's not the only time I'm going to be up there, and it wasn't a fluke.
No, it sure as hell was.
No, it's coming up. It just
Seriously,
seeing you.
great racing, good
Thank
weekend.
you. I love this track. I love this race. I want to get a podium in a race. That's next step. I did my top 5 win. If I can ever get there, first place for the weekend would be amazing. Just keep on improving, you know?
She's a star.
That's true.
She is a star, bona fide.
The layout is exactly as it was all those years ago.
Right and left corners.
There have been happenings here as long as the track has been here. It's still kept its heart and soul. The track is the final arbiter of things, and it makes it very special.
And back live from Lime Rock Park in GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. Welcome back to a beautiful Saturday, August 16th. My name's Kyle Heyer. We're about ready to go racing for Ibach GRIDLIFE Touring Cup race number 3. The Ibach GLTC Fan Walk is coming to a close. The drivers are getting up on grid. But before we go racing here today, we have a special pace car. We'll show you a little bit about it here in just a moment's time. But it's Torsten that from Just Hands that we caught up with a little bit earlier to talk about this car and why it's a little bit different than some others, but making headway in making disabled athletes equal to all through motorsports.
Ladies and gentlemen, another special spotlight. I am here with Torsten Gross. He is the owner, the operator of Just Hands Driving. First and foremost, thank you for being here. Tell everybody about why you're in a wheelchair on a racetrack.
Yeah, so when I was 15, I broke my neck, and now I'm a quadriplegic, and kind of figured still can go racing. It's the only thing that makes me equal, so I got hand controls in here that allows me to race.
Yep. It's an absolutely phenomenal setup too. Now they are ready. You can put all of these modifications into a normal street car for anybody who's not able-bodied. You've made some specific tweaks so that it does help you perform better out on track. It's really, really cool, guys.
Yeah, so my car specifically, I'm able to shift with my fingers, so I created a new casing for my hand controls. I can upshift and downshift.
Yep, it's beautiful. Right from here, from one hand, you push down and you got the gas. You push forward, you got the brake. And then everything else is kind of just a regular race car.
100%, yeah.
And real quick, just before we throw it back to you guys, I want you to tell everybody about your nonprofit and how other people who might be in your situation can get out here and get on track.
Yeah, so check out justhands.org. Justhands.org gets anybody who's in a wheelchair that uses hand controls behind the wheel track cars. And anyone who's excited to watch my journey, Amazon followed me for a year. And search Just Hands for the Love of Racing on Amazon.
It's so cool. We have a celebrity in our midst, y'all. Now, well done out there. Thank you for being a part of this community, and just appreciate the time.
Thank you, and thank you, GRIDLIFE. Appreciate it.
All right, guys, this should be Torsten, but he's over there having a conversation, so I'm just going to show you the hand controls. So here we have the wrist movement. So this is how you're going to steer. If you can zoom in and punch in, here is where we have the acceleration and the brake. Brake, acceleration, and the pedals do move. Everything is set up, so if somebody who was able-bodied wanted to get in here and move this car around, they totally could. It's not completely removed from its original functions, but the entire thing is incredible. So give it a round of applause, guys. Just Hands out here doing the thing that maybe some people said he could never do. Maybe you could too.
Thanks, Cerise, and a great piece there. And, you know, the cool thing about Torsten and his mission here is really showing that through motorsports, you know, when you've got, you know, accommodations like that in a race car, at the end of the day, you're still competing in exactly the same sport, going up against, you know, everyone else in the same exact capacity. I think it's a really, really cool mission. So that car is going to be our pace car for Ibach GLTC race number 3. Kyle Iyer here again at Circuit Legends. I'll be joined by Dewey DeWitt here in a couple of minutes for the start of the race, and the fans are packed in here. The camping basically sold out. The car concourse up at the top of the hill celebrating modern tuning culture and grassroots racing. There are some really neat cars up there, all sorts of Porsches, Ferraris, Acuras, you know, cars that are JDM legends as well up there, including the Toyota Supra, the Mark IV, and there's so many neat things up there. So check it out on the tent if you haven't. If you're on the hillside, you're in the right place because you're about to see some great racing. Of course, we had the Ibach GLTC fan walk where if you went down to pit lane, you were able to snag a poster and maybe some autographs from some of the drivers here in our field of 35 here this afternoon from Lime Rock Park. This 1.5-mile racetrack has contested GLTC racing for 4 consecutive years, starting in 2022. We've had as many as 58 entrants to the point where we had to split the field in 2, but today 35 cars going again. If you just missed the second race of the weekend earlier today, it was Paul Darling out in front in his S54 BMW M3, who held off Andy Smedegaard and Eric Catil to win his second race of the weekend. There they are on the grid right now with the hybrid racing car, Eric Catil as the runner-up in the championship, and he is gaining ground on Matan Rosenberg, who came into the event with a 30-point lead over Catil. But as Catil keeps chipping away inside the top 5, that championship battle is going to get tighter and tighter as we head down to Pittsburgh International Race Complex at the end of the year in October. There's Paul Darling in the number 55, getting suited up, booted up, and ready to go in his silver M3. But of course, we're gridded up a little bit differently. We're gridded up by fastest lap for this race instead of by finishing position. So it takes Paul Darling out of the pole spot. Andy Smedegaard is actually going to start on the front row alongside Eric Catil. We'll go over the grid once the cars are rolling. There's Aaron Lichty in a C8 Corvette. And right alongside him is the winning Formula MX-5. That is Emil Tab, which is a new car to him. Debuted at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, won its first race, had an excellent round at Road America, GridLife Summer Apex recently. There's Matt Waldbaum giving a wave, climbing in behind his ASM S2000, a K24 under the hood of that car. So 5 very different cars, 5 different body shapes. There's Nick Barbado, a relative local here in Ibach GLTC, has over 1,000 data logged laps at Lime Rock Park. Then Eric Magnuson in the number 330 BMW, an LS swapped V8 M3. He's also in position to make headway in the championship. Came in 5 points behind Catil, 3rd in the order. Then down Sam Scott in the number 85, the Duratec swap NC MX-5. Easy to spot that one from a long ways away. He'll be started right ahead of Lena Chin in this 917 Honda S2000. If you missed the GridLife drivers meeting on YouTube last Tuesday, we talked about the number 917. Her preferred number was 212, but when that one was taken, she chose 917, her New York area code. And when she went to relivery the car, 917, she went back and looked at all the history with Porsche and selected that livery to put on her Honda S2000. The Subaru BRZ of Dana Basinski, brand new K24 engine in this after an engine expired at Road America. He's back and ready to rip in Ibach GLTC race number 3. Brandon Ganem in an RX-8. ready to go racing again. Another local driver. He's had a good weekend so far. Right behind him, championship leader Matan Rosenberg in his C5 Corvette with Falcon and Ibach sponsorship. He is ready to go racing and keep his championship lead as stout as he can heading into Autobahn Country Club in September. Then it's Carlos Mendez in the number 83. The Condor Speed Shop E90 BMW. Right behind him is the 444 of John Gatos. See the background, Jake Price as well, the Louisville wide-body MX-5. 12 to 15-minute race here in our 12.5 to 1 power to weight series. If you're unfamiliar with Ibach GLTC, these cars run about 190 to 260 horsepower depending on your configuration. The more power you have, the more weight you will carry, but you also get a little more tire width as well to help you stick to the road. You want to add some aero devices? That's great. You got to add some weight to compensate for it. And these are short sprint races. Once we take the green flag, it is all action all the time. One full course yellow of the weekend so far for this group. It was for a stopped car at the exit of turn 3. That was Raul Iriarty with a mechanical issue. But hoping to get green flag racing the entire time here. Joined now in the booth by Dewey DeWitt, who's one of our track battle front runners right now in his 1995 Subaru Impreza. Behind me, Joel and Daryl Otto, who are my buddies that got me into racing in the first place, Dewey. So if you want to know how I ended up here, it's these guys behind me.
Those guys.
Those guys.
Hi, those guys.
So really excited to have them here. I'm going to get to chat with them for a brief moment after this race, Dewey. But they're going to get a real cool perspective from over our shoulder here as we bring them the action for Ibach GLTC race number 3. Penultimate race of the weekend for this group. And we saw Paul Darling hold off Andy Smedegard and Eric Catil, but this race is gridded by fastest lap from the last race, and Andy Smedegard in his FA24 swap FRS was quickest.
What's that, a Subaru?
It is a Subaru.
Again? Subaru powered?
It's like we planned it. Let's have a look at the starting lineup here and run you down the whole order. It's Andy Smedegard on the front row in the number 212, and it's Paul Darling in the number 55 there. I think there was maybe a little adjustment there for the grid order. Aaron Lichty, Eric Catil in 3rd and 4th, and then it'll be Emil Tabb and Matt Waldbaum in 5th and 6th in row number 3, Dewey.
That's super interesting. Catil's ahead because of Lichty and Catil with that battle last time. Then that should be good. Spicy.
Should be good. Lena Chin starts 10th alongside Sam Scott, the Data Basinski, Brandon Ganneman 11th and 12th, just as we were looking at the Ibach GLTC Fan Walk. Championship leader starts 13th. Has not been his best weekend of the year. Carlos Mendez 14th, then John Gatos, Jake Price in row number 8. And it's a big field here, Dewey.
Yeah,
so
it is.
17th and 18th.
Big field.
It is 17th and 18th. Salil Shukla, Asmith Muhammad, and then Raul Iriarty and Eric Dallariva.
It's going to be rowdy. I'm excited. There's Mike.
Yeah, Peter Zhang, Mike Pagano, who's on the poster we had in the fan walk earlier, so that was really cool to have him featured there. Donald Louis in the number 404 will start in 23rd. Then here's Chandler Rowe and Thomas Moss, 25th and 26th. Dai Wynn in a K24 Subaru BRZ, Jeff Wasilko in an NA MX-5, then Dakota Pionic in a Honda Civic, Thomas Lathrop in his E90 BMW in 30th, Natalie Latos, Richard Sawicki, who drove his car here because his tow vehicle broke, so he drove his race car through the woods to get here. Pat Huxley and Lisa Keys bringing up the rear of the field with Kevin Zhu at the tail of this order. So we mentioned earlier, Dewey, just before you jumped in here, that this car that is in command right now is the Just Hands car. And of course, Torsten Gross, who is the founder of Just Hands, has his race car here in the paddock, which is a hand control car. Torsten is a C6 quadriplegic who had a diving accident in 1994 when he was just 15 years old, but he races that Porsche Cayman that's out there with hand controls only. So Cerise took us through, showed us how the hand controls work.
It's incredible.
It's really, really cool. So I think what is so cool about that is showing that in a sport like motorsport, you know, even if you have a disability, you can, there are certain ways, you're all eventually putting power to the ground and steering the car, right? So you can basically be on the same exact playing field. It's just a little bit different than some other sports.
Well, it's just proof you can develop yourself out of just about any problem. That's one of the great things I love about motorsports. I mean, that's why you have a bunch of 90s cars out here, or in that situation, you had to come up with a new control scheme. That's insane. That's absolutely fantastic to see that.
Yeah, you look at also, you know, in the pro racing space, drivers like Robert Wickens, for example, who competes in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, has a very similar setup in their TCR car. So really cool to see that here. Of course, we need to see that car peel off here in just a moment because the lights will shut off and we're going racing for 12 to 15 minutes here, Dewey. And again, it's going to be Andy Smedegard v. Paul Darling, but Smedegard in that Scion FRS with the newer engine out of the GR86 under the hood.
Yes, I'm just going to keep saying it's super powered. But I tell you what, the top 6, this is going to be really spicy going into one. I'm real interested to see if that V8 and that C8 is gonna make some torque and make a jump real early. This is gonna be really good.
Yeah,
I'm pumped up.
Aaron Lichty in that C8 Corvette from Paragon Performance in trail of the second row. Here we go, pace cars off. 12 to 15 minutes up on the board for GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends, race number 3. Here we go. Ibach GLTC underway in just a moment's time. There goes the green. Green flag flies, and we're racing 3 wide. One car a little slow in the middle. That's Brian Ganem. Did not get going, and that was really dicey. 3 abreast with Catil on the outside.
Uh-oh. Catil might lose one here.
Ooh, wall bomb.
3 in.
Tried the middle, but that didn't work. Not enough space for that. Lena Chin out to the edge of the road in the blue and orange S2000. It's dust, debris. Geraldo's off at turn 2, but everyone else keeps it straight.
Looks like he missed the wall. That's good.
And into turn 3 now, the only left-hander on the racetrack. Catil trying to get by Paul Darling, but it is Andy Smedegard that pokes ahead onto the Paul Newman straight for the first time. Trouble car around. Is that Darling? Out of second place, perhaps? No, it wasn't Darling. Who was that? I didn't get a good look at it.
Some sort of dark-colored BMW.
Yeah, I didn't quite get a look at which one it was. Could it have been John Gatos? Catil and Darling are side by side for second.
Over the jump, that was insane. I think Catil might have just. Yes, in second. Catil's in second now. That's
wow, that's going to change the championship points for the weekend. We'll have a look at the weekend points here as they come across the line. And here's how they were, but as they come across the line, it's going to reshuffle, and it's going to change the order here a little bit. Paul Darling only 3 points ahead of Andy Smedegard there with that position change.
Andy is running away right now. He's got some clear track, and everybody knows he can lay a lap time if he needs to. That is a dangerous man up front.
Yeah, trying to figure out what car that was that looped it at turn 4, but they're off and away, so we're good.
Yeah.
We'll stay green. But that puts, trying to see if I can even discover who it might have been.
Andy's got a 2-second lead right now.
Yeah, I don't know how that happened. I guess the side-by-side with Catil and Darling over the crest there really slowed them down.
I think he had a little bit of clear track, and Catil and Darling, yeah, side-by-side really battling it out. You really lose time here when that happens.
Yeah, Pat Huxley chasing Richard Sawicki and Lisa Keys. Sawicki in that red MX-5. He's the driver. I said his tow vehicle overheated 2 hours away from here on Thursday night. Had to drive it. It's plated. It's a legal road car, so he just drove it here.
Do you think it's in the back of his mind coming into some of these corners like, I got to drive this home?
Yeah, at some point. Eric Magnuson, by the way, into turn 1 on the inside of Aaron Lichty. That's a pass for position for about 6th spot there. Here it is, the gold BMW to the inside of Lichty. That's a tight squeeze there on the curbing.
Magnuson's been insane this year.
By the way, thanks to Tom O'Gorman, who's up on the hillside, it was John Gatos that spun, and he continued, so he's all good. Thanks to Tom for sending me that information, but looks like Magnuson was not able to complete that pass, and Lena Chin starting to close in from behind as well. She had a phenomenal race here last year.
Yes.
Here she is 8th.
I love Lena. She's one of the best stories out there, and you had her on the show the other day. That was great.
Yeah, talked about her new livery, again, number 917, her New York area code, and she went back to a classic livery from Porsche racing days of yesteryear. But look at this, championship points. Look how things have tightened over the course of this weekend. This is live as they run. Matan Rosenberg only 14 points advantage over Catil. That was a 30-point difference at the beginning of the weekend.
That one spot that Catil picked up was huge for the championship for the season. That's how quick this happens.
And see the purple on the timing and scoring. He has the best lap of the race as well. 2.3 seconds between himself and Andy Smedegard.
He's coming.
Close in.
He's coming.
And he had issues in the first race. Remember, he had some kind of electronic issue where he had to basically drive one-handed and hold the traction control button down to prevent the car from going into a limp mode. But it seemed fine in race 2, so it was Paul Darling just out-driving him in that one. There he is, race leader right now.
He's going to try to run really clean lines and just put as much space as he can, but we all know Catil will put time down.
Yeah, here's a look. Best lap for Catil, almost 2/10 better than Andy Smedegard.
There's
across
enough
the stripe
time.
now. Let's see if this changes here, if anybody improves. And Catil, that was a better lap. 1.9 seconds back now. Gains 4/10 on Smedegard. And now you give Catil a rabbit to chase like this.
Yeah.
Past GLTC champion. That car is dialed a 1992 Honda Civic, built basically to look or emulate a JTCC build from the 1990s. Perfect for Circuit Legends, and he's won here before. He's hungry.
Yeah, and he's, again, if anybody's going to be able to make up this amount of time, it's going to be him. And once again, like we talked last time, light cars just really work here. And these guys are going to get faster and faster as the laps go on. Their tires are going to come more into their zone. And Andy's going to be laying down fast times. Catil's going to be laying down fast times. I honestly, as long as this stays green, I think these two cars are going to run away.
Remember, we run on 200 treadwear street tires. I believe Andy's on the Maxxis 200 treadwear. And Catil, I'm not exactly sure if he's on Falcons or Kumos at this stage. I think he's on Kumos.
I think he's on Kumos. I think he's a big fan of the Kumos. And all of them have a little bit different windows of where they're really, really good. But most of these lighter cars, it's lap 3 or 4 when they really start coming in.
Yeah. Now, he gained another 10th, Catil did, but he'll need more than that. I know he get a lot of laps in a race at Lime Rock with 57-second laps or so, but
There's only 10 minutes left.
Yeah, I need to take 2 or 3 tenths of a second out each time.
I'm not great at math, but he's going to have to figure it out.
And last year, he was so fast that Andy had improved last time, by the way. That delta, best lap delta, came back down. But Andy, again, with this FA24 swap FRS, he hasn't really shown pace like this in this car yet. Catil, though, last year was probably the car to beat, but could not keep the thing running. Had all sorts of electrical issues coming off this crash at Road America last season, and he just fought gremlins for the entire rest of the season.
He had a rough time last season. Again, if you haven't checked out his YouTube channel, you should. If anybody who's trying to struggle with a car wants to feel the pain.
Matt Waltbaum, by the way, you're going to see him tumble down the order. He had a self-spin out of turn 2.
Oh, no.
So that's odd, and he'll drop way down the order. And got back rolling, but I have not seen him come across the stripe just yet.
I'm going to be disappointed if he doesn't have a meme for it.
Oh, Dai Win in the grass out of turn 7. He gathered it back up. Big dust cloud in the background. Here's Peter Zhang. This is an LS swap Scion FRS with Azmat Muhammad and a K-Series MR2 right behind. Two very different ideas on how to go fast.
Bunch of heretics putting the wrong engines in their cars.
Yeah, right. And then right behind Donald Louis, that's another FA24 FRS. And then Brandon Ganem in the RX-8. So great diversity here in this series.
I love that you have a single chassis and there's like 10 different ways to build it. And all of them are different cars. They're drastically different cars. They look really similar on the outside, but they are not even close.
Yeah, Eric Dallariva in this Canadian market, effectively it's a Honda Civic, but it's called a CSX. And he's leading the way with the 116i of Michael Pagano in trail. There's the battle between Zhang and Muhammad. Muhammad is actually a half-second quicker around Lime Rock than Peter Zhang, but you got to figure out where to pass him, even if you're quicker.
The boys over at Seems Legit added some more wedge to that car too, so I'm interested to see how their wildly asymmetrical alignment's working out. It seems to be working pretty well. He's up the grid order.
Yeah, they basically set it up like an oval car, just to turn right rather than left.
And they only got one corner they really got to worry about, and it's great everywhere else. So they throw a couple of tenths away. It's worth it.
And noting also that Catil has eaten into Smedegaard's lead in a bigger way. 1.1 seconds. The differential still holds the best lap of the race with that purple stripe on the timing and scoring.
You got to wonder if Andy's trying to save some tires in case this does start to become a thing. Catil, I don't think he knows the meaning of chill out. So.
No, he does not. And Sam Scott, Dana Basinski battling for position here on the front straightaway. This is for 10th spot on the racetrack right now. Dana had a really strong race in race 1, but went on the dyno, was 2 horsepower over with that brand new engine he put in post-Road America, and had to detune it this morning, but passed the dyno that time, and now runs 10th with Sam Scott hounding his rearview mirror here.
Yeah, the Miata behind him, you said that was a Durtech swap, right?
Yep.
I'm really excited to see that those are starting to work out for some of these guys. I know Luke McGrew tried that same setup a while.
He was the guy, he had 9 engines in that car.
Yeah, rough
over
times. You know, I feel that pain, I've been there, but it seems to be working out really well for him. So.
Yeah, Luke did all the trial and testing for everybody that did it after. They've been much more reliable since then. So at the stripe here, we had about 6 minutes to go, and Catil, that was another big gain. This should be under a second now. We got 0.8 for Catil up to Smedegaard. He's coming.
He's coming. Andy's got to see him in the rearview mirror, and he's got to be getting ready for this because we got 6 minutes left, and that's under a second. So he's there.
Yeah, again, watching these two cars, front engine, rear drive, front engine, front drive. These cars built basically 25 years apart from each other.
It's amazing how competitive a 90s car can be, especially 90s Hondas, how well they were built back in the day. You know, the double wishbone all the way around. The wishbone Hondas are incredible.
And when you have a guy like Catil, who's a Honda engineer, who knows how to maximize it and get everything out of it. If you've seen his YouTube channel, he basically maintains a Google sheet. It auto-calculates his settings. When he makes a tweak, he knows exactly how it's going to adjust the camber, the caster, the toe, bump steer, all these measurements that he can set up. And that's how you maximize a car from 30 years ago when, you know, the geometries of the suspension might be good, but you're fighting up against cars that have much newer electronics, DCT gearboxes, traction control, and ABS.
And the chassis itself, like the newer chassis, are significantly stiffer. I mean, yeah, these cars got cages, but there's areas where the cage doesn't.
Lap traffic now, and Catil lost a little ground, so Pat Huxley going to try to do his best to stay out of the way here, but you can't hit the disappear button. So Catil might gain a little here, and then Lisa Keys is up next on the chopping block. Blue flag's waving, but they're not compulsory. You don't have to get out of the way. Just have to maintain a predictable line.
That is about a half second right now.
A lot of dust out of turn 7, and there's a lot of cars that they could catch with the pace of this race just flying right now. And there's John Gatos in that E36 BMW. He's the car that spun. And then Dakota Pionic, who is new to GLTC this weekend in that EK Honda Civic. Oh, it's close to the lead, guys. Down into turn 1. It's 4 car lengths between Smedegaard and Catil, so that battle is on and fierce. And when they come back into the shot here, top of the screen, you can see it there. They are getting really, really tight, and Catil is close enough.
It's on.
Yeah, and that time Catil ran a little bit better lap. And now, actually, Andy did too, so it's only 75 thousandths between their best laps of the race so far.
And I was wondering if Andy was holding up a little bit, maybe trying to save some tires, running a conservative line. This is going to be really interesting. Like I said, Catil just doesn't know the meaning of chill, so.
Yeah, so we'll step away, head back to this one. Here's Thomas Lathrop, the red BMW, Daniel Geraldo, who we saw off at turn 2 in the Lexus. He's back on course and making a charge into turn 1 on Lathrop. Here he goes to the inside.
Here we go down the final corner. We're about to get a run.
Yeah, and we're not getting a white flag yet. We still have some time left to go. These races are 12 to 15 minutes. We're going to be on the upper end of it here. Catil in the slipstream into turn 1, half a second back to it's as close as he's been.
It's getting real close, and he's catching him on braking going into turn 1. That's a way tighter line too. Look at that.
Yeah, and Catil didn't have ABS in this car previously, but over the winter he installed Integra Type R ABS into this car.
Did he?
And it improved his braking force by a lot when he tested it out early in the season.
That's we've been messing around on the time attack cars with different ABS setups lately. Oh man, this is going to be so close.
This is going to be wild here.
Eric Catil going up the hill
has run down Andy Smedegaard, and big wiggle for the FRS at the top of the hill. They've got tons of traffic to contend with as well. This is Raul Uriarte chasing Thomas Moss. Uriarte was the car that was out in race 2 that caused the full course yellow. Here's Geraldo on Lathrop this time. I think he'll complete this pass, and he will.
Oh, this is going to be good going into 1 this time. Let's see what Catil's got.
Not close enough to make a move just yet, but he is tracking Smedegaard down.
And we're still green flag, no white flag yet.
Yeah, it could be 2 to go or 1 to go next time by. Depends on the pace of the race, but Catil is there, and they've got a lot of traffic coming up here, Dewey. This is going to get fun. Here comes Catil.
This is going to get spicy.
To the inside, and Andy's got to watch his rearview mirrors now. Crossover from Catil, uses the curb to accelerate. Andy's a little slow leaving turn 4.
Yep. Andy has been getting a lot of tail wiggle going over the jump too, so he's going to make up a little time here.
Over the crest, little lift there for Catil. He did not like the confidence when he turned in. And these cars have enough aero that at high speed, you're taking that corner about 91 miles an hour in a GLTC car, so you're leaning on your aero there.
That compression going up. Uh-oh.
Trouble for Salil Shukla. That car, ooh, it's got problems.
It's sliding too.
Here come the leaders. It'll be white flag this time by. Last lap around Lime Rock Park.
It's going to be close. We're coming up on lap traffic.
Catil into turn 1. Andy had to take a shallow line because of the traffic. Catil had to do the same. And there's a lot of traffic. If they catch it, it could change the outcome of this race.
Absolutely. You might have a drag race down the last straightaway.
Little lateral slide there for Catil. It might be too little too late.
It's unreal how neutral that car is for being front-wheel drive.
Yeah, just rotates as soon as he stomps back on the throttle, straightens it back out. Andy's going to be right into traffic at the uphill. Headlights flashing on Catil past Dakota Pionic here. Catil's going to flat-foot it here, trying to gain some ground up the hill towards West Bend. They'll disappear out of view for a moment. When we come to the downhill, Dewey, it'll be 1 turn left to go with traffic that could decide the outcome of this race.
We're about to see a drag race.
Here they come down the hill. Catil is close, but is it close enough?
I don't know.
Checkered flag will be waving this time. Andy Smedegaard, for the first time in a long time, will win Ibach GLTC Race 3
with a Subaru engine.
With a Subaru engine, we would like to know. 0.2 of a second over Catil. What a battle between those two.
That's fantastic. That was huge for season points for Catil.
Yeah, let's have a look at the season points, actually. We can have a look on the right-hand side of the screen. Catil in second place, and where did Rosenberg end up? Down the order a little ways, but look how close it is now. Wow. That's actually a little bit of a gain, I think, for Rosenberg, because he was down a little further than that. So good gain for Catil in those championship points. Magnussen losing touch on Catil with how things are. So with cars coming across the finish line, let's have a look at our race results here for Ibach GLTC. Andy Smedegaard, Eric Catil, Paul Darling, Emil Tapp, Aaron Lichty. Some great performances by a lot of our series regulars, but Lena Chin 7th, Nick Barbado 8th, Carlos Mendez in the top 10 in that number 83.
Nice. Nice green-to-green race there. That was awesome.
Yeah, Sam Scott with an 11th, Matan Rosenberg in 12th, Salou Shukla, Eric Dalla Riva, Michael Pagano in the Seems Legit BMW, solid top 15 run there, and Kevin Zhu up inside the top 20 after starting tail of the field. And look now the rest of the order there, and some lap traffic, but it got pretty exciting there between Thomas Lathrop and Daniel Geraldo. Geraldo did win that battle in the Lexus after an off there in the opening moments. Matt Waldbaum didn't finish the race, unfortunately. That's a bad
That is not going to help him. That's a big bummer.
So he'll have to try to reboot things here in race number 4. Let's have a look at the highlights of Ibach GLTC Race 3 wide into the turn 1.
3 almost 4.
Squeezed there.
Yep.
That was really tight and dicey. And then Catil passed Darling. That was a pretty critical point in this race. Needed to get by the driver that was dominant in the first 2 races.
Absolutely massive.
Then Andy started to pull away. He had over a 2-second lead, and it just goes to show you that Catil, when he has a rabbit to chase, he can just lock in. And great fights a little further in the field with Don Louis and Peter Zhang in very different FRS builds. And then it was chase on for Catil, running down Smedegaard from a long ways back. And into lap traffic, this is where Catil gained, but just didn't quite get close enough to ever really have a real sniff for the lead. But Andy Smedegaard picks up a win here in Ibach GLTC. We'll be right back after this.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
These are my race treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hook.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
Every lap, every race, every bit of paint traded for every hard-fought place. Every checkered flag and trophy raised. Every ounce of dirt, sweat, and gears. They're all jammed inside every can of NOS Energy. Go ahead, Open up a can.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
Here with Chris DeLucia. We are here in front of this E36, but this is more of a Frankenstein build than anything. About a month ago, 30 days, you had a terrible crash. What did you do to get back here at GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends?
I've actually made a post on an E36 group on Facebook. A guy was nice enough to give me a shell. He said it was sitting in the woods for about 10 years. We pulled it out of the bushes, literally cut from the back wheels off, and welded it back onto to this car. So I'm just happy to be out here right now.
I am so incredibly impressed with your hard work, and not only that, your dedication to the sport. How's it been driving this weekend?
It's been, I mean, honestly, it's been a struggle. I found out when I got here that actually one of the parts that I didn't replace was bent as well, so we had to take the whole rear end apart, replace trailing arms, and align it while we were at the track, but I'm just happy to be out here.
It's incredible. Honestly, this is one of the reasons that I just love motorsports so much. All right, Chris, well, you're about to go out. Thank you so much for the interview, and we wish you the best of luck.
Thanks a lot.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Cerise. A really cool story there with Chris DeLucia having that crash a couple of weeks ago and basically grafting a rear end of a car back on to make this race here. So GRIDLIFE GT race number 3 is on track now. I'm joined now by Mark Kilgore just in time for the green flag. Mark, welcome back. And this is going to be fun. We saw AJ Hartman and James Houghton going toe-to-toe every lap last time by, but it's going to be a battle between these two all over again for this race.
Yep, sure is. James Houghton put on a fresh set of tires on the front. He said he wasn't going to trim the car out any. He's already got it about as trimmed out as he can get it. So we'll see if he can get to the front and hold AJ Hartman off, or is AJ going to get the jump on Houghton?
Green flag, Hans Horpenal back in the field, and just like he did yesterday, charging up to the front here. Into turn 1, Bamforth on the curbing, into turn 1. I thought he was going to clobber Hartman, but he didn't. They were able to keep it on course as Hartman tucks in behind the 41 of James Houghton.
Yeah, great job by AJ and Bamforth there, not hitting each other. I will note that Houghton, one thing with the TCR car, Houghton has ABS in that car, but Hartman does not. So I think that really gives Houghton a big advantage going into turn 1, that he knows he's going to have the braking system. Because as we all know, it's a short warm-up lap. It's hard to get temperature into the tires and the brakes, and that gives Houghton a big advantage.
Yeah, it certainly does. And again, we saw AJ Hartman and James Houghton just go at it in the first 2 races of the weekend. The TCR car finding an advantage. Bamforth in the dirt at the top of the hill, driving a little ragged here in this opening lap, just trying to get a rhythm underneath him as DeLucia chases him down the hill. Eric Thompson following as well. First time across the line, Houghton leads. Then Hartman, DeLucia, Bamforth, Thompson, Horpenal, Zazoulis, and Pites.
Yeah, great to see a close battle here for third. DeLucia's really hounded Bamforth turn 1, clipping into turn 2, heading down to turn 3. And let's give a shout out to all the fans at turn 3. I went by there earlier. That hillside is absolutely packed. Great to see all of them.
Yeah, there's a look at the fans there, trackside enjoying GRIDLIFE GT. And AJ Hartman and James Houghton on the opening lap there. Houghton much quicker than Hartman on the run into turn 1. But onto the Paul Newman straight now. There's DeLucia with the rear end of that car. That's brand new after having backed into the wall a couple of weeks ago. And almost did it in qualifying earlier this weekend as well. But saved the rear of the car and now chases Bamforth in the 404 Porsche Cayman.
Yeah, I think for DeLucia, in fourth with that BMW there on screen, I think that he ultimately has to be happy with how this weekend has gone. He has done nearly every lap this weekend. The car has run strong. I'm sure he's got a list of to-dos when he gets home, but he has to ultimately be happy considering the state that car was in just a week ago.
Yeah, and it's painted even. I mean, that's one step farther than most people would go after repairing their car on such short notice.
Yes, absolutely. We've seen a few cars here that are multicolored, but his is intentionally that way. It looks good. We always love to see good paint schemes on the cars.
Working his way through turn 4 now, the right-hander. A.J. Hartman still with him, 0.3 of a second of Houghton, but this is the volatile fight right now. P3 with Bamforth in the Porsche Cayman. That car typically is a track mod entrant car. That was sort of the target time attack class, if there was one for GLGT, was around time attack pace, or time attack track mod pace. And again, here's a look at min speeds at the uphill, but look at the arrow working for A.J. Hartman, 90.2 miles an hour. Really getting the job done well there over James Houghton in the TCR.
Yep, continuing to see Houghton lead the way and top speed up over the hill with 90+ miles an hour. He's continuing to hound Houghton. He is getting used to that view throughout these first few races. We'll see if he has anything for him. And as again, they go through turn 3. Hartman taking a really tight line. They clip through turn 4, get on the power down the Paul Newman straight. Houghton has a pretty big lead here. He's got probably 6 or 7 car leagues at least. That's the biggest lead we've seen so far today.
Yep.
For Houghton.
And looking at braking for us last lap, Alex Pites, that car has been a real point-and-shoot missile, hasn't it? It's been really good on the brakes, really good on the power, but been struggling in the corners. I had a chance to talk to him last night, and he was using fire laps. Of course, all these cars carrying fire links on board to analyze, where he could find some speed. And how about Eric Thompson with 1.6 Gs of cornering force, fastest of anybody on lap 3?
That is very impressive, especially for the car that probably has the least amount of downforce in this field. So the fact that that is all mechanical grip is really impressive. He's getting hounded right now by Hans Horpedal through turn 1.
Oh, James was real sideways there. Mark had the rear end kicked out.
Yep, and Hartman's going to see that, and he's going to want to try and close in, see if he can put some pressure on Houghton.
I mean, it's got to be sickening after 2 full races of following Houghton this close. You're looking for any mistake when you see one like that. You feel like it's like smelling blood in the water. You want to jump on it and take it, but he's not close enough yet.
Yeah, absolutely. Hartman sees something like that with Houghton. Maybe he's thinking that, okay, maybe there's something wrong with Houghton's car, or maybe something's just not quite working correctly. So, gives a little bit of motivation, and sometimes that's all you need, kind of find those few extra tenths, push a little bit harder, and here they come down the front straight. Yet again, Hartman leading Houghton. Houghton leading Hartman. There we go, gosh. Houghton, Hartman, it's hard for us to keep these straight.
It is. They got to stop being H names. It's like when we had Jensen and Swenson and GLTC for a long time. Yeah. Look at this battle. Battle for third, battle for fifth. Here comes DeLucia on the brakes. And Bamforth chases him down to the entry of the apex there.
Yeah, really good racing. DeLucia popped out, and you could see Bamforth just kind of fade towards the inside curb, kind of tighten it up for DeLucia. And as DeLucia slowed up, he actually jumped to the outside, trying to see if he could get to the outside of turn 2, but not able to make anything work yet. He's sliding back there, trying to do anything with Bamforth.
Yeah, big counter steer correction for DeLucia at turn 3. Have a look there. DeLucia about 1.5 tenths off of Bamforth's best time, but I think that's partially because he's been following him. It's hard to go faster than the driver when you're just right up the tailgate of it the entire time.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's sort of interesting to see. I mean, we're glad to see Bamforth back out there. I wonder if they've maybe toned this car back a little bit, trying to make it last, because we saw him jump up to the front at the beginning of race 2, but then he quickly fell off after he had an off. So maybe they're going for a little more reliability instead of outright pace. Maybe they dialed in a bit more wing, a bit more aero to keep that car more planted, keep him on the racing surface, which is preferable to be when you're out here at Lime Rock Park.
Yeah. Through Big Bend now, sweeping away. Hans Horpedal charging forward. He put a new ECU in that car earlier this weekend that had some big braking issues, but now it seems like things are working a little better. Got the car to run past a couple laps into the race, though.
Yep, he's picked off Thompson. So now we'll see if he can, if Hans Horpedal on the silver C5 Corvette can run down DeLucia in the BMW E36. Still got Houghton and Hartman out front. Just a few, just half a second as they come across the line.
I mean, it's just been so nip and tuck between those two. And then for third place, still at the bottom of the screen, Bamforth and DeLucia. Watching max and min speeds here. Eric Thompson, Alex Pites. Eric Thompson, that car is flying in this race, isn't 135. That's really, really solid for the 165. Oh, here comes DeLucia on Bamforth. This is for third place into turn 1. Again, Bamforth kind of falls for it that time.
Yeah, DeLucia popped out there early, and I think that he kind of tried to throw Bamforth off, and Bamforth ran a little deep into turn 1. DeLucia made up some time, and now he is really hounding him, trying to stick the nose in into turn 3, but just can't quite get it done. Bamforth really driving defensively.
Yeah, really sliding the car around here a little bit. And again, DeLucia still unable to lap quicker than Bamforth. He just needs to get by that Porsche Cayman to do that.
And as we see these two battling, look who's coming up in the back. We've got Orpidal who's closing in. He's going to make this a 3-car race for 3rd place.
Yeah, they're all 17 seconds behind the race leaders right now. Nothing super exciting up at the pointy end, but for 3rd, Mark, it is a dogfight.
DeLucia was throwing it in there even into turn 6. He keeps poking the nose in there, hoping to maybe be able to get just a little bit of overlap and keep Bamforth out wide. And I think if he can do that, he might really be able to get underneath him and drive off. Here they go into turn 1. We're going, everybody's popping out. Hans has really caught them up. He's going to start applying pressure to DeLucia, who's now having to look forward and backwards as they go through turn 2.
Yeah, Hans has a lot of wheel-to-wheel experience, and David Bamforth, my understanding, is relatively new to it. Chris DeLucia sort of the driver in the middle, more than just figuratively here.
Yeah, but love seeing Porsche, BMW, Chevrolet, Corvettes all represented here in GLGT. It's turning out to be great so far.
On the Fire Laps graphic here, Houghton and Hartman identical lateral Gs on lap number 8. They are matching each other's performance exactly.
Yep, that is really impressive. And yet again, Thompson just behind him by, you know, at 1.161, a lot of mechanical grip in there.
And you mentioned the ABS for Houghton pulling more Gs on the brakes. Really neat insights from Fire Laps. Again, these cars carrying a Fire Link, and for drivers that are interested, you can visit the Fire Laps tent here in the paddock and pick yourself up a Fire Link to, at some point, hopefully have data for everybody here in the field.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Hans Orpidal, he popped out. Oh, he broke a little too deep. He had gotten up next to DeLucia down the front straight. They were too wide behind Bamforth going into turn 1, but Hans could not keep it under control, and he washed out wide. But it looks like DeLucia's given Hans a point by. It looks like DeLucia maybe has a problem. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, he definitely is waving by more than just Hans. That is not what we wanted to see. DeLucia struggling with something inside the car.
Yeah.
But heads up driving to stick the hand out the window, especially in the middle of the corner, to let drivers know not to run you over. And by the way, Hartman is all over Houghton here for the lead. 0.3 of a second back is as close as he's been in this race.
Yeah, he's really good. And going back to your brake force, that is just the advantage of ABS. When you don't have ABS, you have to threshold brake. You have to make that brake zone just a little bit longer, and it's a little bit harder to do versus, oh boy, here we go. Hans goes down to the inside of Bamforth into turn 1. It looks like he's got him.
Oh, he got him, but he drove in there really deep and had to chase it across the width of the road.
He's trying to get it tucked back down for turn 2. I think he's going to have him into turn 3 if he can keep it clean and keep it down to the inside and get off a good exit at turn 4.
He was wheeling it there. He was all sorts of sideways, gathering up his silver C5, but he's got it.
This has to be a good feeling for him. I know they're having some issues trying to get that ECU, the ABS dialed in, so it's great that he's out here getting some laps in, and a great fight with Bamforth for 3rd place.
DeLucia into pit lane up front, though. This is the battle for the race lead. James Houghton and A.J. Hartman, the red and white K-tuned Honda Civic TCR, and then A.J. Hartman in the A.J. Hartman Aero New Edge Ford Mustang. He's got, we're hiring stickers on the side. If you're interested, I guess hit him up because he's putting on a show right now, getting that logo on the screen as they navigate turn 4.
Absolutely. I guess we could call it black, but really it is carbon. It is nearly an all carbon bodied New Edge Mustang, which is just unbelievably impressive. We'll see if he can, again, just, he's fighting, looking for any advantage that he can over Houghton, but it is just, Houghton is putting up a stellar drive and being able to withstand the pressure. Unbelievable as they go through turn 6. Hartman closing in, as it usually does, downhill into turn 7, onto the front straight.
Yeah, and again, Hartman, quickest driver in the field right now. You see the purple on the timing and scoring. We'll see if he improves this time across the stripe. And it was not a pickup for either of them as far as lap times are concerned, but A.J. Hartman, again, he does all his own aero on this car. And actually, interesting stat, Dewey DeWitt, his rear wing is actually an A.J. Hartman aero piece. So it's infiltrating the paddock, and right now,
absolutely,
he's putting on a show with it, and it's been so cool to see it on display this weekend, working and in some cases outperforming that of the TCR ahead of. Now that car is built to a homologated standard, where this car, it can, there's a lot of open rules in the GLGT rule, but for Aero, but cool to see him taking advantage of it.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's a little tidbit for you: the rear diffuser on AJ Hartman's car is actually developed by I can't remember his name, but it is JKF Aero out of Australia, who was a former Williams F1 aerodynamicist.
That's cool.
So you want to talk about a slick piece of aero equipment, and for anyone who was wondering, yes, you can go buy that rear diffuser and put it on your own car and have a F1 capable developed diffuser for your track car.
That was real. I mean, the whole idea here of GridLife GT was to sort of take the builder mindset of Ibach GLTC and kick it up a notch. And I think, Houghton's car is a good example of finding an efficient way, dollars-wise, to bring a car into this series. But Hartman's way is the way to build it. Look at this mess. Are we 3 wide?
We've got some Corvette action going here. It looks like the Thompson got a great run because he was there at the very end. He got a great run down the hill. Oh, 3 wide. They make it work, but Thompson goes from fourth in line up to second. He's now running up next to Horpedal. He's gotten past Bamforth. Bamforth, the loser there.
Yeah, that was Alex Pice just getting out of the way there in his black Corvette. He got kind of swarmed there. White flag is in the air. We will get the final lap of the race this time through. And I don't know that Hartman can do anything about Houghton at this stage, but he is just so close. If Houghton were to make any mistake in that DCR, he'd be right up there with him. But Houghton might go 3 for 3 here.
I think he is. Out of turn 2, coming into turn 3. At this point, when I went by and talked to him, he said, you know what, I may not have the absolute fastest car this weekend, but he said, the main thing that I look for is I try and hit every apex. If I can hit every apex as best I can, then that likely is going to get me the win if I can get out front. I think he is really concerned about AJ Hartman getting out front. Houghton thinks he wouldn't have anything for him if Hartman gets in clean air.
Coming down around West Bend for the final time in GridLife GT Race 3. Down the hill. Big compression here.
You hear the splitter scraping the ground as they compress there onto the front straight.
James Houghton has been perfect so far. AJ Hartman has been close. Houghton picks up a 3rd consecutive win this weekend in GridLife GT. And AJ Hartman finishes 2nd place. Hans Horpedal should. And again, with Horpedal in 3rd, have a look at, again, he's going to propel himself up to 42 points on the weekend. But DeLucia and Bamforth, look at that, 46 to 45.
And that's going to be frustrating for DeLucia, who pulled off early in this race. He would have, he was fighting there with Bamforth, so that's going to hurt a little bit if he had been able to stay in it. Horpedal does come by in 3rd. Thompson comes by in 4th, and Bamforth falls back to 5th on that last lap. That's unfortunate with the lap traffic, but at the same time, it's great to see Bamforth out there getting a full race in. Great job as well for Horpedal finishing 3rd. That's got to be a stellar effort from them and his crew.
Yeah. Well, let's have a look at the race results here for GridLife GT Race 3. James Houghton again picking up another win. AJ Hartman, Hans Horpedal, Eric Thompson, and David Bamforth, your top 5. Then Jeffrey Zazoulis, Alex Pites, and Chris DeLucia with that pulling off for what appears to be a mechanical issue. We saw him power down onto pit lane, so I didn't see anything visually wrong with it, but he must have felt or seen something he didn't like.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know if, could have been a tire issue, maybe something mechanical. It's unfortunate. He's had a really strong weekend so far. Of course, commentators curse. We're talking about how he's run every lap, and then he has to pull off in this 3rd race. But
that was your fault.
Yeah, that one's on me, Kyle.
So let's have a look at the highlights here from GridLife GT Race number 3. It all started with a nice run towards turn 1 again with, in the background, the silver Corvette making headway up the middle here. And watch Bamforth on the curbing. I thought that it was going to be a contact there with AJ Hartman's Mustang, but then again, it kicked off another 2-car battle at the front of the field.
Yeah, absolutely. It was interesting there at the beginning that this time AJ tried the outside lane for that start. Still didn't quite work. He's trying anything. Here's DeLucia. Oh, he's so close on Bamford, trying to get by him, and just could not find a way until ultimately he had to give it up and pull the car in.
Yeah, I wonder, he'd been having issues with his left front tire, and he'd gone through 3 of them this weekend.
Oh, wow.
And so I wonder if that was potentially, related to that. I talked to James about that because he's running the same tire on his car, and he had to replace one as well, but he said that it was because he was running too low of a tire pressure. So I think maybe the alignments are so critical at a place that's so heavy towards right-hand turns, so hopefully Chris can find out a solution for that for race number 4.
Hopefully so. He's got one more race for all these guys. We hope they can make it through the weekend. Hopefully he's got at least one more tire, or if not, maybe he goes down to Houghton and see if he's got any scrubs that maybe he can borrow one for one more race.
All right, well, we're going to take a step away for a brief moment. It'll be Grid Life Track Battle Heat 5 up next.
Thousands of data points affect milliseconds on the track. You've got the data, but do you know how to use it? FireLabs is the driver development platform that makes data simple and actionable. And with FireLink, your sessions upload automatically and coaching insights show up instantly. Visualize clearly, share easily, improve every time you drive. Powered by machine learning and real driver data, FireLabs helps you train with purpose and race with confidence.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
I'm faster than you. Yeah, well, I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways. I'm louder. Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder, slicker, cooler, tougher. Let's go.
So what you got?
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, a more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
And welcome back to Grid Life Circuit Legends at Lime Rock Park. Grid Life's 4th year in a row at this historic facility built back in 1957. Kyle Heyer joined now by Nick Nazzaro here for Grid Life Track Battle session number 5. Nick, welcome back. It's good to have you here. I know we had you at Grid Life Midwest for a little while, but we're going to have you here for a whole track battle session. Get to see basically all the classes, all 7 in the next 4 heats. And there's a bunch of cars with Subimod's representation in here.
Absolutely. No, thank you for having me in the booth. It is beautiful up here, as we were just talking about, right? It's a good weekend, and this is a great seat, and we're going to watch some Subarus tear it up on the track alongside some other competitors.
Yeah, when they get out there, for sure, we're going to talk about those individual cars and their builds, but tell me a little bit about Subimods again, just for those that might have missed the segment at Midwest Festival.
Yeah, absolutely. So Subimods in and of itself is what it sounds like, right? We are a supplier of Subaru modifications. Our business is majority online, but we do have our footprint here in Connecticut via a retail store. Our goal is to support customers through delivering them modifications right to their door. But beyond that, I think what we are really striving for in 2025 and through 2026 is to show our fan base, our customer base, that you know, there's passion here. There's something to be had here. It's different than just buying something for your vehicle. It's not that intrinsic, right? There's passion. There's an outlet for them to get involved in something like GRIDLIFE, and you know, we're making that evident, right? And I think that's big.
Yeah, really, really cool. We've seen a handful of the drivers with Subimod's representation. In particular, it was Bucky Lasik running in track mod this weekend, who has had a lot of fun, and he's been in a variety of classes this year. But that track mod WRX is crushing it right now. 57.713, the fastest time he's done, and in the track mod class, he's sitting in sixth or seventh.
Oh man, he got bumped down a couple, but yeah, we set a goal of coming out top 5. So we're hoping, right? The track he was having some struggles this morning. The track was a little greasy. I think you're going to get that, I guess, a lot out here when we're, you know, dealing with humidity and the drifting and all in that. But get him on some new Falcon RT660s, get him back out there, and see if he can. What does he have to close the gap on that? Is that a second or two, maybe? Right? He might have a second. I think he's somewhere in like the 56. He was looking to be.
57.7 is what he has. Yep. And to be 5th, he needs a 57.2.
Oh, he's got that.
Yeah,
I think he's got that.
We'll see him get after it. And for those that want to learn more, where should they go?
So online, www.subimods.com. In person, for anyone local to the, I would say New England, right? 9 Old Windsor Road in Bloomfield, Connecticut. We have a showroom. My team is there 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. Stop in. I also encourage people, you know, at the end of the day, do we have to sell things to keep our business going? Absolutely, right? I'm not shy about that. But if you have an interest or you have a want, right, to understand, come by the booth, right? Walk into the showroom, have discussions with us. We are enthusiasts. We are humans, no different than anyone else. And, you know, again, we are here for you, really, truthfully.
Great. Well, Nick, it's going to be great to have you along for this track battle session. You've been on track a little bit this weekend drifting. So this place, you know, when we first did this back in 2022, I talked with Dickie Regal yesterday. They were nervous about it because it's a new thing. Drifting in the world of motorsports is relatively new for a track built in 1957. Yeah. But this is a track like everyone drifted in Forza. They're like, it would be sweet if we did it in real life. What's it like out there?
It's fast, right? Obviously, this is an iconic track in the world, let alone for a Connecticut resident like myself, but a couple of my guys are diehard Lime Rock fans, and you know, they kind of heard they were like, oh, you're gonna get to, you know, go full course, and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna go full course, and I really love just the 1, 2, 3 segment is so. I mean, for me, it's a little more difficult than some of the other drivers. RBRZ only has about 350 horsepower, so
only.
Yeah, only.
Mine's got like 180 on a good day.
Good day,
downhill.
correct, yeah, with a nice backwind.
Yep.
But you know, it's a little hard to link from that segment 2 to 3. But the camber situation out there is beautiful. The car naturally loves it, and you can't go wrong having you know, thousands of people on the hill watch you. That's not a bad Saturday.
Certainly not. And this is going to be our 4 time attack heats in reverse speed order. So Group D, then C, then B, then A. And in Group D, we typically are following the Club SC crowd, which basically is Honda Fits for the most part here this weekend, 25-1 power to weight. Just to note that the fastest time that they're chasing is Austin O'Brien's 103.856. See at the top of the screen there, that is a track record in the Club SC category. It was set earlier this weekend, and they're going to all aim for that now. So I got to get after it. And when you don't have a lot of power, I mean, you know, this is something that you're going to fix in some of our other categories as you add, you know, boost or you add whatever else. But in Club SC, you can't.
It's a driver mod.
Yeah, driver mod. And you got to just carry that momentum.
Yep. And our technical partner, EFI, does a lot with Miatas as well. So I've kind of become acclimated to the low power, foot to the floor type driving, and I love seeing it. I love seeing it. I get a kick out of these cars because these guys are they're wheeling them.
Yeah, it was really fun to chat with some of the Club SC competitors. Matthew Reinhardt was messaging me. He goes, you know, did anybody break 100 miles an hour last year? And I think the max speed we saw in Club SC was 103, and he was hitting 99 today.
Oh, so that's where you need the tailwind. That's where you need the tailwind. You need the tailwind and a little push off the line.
Yeah. So starting laps off here. We'll see what our first times of the session are. And again, for most of the field here, look at Chuck Meyer in the 541.
Yep.
And here he is on screen. So tell me about this one.
Yeah, so Chuck is he's an old friend. He now heads up our support department, and he's our diehard Lime Rock fan, right? He lives and breathes this. His family's been driving here. He's been driving here for a lot of years. And this car itself, this is his street car, right? This is something he drives to work. This has it's powered still by EJ25. This is an IAG short block that, you know, Chuck's done all the work himself. He really is what I think we all embody as an enthusiast, someone who waits for 6 p.m. to go home and put that modification in. Sometimes ends up doing it twice. I've been there, right? We've all been there. I think I've done a few installations a few times. But he really takes pride in it. And yeah, he's moving. He really wants to get down closer. I think he was running a 102 earlier this weekend, so he really wants to get down in that closer to that minute mark. Yeah, car powered by EJ257 by IAG. And did he get it?
Just ran his best lap of the weekend by 500ths of a second.
All right, he's getting there. We're inching down. But yeah, so a lot of what you see in this segment of vehicle for us is, and not much different than the 22WRX, where everything is available online, right? So that's really what we're kind of touting when we're putting cars in the street classes. Hey, you can order that set of suspension online. Hey, you can order that turbo online. Hey, you can get that car tuned by a local shop here. A big thing for us, Chuck's car is fully compliant. This is a catted downpipe car. This car has EGR systems back in place, air pump systems back in place, excuse me. And that's been a new change for the industry, following some things that have happened in the last few years. So for us, it's showing that, hey, compliance is not a hamper to being able to perform, and he's showing that. He's showing that.
Yeah. That's great. I mean, when you look at that street class and the definition of and what it sounds like it should be, is a street car that you can drive legally on the road, and so to be compliant with all those regulations and still show that you can be performant, I think that's really impressive. What makes a Subaru such a good base for a street class car in this championship? Because, you know, we see a lot of Evos, but Subarus really seem to be the dominant force. You see a lot of Civics and things too, but if you're up at the front in street class, you're probably in an all-wheel drive turbocharged car.
Yeah, and I don't want to sell the brand that we support short, right? I don't want to say a cliche, oh, it's the all-wheel drive system. That obviously helps a lot, but you're starting to see the pinnacle of the rear-wheel drive BRZ platforms kind of taking the throne. I think what it really boils down to is they're very easy to drive, right? They have a decent power to weight. They're a little heavy, but with some mild upgrades, some suspension upgrades, and then, you know, some engine, get a little more power, but also maybe some driveline modifications, differential, things like that. The car is very well sorted. Contrary to popular belief, the industry has advanced so much now that these cars are very reliable. It's not days of the old where, you know, the jokes of where you're gonna, you know, lift a head and blow a head gasket. Like, these cars are well sorted when done right.
Yeah, and again, I've got the Toyota flavor of the BRZ, but I drove mine 1,000 miles here. It's got 105,000 miles on it. I track it on occasion, and I'm a subscriber to the engine type. The FA20, again, the FA24 is a little stronger from factory than the FA20 was, but again, I think in my case, I've taken care of it, and it's treated me well.
That's really the big, for me, that's one of my things when any customer comes to me and says, hey, what's my number one focus, or what should be my number one focus with this vehicle? It's maintenance, it's fluids, it's key. These cars, you know, obviously the motor is in a fashion that, you know, puts fluids at odds, right? At ends. And if you're not staying up on that, you are doing yourself a disservice. And I say quick oil or frequent oil changes or cheap insurance.
Yeah, for sure. Luis Rodriguez in the 357 Honda Fit, up at a 105.594, and that's only about 2/10 off his best lap of the weekend. We were talking earlier this morning with James Houghton, who was in here before, about track conditions and how typically the morning sessions are the fastest here in the GridLife Track Battle Championship, but it's not crazy hot outside, and the clouds have come over, so I'm not sure that I would bet on records being set here, but we're not far off from our best laps of the weekend. Also, Dylan Rogers in Club TR. His best time, he's only about a half second off of that. This R32 Volkswagen is really cool. That's Connor O'Mara's car. And I was actually chatting with Ian, who's one of the employees here at Lime Rock who helps us on the technical side. And he's got one of these. And he made the comment, he goes, I bet you there's a lot of people that are upset that he's racing this thing. And Connor said that yesterday. And that about half the people that see this car go, man, why are you doing this to this car? And the other half go, this is awesome.
It's passion, right? I mean, you know, I agree. I think the conditions are actually, it would definitely be a bit, it'd be a run right now to go for a personal best, but it's not impossible. I mean, like you said, these guys aren't far off, and I mean,
Chuck, I mean, that's just time.
Yeah,
Basically, got a little quicker.
He's on. So I mean, I'm getting a kick out of watching these guys. The line they run, they have to be so exact and so precise just to be, you know, to retain that level of speed that they need to carry. But they're moving.
They are moving. And
is that an Outback out there?
Oh yeah, that's. I'm trying to remember which driver that is. Maybe you can help me learn about that car because I don't know a lot about Legacy Outbacks.
I gotta see it. Well, I just caught it out of the corner of the screen. I was waiting for it to come by.
It is Jeff Daniels.
We're talking about power to weight ratio there. It doesn't say in the year. I think it was looked like an 05 to 09 off the corner of the headlight.
Chad is demanding more on the Outback. It's Jeff Daniels, the number 986. Here he is.
Yep, he's good. All right.
Well, fist out the window, so he'll be pitting in. I mean, I would not think that these are crazy popular track cars, but I have seen more than one of them.
You know, honestly, if I was going to do it, that's the best one because you can go get groceries for the wife.
Yeah.
You go do everything you need to do and just spin back through Lime Rock and set a good time. What's he running for a time in that?
So Jeff Daniels, his best time was a 107.6.
You know what? Love that.
So if we can take a look at street, actually it is right here. That is an improvement by 2 seconds on his best for the weekend. So there you go.
There we go. Track conditions are perfect for that Outback.
Yeah, there you go. And on track here, this is a unlimited class car, the 203. Now, this is Chris Gatos in the BMW M3. He's only in unlimited because of the tire he has as a non-DOT tire, so that kind of bumps you up a little bit. Look at Rodriguez up to 105.1. And for Rodriguez, I think that is an improvement for him too. So that's 0.2 better than he's run all weekend.
He's hunting that grip too on turn one. He was on.
It's just fun to watch people kind of get after it because you only have one more chance to get on track. And to your point, you talk about the drifting and things that can make this a little challenging for the grip cars. There's a lot of drifting happening after this. Two sessions kind of with a rush race in between. Yeah. So this is really might be your last chance to really go fast.
No, and this is actually my first chance. Actually, I haven't really been able to watch the live stream, and compliments to the team for that because, I mean, being able to sit here and watch this, it's great to be able to watch the lines that different drivers are running. I think that's a cool thing about the way the GRIDLIFE structure is you can actually get a lot of cars from different, not necessarily very different power levels or driver level, but you can start to see these parallels and then these differences. Yeah,
how about some differences here?
Extreme difference that we're looking at there.
We've got air-cooled Porsche, then front drive CRZ and all-wheel drive Subaru.
All-wheel drive, yeah.
A little bit of everything.
And they're moving too. Chuck's not giving up much speed. He's trying to get ahead of that one there.
That's Amos Winter in the 888 car running in street class in a 911 SC. This car typically runs the One Lap of America series.
Hey. We got a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
A little bit of everything.
Tim Forsheimer just chucking the fit into the downhill. And pulling out a line, going to get a little slipstream there to Ian Stone.
Yeah, that's the shake and bake right there.
Yeah. Look, they did the swap, like two-car tangos, NASCAR style.
That.
That's cool.
That's what I mean. I think, like, however, I think that's what's cool about motorsport, at least from my side, is that we all have that same passion, right? You would almost think that it's more divided, right? Where it's like, oh, well, I have a Subaru, so I only root for the Subaru. It's like, no, I love seeing this. Like, whatever it is, this is awesome.
Well, I think, I was talking this morning, you see Ian Stone there in the 744 Honda Fit with James Houghton. Again, he's a Honda guy. He has a lot of K-Tune parts on his stuff, and I think it's important for the industry and for motorsports, it's grassroots racing especially, for there to be retailers and parts warehouses and companies that service every manufacturer individually because like in FCP Euro's case, like those are mostly European vehicles, and K-Tuned and Acuity for Honda and Subimods for Subaru. Like you got to have a place to go that's easy to get your parts, and you can't necessarily just go to AutoZone and always get what you need, right, or whatever.
You're 100% right. Aces in their places. I'm a big believer of that. And
that's Sam Dooling. Now Sam Dooling is going to be pushing really hard because he only needs 0.2 of a second on his weekend best to win the weekend. Now, he needs a 103.8 or better, and he's going to have a lap to do it because the checkered flag is out here.
Oh, we got to watch that one. But, yeah, no, I think, again, back to your point, aces in their places are key. Whether it be the guys at K-Tuned or Acuity and, FCP Euro. I think knowing what you do and doing it really well is extremely important because I'm just a believer of, at least in my time of doing this, that, you know, you can dedicate your efforts so far, but you can't spread yourself thin. And it's impossible to know everything about everything.
Yep.
So focus in on what we do it well, and, you know, it's just going to be the game. That's the game we play.
Yep. So Chuck Meyer does improve a little bit on his best time, a 101.137, so 500s quicker than his best on the weekend. No pickup for Sam Dooling that time, so Group D, Heat 5 is complete. Group C will be up next, and we're going to move up kind of the next speed echelon here. But again, I think conditions-wise, like I don't think it's going to be like rapid-fire best laps, but we're certainly seeing some drivers chip away. And when you get this late in the weekend, sometimes it's like, okay, I've had 4 sessions ahead of this. I'm braver now, and sometimes that can actually outperform the drop in track conditions.
It's I think we deal with it with the drift sessions a lot too, right? You go out, your first session is work the track in, work the car in, and then, you know, a couple laps in.
Right.
All right, yeah, let's go. Let's see what happens. But no, I think you're right. I think we'll see some personal bests in the next round at least. You know, we'll see. I can't remember where Bucky and Max are, if they're a C or.
So told that the Jeff Daniels car, it's running in street mod. And it sounds like there's someone in the chat who knows a lot more about it than we do. There's nothing OEM left on the car. Has an STI transmission in it too, which is awesome.
Hey, you know, I mean, if it's still, I think it counts, right? If it's still, you know, Subaru, Fuji Heavy Industry, it's still there.
You know, I was listening to Dewey on a podcast talk about you know, the different Subarus of the early 2000s and how a lot of those misconceptions that you were talking about sort of came to be, but how, you know, a lot of it's misguided because of trying to, you know, the car that was designed, you know, as Dewey put it, for grandma driving to get milk in the mountains is not the same as an STI that is built to be a performance car, right? So understanding the differences between them when you're picking a car to use for the racetrack, I think, is also important, but there's a lot of parts that can be shared too.
Well, and I think that's the cool thing, and it's not exclusive to Subaru, so don't let me just, you know, completely prop Subaru up on that arm, but like Dewey's car, for example, I mean, that is a grandma grocery getter, right? And look what he's turned that into with relative ease. So I say relative ease, but that's all perspective there.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's a lot of I don't think the right term is transmissibility, but compatibility between different platforms.
I get where you're going.
Yeah, exactly.
So Group C's on the racetrack now, and we're going to move up again, speed echelon here. We're going to be mostly looking at Club TR and Street, but again, we'll probably see some other classes trickled in here as well. And here's a really cool car, Nick. This has been a fan favorite, the Stanceworks K20 Ferrari. How about this?
You know, K-Series has been a conversation a lot more recently, because I mean they're ended up in everything. I feel like there isn't something you could not put that in, right? I mean, what?
It's like Legos. But I think that the idea of taking like a really you know, a classic chassis like that and just kind of doing whatever with it, and going so far outside the box of what would be typical for a Ferrari-based track car. That's so, it's almost like, think back to, I guess it was Ryan Turk's FR 458, the 458 swapped FRS. Like, that kind of stuff is so fascinating to me.
Oh, I'm sure there's a purist in Italy somewhere who's rolling over right now.
No, you cannot do that.
Yeah,
you know?
Exactly. Yeah, cease and desist in the mail.
Yeah,
right.
For sure. Well, probably be more than that, but
yeah, you have to take the emblems off.
Yeah. Someone said ruined it by putting a K20. Should have been a K24.
Yeah. So that's semantics at that point,
for
right?
sure. But again, Mike Burrow's driving this car. It's been fun to watch him get after it. Had a little bit of ABS or braking issues in general. Kind of slid off the end of the front straight earlier today.
Yeah, I saw that earlier. But that's where you kind of have that brownout moment when you see that car slide somewhere. It's like, oh, hope not.
And they have a great YouTube channel that kind of documents their struggles with this car, and James Houghton was saying, you know, one of the things he appreciates about this program, see it wiggling on power there, is that they show everything, the successes and the failures, and I think that's so important when you're bringing people the experience of tracking a car.
Listen, if you as a driver only walk around and talk about what your successes are, I'm gonna consider you a liar at some point, right? Because it's just not. You don't have. There is no motorsports without failure. Sorry.
Yeah,
that's just what
it's just part of it. Yeah. I was incorrect. It wasn't the FR 458. It was the 4586. Which is even better.
Honestly, that is a great name. I should know that more.
There's the BMW M3, Mike Jansen behind the wheel of this car.
Actually, my daily driver out there, so I'm looking at, I'm watching this one close.
Yeah, Mike Jansen is actually the points leader in Club SC as well, driving an EG Honda Civic.
I wonder if that's an auto or a manual. I can't tell if it's a comp or not. Curious to see.
Get a good look inside the cockpit
there.
there.
The chat will probably know.
Yeah, but Mike, again, in Street GT this weekend, he's run Street GT before with a Tesla Model 3, so he's gotten a smattering of different entries that he's played with in the past. Yeah,
and those cars are very well suited. I give BMW some credit on that new platform. I mean, they've done really well with that car. That's one of those cars you go out to dinner and after, and then you can go set a blistering lap time after.
Cody Umba is on screen now in street class. I want to point out Devin Hoffman at a 59.809 in her Subaru Impreza. Now, that is her best lap of the weekend.
Yeah, she was telling us she was kind of getting sorted. So, you know, shout out Devin for that. You know.
Tom Halka, we saw this car nose into the barriers at turn 1 last time out. But back on track, doesn't need the front left bumper, who cares?
Oh, now that doesn't even look like it's missing.
I mean, the other thing, Subaru's rally history, right? As long as you got the wheels still bolted on, you might as well send
That's
it.
That's it. And he's still gonna send it. He's still gonna make it. That's just a little aero imbalance there.
Yeah, is it? Yeah, I think it is Tom. I was gonna say it is a Joshua driving the car because he's been in it a little bit here and there this year, but it is Thomas Halka.
Yeah, I'm glad to see him back out there because when he came in, it looked like there might have been some front end, some control arm damage or something. But good to see him back out there.
Yeah, paddocked over with the Turn In Concepts guys who are really, really solid teammates with each other, and
Tony and all those guys are awesome.
You got a huge team too.
And they're everywhere.
Yeah.
Shout out those guys because I mean we've done a few in some different states, but he's going everywhere. I'm like, man, I give you guys credit. It's a long weekend. It's a long year.
Ethan Brown in the 76, that's that 1980s Volkswagen, 101.459 for Ethan Brown. And that is not quite the fastest lap he's done this weekend, but only about 3/10 off. Oh, trouble for Adam Roble. That's
a deep one.
Down at turn 1. And Roble went for a little slide there. Maybe just kind of locked it up. It's easy to do in a front-wheel drive car when you put all the weight on the nose. The back end is sort of up in the air, and you get it a little bit wrong, you can find yourself turned around pretty quick.
That's that long off stretch for turn 1, right?
Yeah.
Lime Rock.
So you didn't know why that's straight over there?
You know what? I listened to the stream last year, and you guys were talking about that. There's actually supposed to be was there supposed to be another track carved into the back end of that, or
It was supposed to be the course that we're on was supposed to be the short course configuration. So originally, Lime Rock, there is a drawing of it somewhere on some old map from the 50s that basically had this track extending another mile or so up into the woods, back around to the right. Not the straightaway wasn't a mile, but the extra section was. Come back down and around, and basically the track would rejoin right at where the left turn is.
Oh, okay.
So.
So it'd be a long hook, basically.
It'd be basically, it's almost the same shape as what's here now, but extended further.
Yeah.
And it never got built, but that straightaway going off, now it just happens to be a good runoff area, but they basically started bulldozing trees out of the way and didn't ever complete the project. So
I tell you, this is just, I don't know, this is just one of the most picturesque scenes when you look here. So as much as I would love to see that investment though, right? Just another,
I don't think it'll ever happen now, but maybe in the 50s it would have. They had their chance, that I think.
The good old days.
Yeah, but again, I was talking with Dickie Regal. This is Kevin Horn in an FRS. I thought the goal with this car eventually is to make it to Ibach GLTC. So he's working on it in Club TR right now.
Is it still FA powered? Because I know there's it's hard to say. It's either it's K series
I think this is a K series car. I can't recall off the top of my head.
Usually I'm pretty good at being able to hear them too, but I think
that sounds real K series to me.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. I think Mike Coons is out there as well. He's a good friend as well in that black hatch that he's running. He tends to have some real good times.
Here's Devin Hoffman.
She's back at it.
And again, she had just put down her best time of the weekend, and she hasn't improved that time. And Mike Burrows is off pace there, and it looked like Devin was about to knock off anyway. So, by the way, Adam Roble, who we saw spun out at turn 1, 59.8. That feels like a solid time for him. And it was actually his best lap. So he went from running his best lap to turned around backwards. I wonder if he was like so stoked looking down at the left timer. You know how many times that has happened to everybody, or myself included. Yeah.
It's like, oh, all right.
Yep, that can happen to the best of us.
It looks like Max, one of our guys, is out there in front of Devin.
Is that Max Gorley?
Yep, Max Gorley. Mr. Major Max here. Good friend. He actually owned the 04 STI that Bucky was driving prior.
What color is that car? I'm just trying to find it on the screen.
Max's car is a dark gray.
Dark gray. So dark gray Subaru WRX on track. Max Gorley.
Yeah, 2015. So should have a little bit of a wing. It'll look like Devin Hoffman's car.
He might have just pulled off, I think. But either way, it could be.
Might be.
Well, I don't know how good my eyesight is.
I'm getting old, man. I can't see anything. Yeah, that is him.
Okay, so down on pit lane. So solid time though, 59.603, and for Gorley, that is his fastest lap of the weekend as well by 3:10. So another pickup for him.
Yeah, we've been battling just getting the. This is the car's first run. We elected to completely shake the car down at a GRIDLIFE weekend here, and it's performing very well. So that is a full new build that you're seeing on display here. So from the ground up, the car is it's getting its workout today.
Mike Jansen's BMW is an automatic, by the way, just to answer your question.
All right.
Sometimes you put a lot of trust in the chat.
I trust the chat implicitly.
That can be real brave sometimes.
Exactly. Before I get out of here, I'm going to get cooked.
Welcome to the club, man. Well, Cody Umba getting after it now here in the number 69 Honda Civic. The FK8, which was, very, very racy looking. I think the FL5 is a little bit more conservative looking. I don't know if you have a strong opinion.
I actually had an FK8.
Okay.
Yeah, I had an FK8, and I personally think they're really good cars. They really are. Honda got it right. I don't know about the FL5. The styling's a little.
It seems to be if you like one or don't like the other. There's not really I like both or I like neither,
But that, you know what, I say that's with everything, right?
Yeah.
Every time the chassis change happens, you see it in Subaru a lot. Everyone's like, they hem and they haw about the new chassis, and then 3 years later they own one.
Right. And they're like, yeah, this one's the best one.
Exactly.
That happened to me with the new 86.
That's
so
100%.
Anyway, Mike Jansen, by the way, improvement on his best lap of the weekend, 1:05.31. That is an 0.8 of a second pickup from last heat.
Here we go.
This car, the Noah Jank-driven Toyota MR2, this car has some left side damage. It was in the tire bundles yesterday, but it got repaired overnight.
That's the GRIDLIFE dream, right? You got a little shakedown.
The nightmare and then the dream.
Yeah, exactly. I think isn't a nightmare a dream, right? Is that how that works? That's what someone told me.
Yeah, well,
can't be that bad.
It's just the door skin. And again, we made the comment about the tire walls here and how Lime Rock Park was the first racetrack in the U.S. to be built to U.S. highway safety standards.
Yeah, it was extremely, it was ahead of its time.
Yeah.
Right at the time. Yeah.
And they have tire bundles placed all the places that you need them. And Noah kind of slid sideways into those, and they do a lot of damage to the bodywork, but they preserve the rest of the car.
It's kind of scary to think that that was the innovation back then. Like,
Right.
what was the default?
You just concrete or nothing, or there's a field of trees.
Or just a runoff into the gulag of death.
That's why Time Attack is so interesting because there's, as Cody Umba has a nice lap there. Hill climbs in particular. Like I get a chance to do the Pikes Peak hill climb or announce it.
Scares me.
And it's like racetracks are, they're safe these days, but hill climbs are crazy.
What was the few years ago? It wasn't a few years ago. Probably 10 years now. The Evo that went off.
Oh yeah, that was a long while ago. But yeah, they call it Evo Corner now. But
that one, you watch the video and you're like, there's no way anyone walks away from that, and then they did.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Testament to, I guess, safety at that time.
They got crazy roll cage restrictions at Pikes Peak. Yeah. So actually, Jeremy Lauder's car, which we'll see a little later, it is a Pikes Peak car. Yeah. And it does have all the necessary cage and equipment in it.
Well, even Bucky was just doing some rally racing, and I was shocked at the closeness of. Well, I shouldn't say the closeness of the elements, right?
Right.
The trees, things like that. And I'm like, I'll stick to drifting.
Yeah.
I'll stick to drifting. Good runoff.
So, checkered flag falls here on Group C. So only 2 more to go. And Nick, as we get faster and faster, we kick the dial up a notch into the track mods, the unlimiteds, the street mods. and the very pointy end also of our Falcon Club TR class, which this weekend we did a little bit of analysis with James Houghton up in here. You know, we were just at a racetrack that was 4 miles long, Road America,
absolutely.
right? Very fast racetrack.
Yep.
We came here to Lime Rock Park, and we were like, all right, what do you think the average speed of a 200 horsepower car around here, 220 horsepower car would be around here? Just ballpark it.
85.
It's 93.
All right. I feel like that sounds.
You're not bad, not bad. Now take a guess at what the average speed at Road America is.
Oh, geez, that's got to be like 130.
For Club TR?
No,
95.
I'm completely off. It's got to be the same. Right?
Almost exactly the same. Which I thought was really interesting. Logan Geyer, by the way, is backed in behind the wall at turn 3. We heard that he had spun over there and has found a nice orange cutout to hide him. But to the point, what I'm getting at there is this racetrack is a lot smaller, but it is not that much slower.
No, I think there's 2 main braking zones, right? That's what I was kind of hearing from someone. And obviously, apologies to everyone. I am not the most suited time attack driver. I tend to be around them more than I am in the competition. But I was actually talking to Max, and we were talking about betting the brakes in and what he was working to do, and he's like, yeah, it's all right. We don't have that many braking zones here.
Well,
and I'm
really,
like,
I mean, really, it's just you got the main one into turn 1, but then everywhere else that you're on the brakes, but like a little bit.
Correct.
You're not like smashing the brake pedal. At Road America, there's a lot of stop and start, and it's very point and shoot. Where here, you know, you got your big braking zone into Big Bend, but after that, it's carrying speed the rest of the lap. So just thought it was really interesting. The fastest speed I've seen this weekend, courtesy of Fire Laps, the official data provider of GridLife GT. Dewey is carrying one of the Fire Links. 155 is what I've seen him do. I know that there's cars doing more than that.
oh yeah, he's cooking. Shout out again, Dewey. He's and also Fire Labs too. Dewey's trying to get us integrated with that. We've seen some really cool things. He was sharing some data, and it was like, okay, this is cool, right? You know, data's everything.
And so, you know, you're pointing out the data. We'll pull up and just show you here on the right-hand side of the screen in just a moment. The min-max speeds of the most recent session, lap 1 of those drivers, and here you go. This will show of all the cars we've seen. This is lap 1 of their session, but Dewey at 150, Josh Halka at 134, and Peter Gramberg down there, good reference for a Falcon Club TR car, 127. But look at the min speeds of Dewey and Peter Gramberg, almost the same.
Almost the same, yeah. It just really boils down to forced induction, really, at that point, right? To some extent. And Dewey's car is an animal, I'll tell you.
That thing rips. I mean, he claims it makes like, what, 600 horsepower, 650?
I don't know if he wants everyone going around in air, and he's got a couple setups, right, I guess, but it's somewhere in that range for sure. And, you know, I mean, it's got a good balance, too. The car's very well set up, Dylan, and the guys at IAG and everyone behind the scenes there do a really good job. And also Dewey, I mean, he's really this year kind of, as much as, you know, much as I want Bucky to do well, right? I also want Dewey to do well. We have some contribution in his camp, but he's been the one to reckon with in Street Mod. He's really he's getting his arms out there.
Yeah, he's leading it this year right now by about 10 points, 11 points over Ryan Matthews at the moment, who is not running his Street Mod car here this weekend. So this will be a good weekend for Dewey, currently leading.
Yep.
And
I think he's hunting the track. I think he's hunting his record though. So I know Dewey's one of those individuals where he could have a great weekend, and he'll come over and I'll be like, Dewey, why are you upset? He's like, I didn't get this thing. And I'm like, man, what?
He's chasing Alan Patton's record from last year, which is mid-53. That'll be a tricky time to get to, but he's going to give it everything he's got. He was leaking, he was smoking earlier, so hopefully they got that sorted.
Yeah, I was talking to Dylan. They got that sorted. Good. It was just a simple,
Here's Bucky Lasik in the track mod Subaru. What do we got in this car?
So this one's actually our most, I don't want to use the term advanced, but this is our furthest dedicated track build. This was actually Max's old car. This is an EFI Performance Prep build. Moton 2-way suspension, obviously full cage, aero, everything you can kind of imagine that we've been able to do to it from the outside when we get underneath the hood. This is actually one of the similar engines to what Dewey is running. It's an IAG 235 D-stroke. It's got a little bit older of a turbo, so we're only making about 450 horsepower in this one. Our goal is to kind of get this turned over the next couple events, maybe for Laguna, to maybe about 550. But the car is on rails. The 315 RT660s that are on it, I mean,
it's a big tire.
It's a big tire. It's a big tire. It's got a ton of grip, and it's got a ton of brakes from that AP Racing system that's on there, and you can see it's just very well sorted. And this was EFI's home track and still is, so a lot of experience with this vehicle here, and you know, you can see he's putting the work to it.
And had jumped to the top of track mod for a moment, and Jesse Eshanique in the DSM pipped him by 0.2 of a second. But for Bucky, a 58.410. His best time of the weekend so far, 57.7, so he's got about another 0.7 to take out.
Yeah. We've put a lot of cycles on these RT660s. These RT660s have taken us from when we kind of piloted this car about 2 events ago to now.
Yeah, that's
so they've seen some cycles and
eating some curve there on the
a little bit of curve on that one. But those I can't say enough about the RT660. It's held up really well, and you know, he's hunting grip. So
yeah, I'm really impressed that, I mean, again, a couple events worth. You know, you throw a sticky setup, especially the RT660 Plus. It's a fantastic tire. We've seen drivers get really, really good pace out of it when they're brand new, especially.
Absolutely.
And so to be running this consistently, this deep into the heat cycles on that's very, very impressive.
Yep.
And picked up again 58.288.
He's getting down there. He's going to work it down. Does he have? I can't remember. I'm not looking at the schedule. He has 1 session left after this, or this
Correct.
is actually, yeah.
So
we might roll the next set out of the trailer and see.
Right.
That top 5 is a goal, and I set that goal.
You're just going to scrub them in for the next event.
That's all we're doing. That's all we're doing. Sorry to the account. There's another set of tires on the books.
Yeah, that was actually something Dewey was joking about. Was every time he's told to just go do an install lap, right to the top of the board.
That's all that it is. That's what all the texts from EFI, they go, oh, 1 more lap. You got 1 more lap. All right, I'll be back.
Yeah. Mark Kilgore is on track now. Now, earlier today, his transponder wasn't tripping, and we didn't get a chance to see how he was running. And Mark has been up here with me in the booth for the GRIDLIFE GT races, and Mark's best time of the weekend is a 57.9. So we'll see if he can improve on it this time around. Here comes Bucky across the line again in track mod. And we'll see next time we get the track mod scoring up what he has done with that. But here comes Kilgore, and that was again another pickup, 58.1, but still not his weekend best. Here comes Mark across the line in the M4, 58.092, so only a 10th off of his best.
Yeah, Bucky cut it down a little bit as well too. It looks like everyone's really, like you said, everyone's getting comfortable.
Yeah, and again, the track record here is a long ways off. With Andy Vogel and set that in a C8 Corvette last year. But Mark, again, one of the hosts of the Perfect Lap podcast, which I kind of keep tuned in on all the podcasts in the racing world. And he's done a great job helping us out with GRIDLIFE GT this weekend on the commentary booth here. But he's been kind of persistently 2nd, 3rd, 4th in class the last couple of years. He's still seeking that first place trophy, though.
Hey, look, it's going to make it that much sweeter when he gets it.
Yeah. There's Daly Pagano in the M2 BMW, the number 327, and last, I think that's a pickup for him, isn't it? 57.78.
That's close. I think it was 57.5 on best.
57.713. So
he's there.
700ths off. I'm impressed that he's picking up so consistently.
That's a unique element of that car. That car is so well sorted. We're not going out there for 1 or 2 flyers. I mean, he can work that car up and really keep pushing it throughout the session. And it's a little bit of a testament, I think, to, you know, the naysayers who say, oh, well, you know, Subaru isn't this or it isn't that. It's like, well, you know, there's a lot of them out here.
Here's an interesting thing. Tom O'Gorman, he's one of our drivers from past 2022 Ibach GLTC champ. He was going to be here running an Oldsmobile 442 that had a rear main seal leak. He already had his entry. He just took his number boards and is blue taping them onto various cars in the paddock and driving a whole bunch of drivers' cars.
Yeah.
So this is Raul Uriarte's car, and he's going for a rip.
He's there. He's on it. I love the livery pack on that one too. This is a great colorway.
I think it is. It seems like
it's a blue painter's tape on the number.
It's a cool hack to just like transfer your number board onto the next thing and just go. I mean, that's fun. So
that's the best way to drive is your friend's cars.
Kilgore improvement 57.795. That's his best lap of the weekend, and I'm not sure it'll propel him forward enough to move up in the order. But he's 3rd in Street GT right now. He needs a 57 flat to go up to. Oh, he's off turn 3. Ooh, I didn't see how or why. I was looking at the timesheets there. But he's off course. This is a super unlimited car now.
I was looking at this. I was trying to understand this car, and it had my eyes for a couple minutes.
Yeah, so here's Mark again. He had just run his best lap, but just tracked out, grabbed the left rear. Ooh, that was a scary one there.
Oh.
Wow, that's a hard stop. He did get the wall. Yeah, I didn't see him catch it, but he did catch the fence. with the right front there, unfortunately.
Such a tough area for that.
Yeah.
Looks like he's all right though, nonetheless. That's not much consolidation when that happens. But
yeah, that is a bummer. Again, I was looking at the times to verify where he was on the scoring, and when I looked away, that's how fast things happen here.
It is. Yeah.
Wow.
It's tough, but that unfortunately that happens.
Yeah. Well, again, we'll maybe get a chance to debrief that with them a little bit later. Here's Clay Coughlin. This is one of the Cardinal Coupes from Fields Auto Works, kind of a unique track day build.
Exactly that. Looks like they threw a full course yellow too.
Yeah. Full course yellow is out, and I think it would be right front suspension that is going to prevent Kilgore's car from moving. Josh Hulka, by the way, I wanted to point him out because his lap time in this session is much quicker than he had run previously. And in street class, I think he is the class leader, so he's pushed that forward quite a bit.
Jeremy Bailey as well, climbing up the ranks a little bit. It looks like 59.162. It's another, it's a your year FA24 swap.
Yeah, and he had a 58 something earlier in the weekend, so he's really
still hunting that.
Still hunting to get back down there. But unfortunately, Mark Kilgore with right front damage after colliding with the Armco there, leaving turn 2, and just can't quite steer it to get to the orange cutout. So this will slow track battle Q5 here in the middle of Group B.
Yeah, I didn't notice the edge of that curbing actually during the drift session, but it looks like it is a pretty staunch drop off there on the edge of on the outside of that would be the exit of turn 1.
Yeah, so the curbs around here, we talked about this a little bit in the wheel-to-wheel stuff because the curbs are actually quite tall around here. They're unpainted. But the exit curbs leaving turn 1, they have ripple to them, just like the apex curb at turn 3.
Yeah.
And they make quite a noise. And when you drop off the end, there's actually quite, kind of a rut that forms when drivers keep kind of dropping off the edge.
Will kind of upset the car.
Yeah, so when you come back across it, it can bounce you kind of wildly. Here's a look at the curbing. This is at the chicane, but same style here.
Yeah.
And it's designed, this is FIA style curbing, so the more you go off the racetrack, the more violent it gets. But it's not that wide. You don't get a ton of notification. Now, in contrast, Road America, where we were last month, that place has curbs that are like 20 feet wide that are the same sort of structure, and they are so violent by the edge that they basically shake bolts loose on cars. So.
Yeah, it's Road America is there's nightmare fuel. And so
did you get a chance to do the full course there?
I did not. I was shaking in my boots in the trailer because I'm like, there's no way I'm going out there and doing that. I saw Kaufman doing 160 mile an hour entries. I'm like, all right, yeah, that's just I got a stock e-brake. It wouldn't handle that too well.
That Road America, it's so big and so point and shoot that drifting it is really tricky. And you get to the carousel, you could drift that if you got like 800 horsepower, but it's really hard to get angle and keep it on such a high grip track. But Lime Rock, this first sequence, turns 1 through 3, or actually really through turn 4, it's almost like it was built for it.
It is. The uphill's a little scary. Depending on how you enter, right, it does have a tendency to kind of want to suck you out, especially if you're not fully on power, deep in angle. I had a couple situations yesterday where I was like, ooh, the wall's a little close there, but still a great track nonetheless.
So we're going to wait for the tow trucks to go grab and snag Mark Kilgore's BMW off track, and unfortunately that's going to be probably the end of his weekend. And the good news, if there is any consolation, he's third in Street GT.
Great time.
So
great times before. It looked like he almost had it clear, but
yeah. So he's battling Stephen Chang, and really he needed to improve to kind of defend from Chang, and he gained 2/10. So Stephen Chang now 4/10 back. So Chang will only likely get one more chance to improve on that and try to snag the podium away, but. See if we can get a look at this.
See how bad it is.
Yeah, you can definitely see the right front, I think, is likely going to have some damage on it. By the way, this fun little factoid that I mention every time I see this tow truck. This tow truck is in iRacing.
This is the exact one.
They laser scanned it, and it's in there. But, well, bodywork doesn't look so bad. Just the right front wheel took it, I think, for the most part. Which,
you know what? That's not horrible. That's not horrible.
Well, as they pull that car behind the cutout there, got the green flags. They're going to go back underway here.
Good to see that he's all right. Good to see that the car is will be back.
Yeah. Dan Persing in the BRZ just went under our camera view there. This is the car that's chasing Kilgore that Actually, that might be. Could be Daily Pagano rather instead.
There's a lot of BMWs on this one. Wow.
Yeah, they're real popular cars in Street GT and above. The performance capability, even though they got a lot of weight on them these days, they are so good, as Jackie Ding has demonstrated. By the way, Track Mod, still led by Jackie Ding. He drove to a different event and is just hoping that 54-1 can stick.
Yeah, exactly. I've seen, looks like a lot of the A90 Supras as well tend to be Street GT.
Yeah,
well.
and that's Street GT, again, actually, Street GT is a really cool class. It's one of the GRIDLIFE internal categories, where it was, a lot of the classes that we had in GRIDLIFE Track Battle, they were sort of modified from other rule sets so that you could sort of capture all the cars that already exist. The Street GT was a class designed by GRIDLIFE for GRIDLIFE, and the whole idea is OEM aero, OEM engine internals. You're limited in tire width, and you can only have a car that is less than 125 grand MSRP adjusted.
That is a good run. That is a good set of qualifications. I actually haven't. I wasn't fully aware of all those.
So basically, it's Camaros, Corvettes, Mustangs, Supras, but again, anything BMW. Yep. And here you go. Here's a class overview for you. So the current record holder is Andy Volkel. That was a C8 Corvette, but you're looking at, for the most part, just bolt-ons, double adjustable suspension, and brakes. And you're running a Max 315 with tire, and great example here, Kilgore's car, Luke McGrew's C6 Corvette, and Ben Boltice's GR Supra.
Yeah, that makes sense, though. That's definitely, I wonder how many of the, I would say BMW would be my choice in that G80. G80 would be the one I'd look at for that.
Checker flag, and not even a full flying lap there for Tomo and Raul Uriarte's car. He'll get some data that'll help Raul quite a bit. But
that's the close.
I have to commend Tomo. He even put the Track Mod class sticker on the back with the blue tape.
Hey, rules are rules. If you're going to put the stickers on, you're going to put the stickers on. Yeah, that's the way it should be.
The banner's the only thing he missed out on. So
maybe they were out. There's a lot of drivers, right? They couldn't get another one.
So he'll bring it around. That car had some mechanical issues earlier in the weekend. I think it was this morning. Brought out a full course yellow, but Raul since got it working and had a pretty nice race earlier.
Yeah. I feel like I've seen this this red. I can't tell if it's GR86 or BRZ. I feel like I've seen that that driver not just exclusively at this Lime Rock event. I feel like I've seen him at other events.
He has been at other events. Dan Persing, he actually goes to quite a bit.
Yeah, I feel like I've seen him almost at every event.
And well, let's take. I'm going to take a look at the championship.
At least Atlanta. At least Atlanta.
I'm almost certain he was there. Persing, Dan Persing. All right, he has run. Let's see. He was at Road Atlanta.
Yep, he was at Road.
And at Mid Ohio.
Wow.
So.
Yep.
So green flag already for Group A, almost green flag. They gave him the green to clear the track. But Group A, the fastest cars of the weekend in basically all of our categories, Sans Club SC, because they were all in Group D.
Yep.
Peter Granberg is running a Subaru BRZ with a K24. He's the leader in Club TR. We've also got our leader in Unlimited, Jimmy Rauk, who reset the front-wheel drive Unlimited record earlier. Chris Smith is chasing, and Chris Boersma are chasing Jackie Ding's 54.1. Igor Keselov reset the Track Mod all-wheel drive record in that wildly modified Tesla Model 3.
There is some really great displays of engineering and speed in this class. I mean, I never get tired of watching this one. This group is, they are on it for sure.
So outlap here, again, a lot of these cars, or some of these cars are on slicks or very wide tires that need a little bit of temperature put in them. And Jim Rock, again, the quickest car here this weekend, I think his time to beat is 51.873. So here it is from this morning. That's Street Mod here. So Alan Patton has that record. I don't see Dewey out there, so at least not yet.
I just was looking at I've actually haven't seen the Tesla. I was just eyeballing the aero while it passed on the stream. That thing is, that thing's got some aero.
Yeah, it sure does. And starting the flying lap here, Jimmy Rock in the Honda Civic. And again, he was quickest 4 or 5 laps into his run. He's on a Michelin slick, so it's going to take a little while.
When those tires heat up, though, he is quick.
And let's watch him as he claws his way through the uphill here, turns in. Up over the top, you hear the Rebs climb. What a cool place.
Have you driven here before?
I have not.
Not yet. Is that on the plan? That's on the roster maybe next year? Get out there and do it?
I hope so. It's tricky because we don't have any HPDE here, and that's typically when I would get a chance to drive.
Lunch break.
The lunch break would be fun. My car has been the pace car this weekend.
Yep, I did see that.
Which is pretty exciting. Jimmy at a 52.4. Chris Boersma at a 55. Has he gone? He has gone a little quicker than that. So lap 1, just off of everyone's best. Here is this is John Veloso. Now this is an IMSA spec FIA GT3. This car is running IMSA and SRO. It actually cameoed in the F1 movie. That exact car. It sure did. And that is a GT3 Acura NSX GT3 Evo. Makes about 550 horsepower, twin turbocharged V6. And John is running this just for fun in our super unlimited category. So not going for a trophy, but just having fun for K-Tune.
Hey, you know what? Again, there's a lot of ways I could spend a weekend, but that's a good one. That's a good one if you can get behind the wheel of a GT3 NSX.
There's John Veloso, and 103.256 last time by.
I'm curious what he runs throughout the weekend, what he's ran throughout the weekend. It's got to be...
I think his best is a 56.4.
That's what I figured.
Now, I'm curious also about the GT3 lap record here. I don't actually know. And again, John Veloso will be the first one to say that he's not going to even touch that. But if you're curious, it's a 50.5, which is actually, I think, a little slower than our lap record here in GridLife Unlimited. So just for reference.
That's a quick time, 50 seconds.
But, I mean, honestly, being only 6 seconds off of an IMSA driver.
I'll take that.
Even at a track this small, I think I would take that.
I'd take that.
So. And there is a 58.589. So picks up a little bit. By the way, Clay Coughlin in that the Fields Auto Works Shoto is up on their screen there at Super Unlimited as well. Here's Chris Smith chasing in a BMW. He's chasing Kesselov. A 55.172 is Kesselov's best in this session. And just a little off of his best time on the weekend. So he's basically matched his record from earlier.
Chris he's been to a lot of events, correct? I feel like I've seen him Midwest. Must have been. I'm starting to recognize cars in the paddock, having gone to so many of these now. So I'm pretty sure I've seen him at in a couple different states this year.
Yeah, someone said the body kit on the NSX is beautiful. It's sort of not even really a body kit. it's just how they come. Again, it's a full spec GT3 car like you'd race in SRO and IMSA. And this car ran the 24 hours of Daytona and things like that. So if you get a chance, and if you find John in the paddock, one of my favorite things to do to show people how advanced the technology in a GT3 car is, just go have him open the door and feel how light the door is. Full carbon piece. It doesn't weigh anything.
I mean, the NSX, like that year by default is fast. I don't know if you've ever been in one of those.
I have,
they
actually.
Are strikingly.
It is the fastest car I've ever been in. And we did a 0 to 120.
Yep.
We were in Mexico, of course. And I almost fell sick.
Oh, yeah. and the craziest thing is then you can turn it into electric mode and just cruise on the highway at 85. And it's...
Yeah, it's nuts. And the GT3 car doesn't have the hybrid powertrain of the road cars. The road car is actually even more insane than the race car in some ways.
So. I will tell you, though, it is extremely unfortunate when you hit a deer in an NSX.
Oh, from experience?
Yeah. Okay. that is a big bill.
I can only imagine.
The insurance company looked at that one and said, the headlight, $10,000?
It's a big deer.
Big deer.
So there's Bronson in the V8 MX-5. Here comes Chris Smith again, chasing Kesselov in track mod. This is a pretty good fight here. Actually, my mistake. Kesselov actually did go slightly quicker this session by 5/1000ths of a second.
I love this Miata.
Yeah, Bronson.
Amazing display of just...
Oh, good correction from camber angle that IMSA used the chicane. I forgot about that. So wouldn't be apples to apples comparison on the lap time.
Yep. That's right.
I forgot about that. I actually was here the last time that from the year that record was set. but yes.
Yeah, I've actually got to be here during IMSA as well. It's they're quick. There's a lot there. Ooh, thing is moving up the uphill. The reason I was saying I didn't know if you had actually driven the track yet is that uphill is scary. I don't know. Maybe there's better men than me out there, I guess. But when I go up that on the drift at night when it's cresting the light, and I'm like, please don't let there be anyone on the other end of this. Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah, you hear the revs pick up. I actually did a little bit of a piece on the uphill that we'll watch again a little later. Just a really spectacular piece of racetrack. It's one of the reasons why this place is famous. And John Veloso's gone around. This is turn 3. And looks like he'll get back rolling. There'll be a yellow over there for now until he gets turned back around.
That's an interesting, that's a little late on the spin there. That's it's deep into off it too.
Yeah, I guess when you're on a big sticky tire like that, you have so much power, just by the time you actually get turned around sideways, you'll probably be much further down the next straight.
Exactly.
Than you'd think. And by the way, Dewey, we won't see him this session. They couldn't find the hose that they needed to fix their issues, so we won't see him on track. Here's Cal Fortner, though, by the way. We haven't had a chance to watch this car yet this session. And Cal in this Mercedes-AMG GTS up in the mix in the standings for Street Mod. Number 14. He's P4 in the standings this year, 3rd at CMP, 4th at Road Atlanta, 6th at Midwest Festival, and 4th at Road America. So still chasing another podium. And this weekend in Street Mod, he is sitting in P3 at the moment behind Alex Moss and, of course, Dewey. So a 56.606 is only about half a second off his best of the weekend, so almost matching it.
I just heard that thing come by the tower. It shook my feet. Thing is loud.
Yeah, looks like he's on a cool down lap now. And we'll be wrapping things up in track battle here in just a moment. Here's Peter Granberg, and times on the bottom of the screen showing Falcon Club TR. Now, Peter is still leading Evan McLaren because Peter ran a 56.8 earlier in the weekend, which is crazy fast.
I think I truly believe, and I'll die on this hill, the ZN6 platform, it is going to be the next saga of motorsports. I think for, as the chassis prices drop, as companies like Link make it very easy to swap other platforms.
Yeah, for sure. Jamie Santos had ABS issues earlier in the weekend. He thinks he's got them fixed, and this will be the start of a flying lap, and he does not have them fixed, and he's going to go off at turn 1. Can he get it woed down? He will.
Yep, he did.
Well,
it's all right.
That's one way to test your fix. And unfortunately, he'll have to go back to the drawing board on that one. And I hope he's not just blowing through the tire tread with that. It's hard not to.
It's hard not to right there. And there's only one positive there. Lime Rock doesn't have to maintain that part of the grass.
Yeah.
That's my baby.
Hearing that Cal Fortner's back on it, coming to the start-finish line here. Let's see if Cal can get back on it. Watching the timing screen, and no pickup for Cal that time. Here he is, working his way through Big Bend, and I think he's blowing down again. Yeah, just gave it one more go, but couldn't pick up on the 56.06.
The NSX got out.
Yeah, Alex Moss, by the way, in the Super K S2000. James Houghton was poking over my shoulder. I was like, what's James doing up here? He just wants to look at the times. So, so we're gonna have you back. We're gonna have you back in the last session. Did we say that? I think we did. Yeah. All right. So. Yeah, we'll figure it out. But we're gonna have James back later today for Q6. But Jamie Santos, he thought he had the ABS sorted. He's gonna keep rolling, and maybe try to go for another one here, Nick. But we'll see. Again, if you don't have ABS, I know that sometimes the failure modes for some cars when they don't have ABS, like shifts the bias all funky, and it can be really hard to science out exactly what's going on.
Might just be trying to get it figured out a little bit and see what he can self-diagnose. A little bit on a cool down there, but glad he was able to get that sorted, or at least get that under control as much as possible. It's a tough turn to lose. It's a tough turn to lose break in.
He's had a tough season. Road America in particular was really ragged. The car was not handling properly and went off into the kink and bounced off the wall in the the high-speed kink there, but didn't do a lot of damage.
That was him?
Yeah.
Wow.
Didn't do a ton of damage to the car, but definitely put a damper on his weekend while he tried to sort it. And then, of course, here this weekend, just electronics issues. There's John Veloso again in the K-tuned NSX. Just went around for a loop a little while ago, but got to get back up on the horse here and get back after it. 57.062, the best he's run in this session, but he does have, of course, a mid-56 earlier in the race weekend here. But just love the context that this brings to grassroots racing. And you know, we're talking about the guys in the Subarus and in particular Bucky Lasek. If you want to go head-to-head here, I mean, Bucky's only 0.6 off of this time in John Veloso's NSX GT3. So just really cool that, you know, when we talk about giving context to how fast some of these home-built cars are to purpose-built race cars here.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, I think there is a case to be made for every angle of it, right? And that's, again, you know, not to go back to the point we made earlier, but there's so much that's unique about GRIDLIFE, and I think that's what I like the best, is that there could be something like this GT3 NSX out here, and then there could be something like, for example, Dewey's car, purely home built, you know, and supported by, you know, himself and a tight group of people. So, again, you know, that's the cool thing, really.
Yeah, let's have a look at the results here. Checkered flag is out for track battle Q5. And we'll get a look here at Club SC. This is, of course, not weekend results, just session results. Sam Dooling, Austin O'Brien, Luis Rodriguez, your top 3 in Club SC. Move into Club TR. It was Evan McLaren that had a little bit more pace than Peter Granberg, but Evan still needs to find about a second to defeat Peter Granberg based off the times here. Jeremy Bailey's still looking strong in Club TR here. Move up to Street Class, and this has been a kind of a dogfight here this weekend, but Josh Halka laying down a 57.8. That's his fastest lap of the weekend. Eddie Siegel, Jeremy Hensley in a Subaru in 3rd place, Nick.
There you go, Chuck, breaking into the top 10 in that session.
Yeah, looking good. Ryan Matthews at the top of Street GT. Nick Hendricks in 2nd. Mark Kilgore in 3rd, but had it off and damaged the right front suspension. He will likely be done for the weekend, but he'll still hopefully earn that trophy if that time stands in P3. In Street Mod, that was kind of a dogfight up there this session. We had no Dewey because he has a repair to make, but Alex Moss, Jamie Santos, Cal Fortner, your top 3. Max Gorley in 4th. Devin Hoffman in 5th. So good Subaru representation up in the top 5. And then in track mod, Chris Boersma, Igor Kesselov, Chris Smith, the quickest there. Bucky Lasek, though, 5th with a 57.7.
Hey, you know what? We said top 5, so maybe I just left off the top 5 overall. We just go top 5 this session.
There you go.
That's how that works.
Yeah. And Jim Rock in leading in Unlimited, Jeremy Lauder, Chris Gatiss, and Jake Ertel in Unlimited class in that session. Super Unlimited, John Veloso, Clay Coughlin in the commanding spot here. As the checkered flag falls here on track battle Q5, we'll have a quick look at some of the highlights from this session before we sign off for a little bit, because for those of you at the racetrack, we're going drifting here in just a moment's time, Nick. But thank you so much for being here. Appreciate your time and sit with me through track battle.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. And now I got to go get ready and go drifting.
All right, Nick. Go get them.
Awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, guys, it's time to check in with our drifters. I'm standing here with the one and only Hurt.
What's up?
Hurt, how is it drifting this track?
Lime Rock is really fucking awesome. Sorry, because I used to drive this track in Forza all the time, and never did I ever think I'd be able to drive here. But GRIDLIFE made it happen. I missed the first year, haven't missed the year since. We can't drive it exactly how we do in the game because you guys are smart enough then to let us bomb the front straight, but this track is amazing. Fourth gear, flat out, big transitions, big flicks. Apparently I did a wheelie. I did a Von Gittin 3-wheel yesterday.
Okay.
So torque is feeling really good right now. Shout out to Falcon Tire because the grip is nuts.
That's dope.
Yeah, but
this track is gorgeous too. So it's honestly a privilege that Lime Rock is even allowing you guys here. And fun fact, just as a reminder, GRIDLIFE was allowed to drift for the first time ever at Lime Rock Park because of folks like Hurt and the guys that are out here.
Yeah, I mean,
and girls.
Everyone. It was really cool because back when I was still with Hoonigan, we came here and drove the tests, the proving grounds that they have, and you know the track owners got rides with us and stuff like that, and then you know it's cool. They loved it, so it's cool. I'm just happy that this is happening.
Awesome.
So shout out GRIDLIFE too.
And the car's feeling good, like you said. So go out there, keep giving everybody a show, and just have fun.
Let's party.
Let's do it. Back to you guys. We have cars ripping behind the track all day, and I'm standing here with Nicole in front of your absolutely beautiful NSX. Tell me a little bit about this thing.
It's a 1996 NSXT. A lot of miles on it. It's Berlina black on red, and yeah, I picked it up a couple years ago. Had a great time with it since.
Can I have us walk over and can we pop the hood and take a look on the inside of this car?
Hopefully I can get it open. Yeah.
All right, come on over here with me. What's your favorite thing about this car?
I just like the way it drives. It's a great drive. It has the mileage on it, so I don't mind taking it out.
All right, let's dive into it. Some would say best car ever made. Would you agree?
Of course I do.
Yeah. Wow. All right, we're gonna see if this thing pops open. Gorgeous seats. Yeah. Come and check this out. Oh my God. And now you imported this from Washington State, you said, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Was this just a marketplace find, or did you have to go to like a special dealer?
I actually kind of sort of knew the person that had it. I put up a post on Instagram. I was like, is anyone looking to sell or knows one for sale?
Yeah.
And he reached out, and I've been following this car for years before that. I've always loved it. And he offered it.
How many miles do we have on this?
160.
Okay. And honestly, considering the condition and everything, and it's been so well loved, it's a driver's car at the end of the day, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right, wonderful. And tell us people where you're from.
From Western Mass.
Well, thank you so much for the interview. This is stunning. We'll grab some B-roll and we'll send it back to you guys.
Originally built back in 1957, the 1.5-mile layout at Lime Rock Park is as classic as they come. But perhaps the corner most known around the world for this tiny little track is the uphill, a 40-foot climb at turn 5 that takes you all the way to the edge of the racetrack right up against the Connecticut woods. Over the course of the lap, most of the turns are right-handers, but this one is different than all the rest. It has a huge climb, and when you turn into this corner, the compression catches you as the suspension presses into the ground, and you just have to trust that the car is going to catch, because at the exit of the corner, you drive the car all the way out against the Armco barrier, and as the car gets light, you're under the tree branches at the top of the hill. It's a thrilling experience for anyone who's new to Lime Rock, and it's one of the greatest challenges of this course. Over the years, cars simply got too fast for the classic uphill. So Lime Rock installed this chicane to slow cars down so they wouldn't get air coming up over the crest. But GRIDLIFE is still running the classic formula as it was built in 1957. A little bit farther up the hill, you see this white line here? That's the edge of the racetrack, but there's really no track limits here, and most of the cars will track right out up against it as they come up over the top. You have to get your steering straight, because if you don't, as soon as your car picks up off the ground, it's going to keep going the direction it was, and the RPMs pick up inside the car, right up to the rev limiter, and you slam back down again and head all the way down to West Bend to get to the penultimate corner of the lap. The uphill might be the most famous corner here at Lime Rock Park, but we all know what goes up must go down.
Side through the uphill. What a battle. So fantastic.
GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends held at Lime Rock Park is in year number 4 in a row here. We love being here. GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends at one of the most historic racetracks in the North American world here. Look at 1.53 miles, 7 turns. Of course, this weekend a celebration of modern tuning culture, focusing on the cars that became legendary on and off the racetrack. And bits of history we like to rewrite and write new pages of, and the GRIDLIFE Rush Series is part of that new history of GRIDLIFE. Its first full season in GRIDLIFE competition. This is GRIDLIFE Rush Series, race number 4 of the weekend. Kyle Hirel will be joined up here in a few minutes by Ido Waxman for the final race of the weekend for this group. If you're unfamiliar with the Rush Auto Works Rush SR, it is a 150 horsepower motorcycle-powered sports racer. They can be had for about $45,000. And once you get yourself one of these, the running costs to keep it running are about $120 an hour, which is really, really low for on-track action. About a 30-car field here in this GRIDLIFE Rush Series race, and we'll have a look at the starting lineup and run down the order. And on the first row, it'll be Blair Hosey and Ryan Leach, as they have been most of the weekend so far, gridded up by weekend points. Andy Focal and James French are going to share row number 2. Starting in row number 3, it's Jason Ayler in the number 74. Nico Bratz starts 6th in the number 7 car. Then it's Nate Hamilton in the 144. Michael Parati starts 8th in the number 31. Starting in 9th, it's Ayrton Grimm in the number 121, and TJ Hunt rolls off alongside him in the number 28 in 10th, and it's Bryce Mersberger and Gage Hughes in row number 6. Starting in row 7, it's Brett DiGiacomo in the number 12, and Ethan Alexander alongside him in 14th, with Matt Wilson and Lee Kellert starting 15th and 16th in row number 8. Row 9 is Jeremy Boyson in the number 22. Alongside him, Jake Sanders in the number 77 in 18th. Larry Brady in the 59 starts 19th, followed by Bill Dorrance in 20th. Then it's Michael Woodward and Jalen Batley sharing row number 11, 21st and 22nd. In 23rd place, it's AJ Campos, number 227, the pink racing car. The number 29 of Jeff Hardesty starts 25th, and Joseph Tang 26th, and that will round out your field here in the GridLife Rush Series, race number 4. Pace car lights are still on. We'll go one more time around this racetrack before we turn them loose. And joining me now for this race is Ido Waxman, who will pop on the headset. Ido, I know you got a busy day out there, but glad to have you join me for this final race of the weekend for the GridLife Rush Series race.
I don't know what you're talking about. I was just lounging out there, watching the cars go by, and then I was like, oh, I got to help Kyle with this race.
Well, excited to have you back here and just in the nick of time for a 15-minute race to wrap up the weekend. And again, we're going to get a look at the points when we come up the great. Ooh, Matt Wilson, a little lock up there.
Yeah, on the outlap. Very interesting.
Yeah, again, just trying to get temperature in the tires and brakes there, Ido, but maybe locking them up. You don't want to grind a flat spot into that, because the next time you go to hit the brakes, the tire's going to find that flat spot on the ground and just continue to be a challenge every time you go to those binders.
Yeah, that's a really big problem when you lock up your tires is next time you go to the brakes or next time you turn, the wheels turn, they want to go back into that stable flat spot. So one lockup can end up causing a lot more lockups. And I was actually talking to Andy Vogel. He had a lockup during race 3 heading into turn 1. He said he actually broke more of his splitter, and now the car is just super pushy. So he's having a lot of trouble. Oh, and he locked it up again.
That was a different car. That was Jake Sanders in the 77, unless that was the car that did it the first time.
That looked very similar, but there are very similar liveries. Anyway, yeah, you don't want to lock these up. Because, yeah, it's going to make it harder. And, yeah, Andy was talking about how he's got to find a way to get ahead of James French so he can keep his 3rd place for the weekend.
Yeah, we'll show that storyline as we get into the race here. Once we come down the hill, the FRS out front, mine, in fact, is going to peel off and head to pit lane in just a moment. Look at that beautiful shot. The field packed up, paired up very, very nicely. And as the field comes around down the hill, pace car pulls off. It's time to go racing. GridLife Rush Series, race number 4 from Circuit Legends, a celebration of grassroots racing and the cars that inspired a generation. Which generations are inspired by the GridLife Rush Series? Here we go, green flag, and we're underway. And Leach, nice even start with Hosey. Look up the inside, here comes Nate Hamilton, 3 wide.
He's giving a push to Ryan Leach, does James French. Oh, big lockup. I think that's, yeah, Eddie, sorry, that was a big lockup in the back, but the top 4 got a good getaway from the rest of the field. And Andy Vocals managed to, oh, he's got James French on his inside heading to turn 3. He'll take that position back.
Oh, look at Hosey and Leach. They're side by side for the lead. Door to door through turn 4. And now James French clear of Andy Vocal. It's going to chase these two up the Paul Newman straight up to the uphill. Who wins the battle there?
Ryan's on the defensive. Blair Hosey sends it on the inside up the uphill. James French is going to want to take advantage of this.
Nowhere to go. Left, right, everybody juking and driving contact with the leader. James French is right behind it, but Ryan Leach almost lost control with contact from Blair Hosey. They stay line of stern now in the first run through the downhill.
That was some aggressive defending from Ryan Leach. Good job from Blair Hosey and James French to avoid any further complications from that. Somebody's well into the dirt on the outside of the last turn.
Yeah, and again, championship points changing the battles here. Ryan Leach, 406 points earned. Vocal, 324, sitting the way that they are. Of course, the weekend points as well are going to be hanging in the balance based on the way that the positions sit here as we come through turn number 3. We'll make our way around. Yeah, Leach in command of Hosey.
Yeah, back line of stern with a very similar top 5 to what we've seen all weekend. Leach, Hosey, French, Vocal, and Bratz.
Yeah, again, Leach did a nice job clinging to the car, because when they came up over the crest last time by, Blair Hosey got in the rear bumper of Leach and unsettled it. But Leach now just trying to do what he's done the first 12 races of the year and just drive away with no real competition.
Yeah, honestly speaking, that was a pretty aggressive, not dangerous, but risky move from Leach to throw the block on Hosey, because that could have ended both of their races pretty easily.
And why does this matter? Because whoever wins this race wins the weekend. Hosey, actually, that's incorrect. So Hosey is leading by 1 point over Ryan Leach. So if Leach stays here, it's not going to be enough points. He needs Hosey to lose a spot to James French if Leach wants to win this weekend. And for French and Vocal, 1 point between them, a position swap there changes the podium.
Yeah, but if Hosey loses a position to French, he's going to lose the weekend championship. So I'm sure French knows this, and I'm sure Hosey knows this. So they're going to be fighting aggressively here to see if French can get a Hosey. But Hosey might just be taking it easy now. Maybe he knows that he doesn't need to be winning this to win the weekend. So he's kind of sitting back, playing it safe, so he doesn't let James French get a hold of him for that second place spot.
Through the downhill, turn 7. Leach in command, and he hasn't really been in this commanding of a position since our last outing at a festival at GridLife Midwest. But Road America was not a great weekend for him in that 56 car.
Mersberger with a move on Hamilton. Excuse me, on Hughes. He tried to make the move on Hughes down to turn 1. I don't know if he completed it.
And again, the top 4, they've been so close this weekend, but it has seemed like it's been Leach and Hosey swapping positions back and forth, and then French and Volkel swapping back and forth. But James French, I would love to sneak a second place away from Blair Hosey.
Yeah, and Volkel would love to sneak the third place away from French. That would put him back on top in the weekend points. So it seems like Volkel has kind of gotten used to his car without the front splitter in great shape. So maybe French makes a mistake, and Volkel can take advantage of that.
It's a lot of laps to go. 11 minutes and 20 seconds. The gap between Leach and Hosey was 0.483 last time by. It'll still be something similar this time, but maybe a little bigger, 0.714. And again, the points have not shifted yet because we haven't changed positions, but Leach again, 1 point away from tying Hosey here. But again, if Hosey loses the spot to James French in third, then Leach would win the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not a done deal yet. These cars can be tricky to drive, and in these conditions, after Drift has been out here in the hot sun, the track has the least amount of grip it's had all weekend, so we'll see how all of these guys adapt to that. Mersberger has set the fastest time here, down in 8th place, getting past Hughes.
Up over the crest at the uphill and into West Bend, perhaps one of the more challenging corners on the racetrack. Big curb on the inside and pretty restrictive exit curbing there. But down through the downhill. Again, Ryan Leach, once he gets clean air on his nose, he just knows how to execute and just be clinical about where he places the car. That makes it really hard for anyone to reel him back in.
Yeah, and it's really interesting to see the difference in how these guys brake. Yes, right there. Leach is a lot more stable on the brakes for whatever reason. Blair, every time I see him go to the brakes, he's that tail is wagging around there, and just as I say that, Leach had a little bit of a moment heading into turn 2.
Yeah, but Hosey had a slightly better lap. He just got the best lap of the race, and by 2/10 over Ryan Leach, so I wouldn't count him out just yet.
Yeah,
even though Hosey's looked a little more ragged on the brakes, it was a little quicker last time by.
Absolutely not, and the gap between Volkel and French and Hosey is much smaller, so Volkel's kind of catching James French a little bit. So we'll see how that shakes out. The rest of the field, they're pretty much line astern all the way through the top 10 or so. So all eyes are going to be on this battle here. It's one of the closest on track.
Man, Ryan Leach looks so composed. I mean, without a mistake, it will be really challenging to run him back down. When he gets clear track like this, he can just run qualifying laps for the next 10 minutes.
Absolutely. It's really impressive to see his consistency. Turn in, turn after turn after turn. Coming through turn 3 now. Nice clinical late apex through 3, getting a little bit of curbing on the inside, setting up. It's an early apex in 4 because of how much camber there is in that turn, and then you let the car come out the exit of 4 into the straight that's not really a straightaway, and then up at the hill. It's an early apex. You let the hill catch you as you come up. You get as close to that wall as possible, and then you do kind of a middle apex here at West Bend, and you try to avoid the inside curve because it's so big. TJ Hunt with the move.
Yeah, this is Ethan Alexander to his outside. I think that's Ayrton Grimm just ahead of him. Side by side over the crest of the hill. That was really tight.
Yeah, close battles. The uphill is not really a place you tend to make a pass here, but these cars can do it because of how small they are.
Yeah, you just get a little bit more racetrack to use. Brett DiGiacomo is chasing Hughes there, Gage Hughes. TJ Hunt, did he come out the other side of that? He did. Ahead of Ethan Alexander still, too. There's DiGiacomo and Hughes side by side into turn 1.
Yeah, nice move from DiGiacomo. Hughes right behind him. He's going to try and reclose that gap, heading into turn 3 now.
And then there's Nate Hamilton in the yellow car behind. Then behind Hamilton is, I think that's Ayrton Grimm, and indeed it is. And he's splitting the Team Rapscallion cars with TJ Hunt just in the background with the Sunoco logo on the nose.
Yeah, I think Hamilton, he was 7th or so, and I think he was the one that had that moment in the last turn. He dropped all the way down into 11th with that.
And trouble for AJ Campo, turn 1. And I hear the engine fired back up. It sounded like it had stalled. And she's going to try to get away, but there will be a yellow at sector 1 for now.
Yep, standing yellow. You see it right there on your screen. That means no passing here, which is difficult because this is the best overtaking opportunity on the whole track. And she is getting going.
Yeah, she is rolling. So that yellow, I think, is going to clear pretty quick. And it has not yet, but she's rolling, so that should go away.
Yep.
There's Bryce Mersberger and Jason Ayler trading spots. That's for 6th.
Yep. And that's clean. That's behind. That's after the yellow flag zone, so that's a clean move from him. Mersberger now heading up. You can hear the splitters scraping as they go up the hill. It's a big hill with a big elevation change, and it's no surprise that the splitters are scraping there. AJ Campo still on the outside of 2 now, trying to rejoin.
Yeah, just trying to figure out where to get back on track safely.
Yep. That yellow flag's going to be cleared here very soon.
And it is cleared at sector 1,
yep.
So that's good news for us here. We'll stay green. But Ryan Leach just ran the best lap of the race, and we talked about how good he is.
Clinical.
You just give him clear. Oh, actually, AJ Campo's still stuck over there at the exit of 1. They don't have the yellow at turn 1, but now at turn 2.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Oh boy,
Hamilton with a big lockup.
And he got by the 51.
I didn't see the yellow as it passed through that station. No yellow, so that is a clean pass from him. Though that's weird that there's no yellow there. Yeah. She's on the outside of the exit of 2, and Hunt bumps him out of the way.
TJ saw that hole, he went for it, and he's through Gage Hughes. Ethan Alexander will be the next driver to pickpocket the 51.
Was that Grimm or Hughes?
It's Hughes. Grimm's just up the road between TJ and Nate.
Yep. So, man, he really pushed his way through there in turn 3 on the inside. Hamilton almost lost it with a big lockup into 1, but he made it work. As they go through West Bend now.
The dust kicking up as they come down the hill. Ayrton Grimm chasing Nate Hamilton. Grimm again, this is a new chassis for them this weekend. Look at him balancing the thing on the edge of grip. And he's going to have a run here on Hamilton. Hamilton goes defensive into turn 1.
Big run for Ayrton. He's going to try and take the outside. No, he goes back to the outside. So they stay together back to back. Orlina Stern through 1.
Nate was sideways there. I think AJ's clear of the racetrack, so I think we're good.
Yep, let's see if Ayrton can set up a move here. Hamilton's very, very defensive on the entry of 3. It doesn't seem to really slow him down for 4. So he's going to stay ahead of Ayrton and his buddy TJ Hunt right behind him.
And in the background, Gage Hughes still feeling some pressure from behind. Ethan Alexander, Lee Keller, all over the back of him still too. So potential shifts and shuffles there with 4 minutes to go.
Yeah, meanwhile, while this exciting battle is happening, just an update, the top 4 in the same position they were before. The gap's increasing between all of them, so this is where the fun is out on track.
Yeah, Bryce Mersberger and Nico Bratz for 5th place. Nico in the bright red car in Big Bend. The white and red is Mersberger, who has had an up and down weekend with mechanical issues and such, but the pace is still there.
Yeah, he's showing his pace here, moving all the way back up into 5th place, which I think is where he qualified for that first race. And now he's just setting his laps. He's going to try and catch the top 4, but they're pretty far ahead of him up the road.
4 minutes to go. And all the while, battles happening everywhere in the field here. But Nate Hamilton and Ayrton Grimm, it is about to be a Team Rapscallion sandwich, and Ayrton Grimm is right in the middle of it.
Yeah, and they're both fairly aggressive passers, so we'll see whether Ayrton reacts to that well. He's coming up right on Hamilton into West Bend.
We'll see if we can get him on the downhill here in just a moment. There's DeGiacomo chasing, I think that's Parati, yes, 8th place. And then into the shot here in a moment. There's Nate Hamilton and no,
Hunt's gone.
Where is TJ Hunt?
I don't know if he tried to make a move on Grimm and just didn't make it stick. I wonder what happened. No, I still haven't seen him coming through the start
Here
finish.
he is. Yeah, might have just looped it and continued. He's still on track, but down a couple of spots.
Yeah, I'd be curious to see what happened there, but Ayrton stayed nice and tidy, staying right behind Hamilton. Let's see if he can give him something to worry about in the next 3 or 4 laps.
Yeah, Ayrton right on the heels of Hamilton. This is for a top 10 spot here.
He's looking nice and tidy, but Hamilton isn't making any mistakes. that's what Ayrton's going to have to do. He's going to have to wait for a mistake from Hamilton to catch him and then try and find a way past him, probably into turn 1. That's the best overtaking opportunity on this track. As they come up over the uphill.
Yeah, Leach still extending his lead now, almost 3.5 seconds clear of Hosey. Look at Grimm all over the back of Nate Hamilton. Down the downhill here, the yellow car in front.
Whoa.
This is for 10th place. Grimm in the slipstream, but where do you go?
Let's see what Hamilton chooses. He's choosing the inside.
And DiGiacomo really charged turn 1 in bracing Perotti there, almost went off the road. Hamilton wide, Grimm closes in. Hamilton's drifting through turn 1.
Yeah, right on the limit. A nice line, honestly, and Grimm is trying to cut that distance around the tight line in turn 1 and 2, but it doesn't get him here. Oh, it takes a lot of curbing in 3. I haven't seen rush cars take that much curbing in 3 here.
Yeah, it's flatter curbing than the other Apexes, so you can get up onto it. It's still going to rattle the cage a lot there, but...
Well, he's young. His back can take it.
Yeah, he sure can.
I'm sure if some of us were in there, our backs would be hurting after that.
Lap traffic for the leaders. Blair Hosey in second place, navigating by a couple.
French as well. French has closed the gap to Hosey to it was less than a second. It is less than a second, 7/10. Not sure how much traffic has played a role there.
Yeah, and again, Ryan Leach only 800ths quicker on the best lap, but that has allowed him to make quite a bit of distance on Blair Hosey. But remember the weekend point scenario with Hosey and French, that if French were to get by Blair Hosey, then it would flip the script for who wins the weekend. As they run, Hosey is winning the weekend event, but if he loses second place, Leach would win the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely, and they're coming through lap traffic now, and it's going to be interesting to see how these two drivers go through it, but I see a start-finish holding that white flag. Here we go, white flag right now.
Last lap for Ryan Leach, and he's got 1.5 miles left to pick up another win, and this one in dominant form, but Blair Hosey, I don't know if he knows exactly how critical it is to keep James French behind him, but if he knew, he would not let the 70 car even get close.
Yeah, absolutely, and French, I'm sure, knows the circumstances too. He wants to be at least vocal in the weekend championship, which currently he is. If they finish as they are, he would win. He would get third place in the weekend championship. It's looking pretty good for Leach and Hosey here.
Over the crest for the final time. Ryan Leach, man, he has been so solid. This would be his 14th win of the season.
Yeah, a great drive from Ryan Leach. A little bit of an aggressive defense, but fair. So he manages to hold on, and here he comes.
Ryan Leach, 14th win on the season, extends his championship advantage, and Ryan Leach wins GridLife Rush Series Race 4 for Hosey and French. It was closer than we wanted it to be, likely by 0.4 of a second. Hosey over French, over Vocal, over Merzberger. Bryce Merzberger took the fastest lap of the race there right at the end.
Yeah, really impressive. I think he made up 3 or 4 spots there, so great run for him. That's Perotti looking to get on DiGiacomo. No, excuse me, Merzberger? That's a lap car, excuse me.
So, the finishers finish up here. Your weekend winners, unofficially, Blair Hosey, Ryan Leach, and James French. Now, that's always pending all results post-race, but that should be how they sort out here at the end of the weekend.
Yeah, a great weekend, a great battle, both for first and for third here in this weekend championship. Really awesome to watch the top 10 fights throughout the top 10 and top 15. Overall, one of the better rush weekends, one of the more fun ones to watch for sure.
Let's have a look at our race results here for the GridLife Rush Series. Ryan Leach, Blair Hosey, James French, Andy Vocal, and Bryce Merzberger, your top 5. And of course, Hosey will win the weekend over Leach, over French. So really, really tight, great racing there. Jason Ayler had struggled with his performance as far as the handling was concerned last race. Brett DiGiacomo up inside the top 10. Nate Hamilton holds off Ayrton Grimm by, let's see what the gap was, by 0.3 of a second. Then Ethan Alexander, Gage Hughes, Lee Kellert, Matt Wilson, and then TJ Hunt dropped a couple spots, ended up 18th after a slip up at West Bend with a couple laps to go.
Yeah, great race from the top 15. Michael Woodward in 21st, Joseph Tang 22nd, Bill Dorrance 23rd, Jeff Hardesty in 24th, Paul Klitsch in 25th, and AJ Campo, who had that problem in turn 1, in 26th.
Let's have a look here at the highlights for GridLife Rush Series race number 4 as the field heads back into the pit lane. GridLife Rush Series Race 4 on Saturday afternoon. Blair Hosey, Ryan Leach side by side into one. Big lockups here in the center of the field, Lido. But first lap was all things pretty good. We carried on with this battle with Ayler and Nico Bratz early on in the race, but Leach took the lead and started to drive away.
Yeah, it was an intense battle in the top 4, and then the battle kind of got more intense after in 5th through 10th for the second half of the race.
And then down through turn number 7. Got into some lap traffic. That kind of mixed things up here towards the end of this race with drivers taking big swings at each other. There's Ryan Leach driving into the mix, then Blair Hosey trying to catch the 56, but also defending from the 70 of James French. And he needed one more spot, or Andy Vogel did if he wanted to end up on the podium, but checkered flag there for Ryan Leach in race number 4. We'll be back with more, but enjoy Drift for another session. We'll be back with Ibach GLTC Race 4 on the comms at 3:40 Eastern, half hour from now.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
These are my race treads for when the road ends.
These are my race treads for shredding the slopes.
These are my race treads for setting the hook.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
Every lap, every race, every bit of paint traded for every hard-fought place. Every checkered flag and trophy raised. Every ounce of dirt, sweat, and gears. They're all jammed inside every can of NOS Energy. Go ahead, open up a can. Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
It's about time for the final race of the weekend for Ibach GLTC. Race number 4 is coming up in just a moment's time. And so far this weekend, it's been a battle between Paul Darling and Andy Smedegard, the AS in ASM. He was the winner of Ibach GLTC race number 3 earlier today, and Cerise caught up with him to chat about his weekend so far.
I am here with Andy Smedegard after race 3. First and foremost, congratulations on that win.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Now, it was a really clean race. We had a green the entire time. Talk to me about what this 4-banger was doing out there.
Yeah, so this FA24 swap BRZ was able to keep the lead. We qualified on pole, and I have a tire that comes on right away. I was able to get a good lead, and then really, honestly, being in front is like the most stressful thing. Like you just trying to manage pace, try to watch behind you. You got nothing to chase either, so like it's stressful. I almost rather start back and work my way up. But yeah, we managed to stay in the lead. The tires started to fall off a little bit. Catil ended up getting closer and closer. We hit lap traffic, which made it very interesting, but we managed to stay in the lead, cross the line first.
I love it. You guys are just out here having a good time, but also showing us what real motorsports is all about. Yeah. Well, well done. We wish you the best of luck in the next race, and otherwise, just hold it together until then.
Cool. Thank you. I'm going to go drift now.
Okay. Oh, wait. You're drifting now?
Yeah, I was driving Pete's car, his M3. Yeah.
Okay, so make sure you look out. It's a blue, black, and white E46. Yeah. That thing is a ripper. It's got 800 horsepower. I do know that thing. He throws down. Yeah. So show it some love.
Cool. Yeah, thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Cerise. And Andy Smedegard wearing a winning formula shirt as well, Dewey.
Yeah, I just saw that. I was like, oh my God, check that out. I don't know if that was a subtle troll or not, but, you know, Andy's got a sense of humor. Those crazy Wisconsin guys.
All right, well, Ibach GLTC race number 4. This is a fun one because we also do a partial field invert here based on the race winner rolling a pair of dice. Whatever number they roll is the field inversion. From my understanding, we've inverted 7 cars. So we'll go through our starting lineup here in just a minute because Lena Chin is on the front row of this. And last year, she was the focus of an Alex Freeman documentary that we did called GRIDLIFE, where she talked about climbing the mountain. And she wanted to be top 10 in GLTC, and she is there right now on pole. Let's go through our starting grid here, Dewey, because this will be a cool one here with this field invert as we make our way to the event. Lena Chin on the front row alongside Eric Magnuson, 3rd in the championship in his BMW M3. Aaron Lichty starts 3rd alongside Emil Tab in 4th, and then in 5th place, row 3, it's Paul Darling, who's won 2 races so far this weekend, and championship runner-up right now, Eric Catil in 6th. Andy Smedegard, the race winner of race 3's 7th, alongside Nick Barbado in 8th. 9th place is Carlos Mendez, Dana Basinski 10th. Dewey, as we look down the rest of the order, this is a huge opportunity for Lena Chin to potentially win her first ever main race in an Ibach GLTC event. She's won B races before. She's been in the top 5 in the main race, but this is a big deal for her. And how many drivers have earned their first win off of field inversions? A lot of them.
A lot, but I'm going to tell you what, she manages to pull this off. The paddock's going to go nuts. They're carrying her.
There's a lot of people that are going to be excited about this. There was a ton of people surrounding her car during the Ibach GLTC fan walk earlier today. She was signing autographs for kids. It's so cool to see her engaging with the fans of the next generation. We talked about that in our GRIDLIFE drivers meeting last Tuesday when she came to the car club at GRIDLIFE, where our warehouse space is, to chat about all things GRIDLIFE and Ibach GLTC. But as the field comes down the hill here next time around, we'll have one more pace lap before we turn them loose. Lisa Kieshold and Ragnar there on 31st on the grid. And Matt Waldbaum will start at the rear of the field. It was a differential that broke to take that car out of the race. And he thinks that the car, I think they've already got it repaired. So it should be back out there, and I do see it. So he'll be in the race.
Nice.
Okay, nerves, how are they, Dewey, for drivers like Lena Chin? She hasn't been on pole that many times. Magnuson, Aaron Lichty, Emil Tab, they're all race winners at the pointy end of the field consistently. Lena Chin is in a spot she's never been before.
She's got Magnuson right behind her, too, and he's fast. You know, these are some monsters behind her. I'm pretty sure that's in her brain, but she's a cool character. I think she'll hold it together.
I think a lot of it is going to be the run to turn 1, defeating the LS M3. Now, interestingly, it was a little bit of a Ford versus Ferrari sort of scenario for Eric Magnuson at Road America. He couldn't go over 6,000 RPM because he had an engine issue. So he basically ran that entire event shifting way below the capability of the car. He's gotten that repaired now, so that car is very strong. He originally started the weekend with his kind of NASCAR-style rear spoiler, but he switched to his higher downforce configuration, which honestly is probably the way to go for this car.
I think that's probably the play here.
Look at the campgrounds here at Circuit Legends.
Have you seen the hill? The hill is covered with people. It's nuts. That is such a great shot. That really puts it into perspective. This place is packed, and it's awesome. The fans are great.
Lime Rock Park hosting GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends for the 4th straight year. We're so blessed to be here. Big thanks to Dickie Regal and the entire Lime Rock Park team and all the corner workers and the track staff and the medical staff, all the people that have put on this event, made it happen, and for the GRIDLIFE staff putting on a heck of a show and putting in long hours overnight. Dewey, this is a big event, takes a lot of people. There's 35 racers that are going to slay it here in Ibach GLTC. One more race for them for the weekend. We've got another GLGT race after this, so don't go anywhere after the checkered flag falls. Here we go, doubled up for the start. And Ibach GLTC, GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends is back underway, and Lena Chin fires off dead even with Magnuson down to turn 1.
Oh, that torque is helping out. That V8 torque, but she's got the inside line. I think she's gonna maintain this.
Oh, Magnuson really strong around the outside, carried good speed there. Middle tabs, middle 3 wide there. Really tight quarters. Curtil and Tab are side by side. And I think we got through turn 1 and 2 relatively clean, Dewey.
Catil's right up in there following that C8. That's tight. And I'm interested to see if Lena can catch up. She's probably just kind of getting to her groove, and like we were talking about earlier, it's going to take a little bit for her tires to come on. You know, she's got a lighter car. She's set up more of a lightweight configuration, so it's going to take a little bit for those tires to come alive. And the heavier cars have an advantage. They're going to come alive a little quicker here. So I foresee her making up some time.
Yeah, coming down the hill here into the final corner on the racetrack. Aaron Lichty in position here. Watch the weekend points. This is going to shift big time when we come through with all the position shuffling. Right now, Paul Darling was the driver on top, but as they come through, watch the positions change here.
Oh, Catil's making a move.
And Catil up the inside of Lichty. That's for 3rd place. And look how tight it is now. Darling and Smedegaard separated by just 2 points.
Wow. Oh, this is going to be great.
And they're side by side on the racetrack as well.
This is for the weekend, boys. Let's see it.
Oh, man, this is going to be fun. And Eric Catil chasing Lena Chin. Remember that the gold BMW in front is just behind him in the championship standings as well for the year. So he really would like to keep Magnuson at bay, but Magnuson is driving away. Eric Catil chasing down Lena Chin.
Well, if anybody's going to make up that gap, it's going to be Eric.
Over the
we
crest.
saw it in the last race, too.
Yeah, he had great pace throughout the event. And I think he's had a little bit more than Magnuson, so if he could just clear Lena Chin, probably stands a chance of catching up to the front. But let's see. Down the hill through 7. 1 second between Magnuson and Lena Chin. Catil, big wiggle at the 7. And he's alongside Lena Chin, and Lena is going to contest this on the inside. And trouble for Lisa Keys. She's off at the chicane, just pulled off course with a mechanical issue.
They should keep that green where she's sitting.
Yeah, they will. And Catil. Oh, there's a little touch there.
A little bump.
And the door is still open for Catil to get the nose to the inside, but they're losing time to Magnuson while all this is happening. And Smedegaard is on the tailpipes of Aaron Lichty there. And they're still side by side. Lena wiggles a bit. Catil clears for 2nd place.
I think that's going to open the door for Aaron Lichty, too. Yeah. Oh, and Smedegaard's going right there with him.
Getting bullied a little bit here as they climb the hill, side by side with team boss Andy Smedegaard. Really dicey to go door to door over the crest like that.
I don't think he's going to let up, even though they're on the same team.
No, he won't. And again, he's going for the weekend championship.
Yep.
Down the hill, and he's in a good spot now, gained a couple more spots. So if we look at the weekend points again when they cross the line, this is likely going to flip the script on those championship points. It was 83 to 81. So here they go as they cross the line. Look at this, tied. So in a situation like that, how would you break a tie? Goes to the highest of the qualifiers, which I think would be...
That'd be Andy.
Andy, I think so, yeah. So that is a great story to tell there. And Eric Catil, look at the purple on the timing and scoring. Best lap of the race and 12 minutes to go. So plenty of time for him to run down Eric Magnuson out front.
We're in for another banger race. This is awesome. The inverts are always a lot of fun to watch because you have to see a lot of racecraft. These guys get through the field.
Andy Smedegaard needs one more spot to solidify his weekend championship and to keep it. And he's got Aaron Lichty in the crosshairs now into West Bend turn 6. That's the kind of off-white C8 Corvette, and then trailing the black FRS.
He's giving Lichty everything he can handle right now.
And he's right on the rear wheels of that Corvette. Lichty slightly defends. Andy chases him across the road. Catil, I think he's closed it big time on Eric Magnuson. Here comes
break battle.
Smedegaard for 3rd. He's through. But Paul Darling is also passing Emil Tab.
making space too. So
that's going to negate the pass that Andy just made.
Andy's got a long way to get some more passes done too. He's got to get up to Catil. That's going to be rough.
And I think Catil's going to be running away from him. I think that's likely the...
Especially with the times, yeah.
Yeah, that's probably what we're going to see. But Magnussen leads, but for how long? And once Catil gets to Magnussen, can he do anything about it? Look at the difference in best laps, 7/10 quicker for Eric Catil.
That man is on a mission.
And he's close.
Yeah,
he's real close.
I think we're about to see some brake battles into one.
270 horsepower BMW M3 versus 195 horsepower 1992 Honda Civic SI.
I would be really interested to see the difference in their min speeds through the last corner. I bet you they're really similar, but I think Catil's probably edging everybody out.
I think you might be right about that. Just the big commitment he's got with that front drive Honda Civic. He is closing in on Eric Magnussen for this top spot. There's plenty of time left. Magnussen looks like a sitting duck, but that BMW's wide.
It's not easy to make passes here, and that car's going to be quick down the straights, and it's going to be hard for Eric to get around him.
Yeah, it might be quicker, but is he quicker in a place that he can capitalize on?
Yep.
And go back to Midwest Fest earlier in the year where Magnussen won his first races. Who was the driver he beat? Eric Catil. But here comes Eric into West Bend. He wasn't going to wait long at all. He goes to the outside, takes a look, crosses over. They're going to be side by side into the downhill. Here we go for the lead in Ibach GLTC. Catil backs out.
That could have got sketchy real fast.
It could have. Weekend points, Andy Smedegaard leads by 1 over Paul Darling. Catil is sitting 3rd right now in the championship points for the weekend, but for the race lead.
Andy's getting back into this.
Oh, it's going to be a 3-horse race for first place, Dewey.
Oh, this is going to be good. I can't wait to see these brake battles. I love it so much.
Andy eating the curb
All
alive.
that curbing. That's about the only curbing on the track I think anybody's okay with grabbing. That a little bit here.
And Catil knows that if he sits behind Magnussen for too much longer, he's going to drag Smedegaard back into this fight. You want a slugfest in Ibach GLTC? This is it.
This is going to be as good as it gets. This is going to be edge of your seat stuff. Here we go.
Catil so much quicker than Magnussen in a vacuum, but you have to race on a racetrack with other cars.
Yes.
You have to figure out how to get around him, and that BMW is a wide piece of kit.
And it is not easy to get around anybody here. Plus, that BMW is going to be fast down the straight, so even if you get a good run down the hill, it can make it up.
Like this, he had to lift, he was so close to Magnussen. He's in the draft now on the front straight, and he's going to pop out of line, but he needs to outbrake Magnussen. He's going to move back left because Andy is charging from 3rd place into turn 1.
Yeah, Catil's really got to worry about this too. If he tries to step out and go too wide, it's going to let Andy right into this. If he plays this wrong, Andy can pop to the front real fast.
And they've got time to sort this. 7 minutes and 45 seconds is plenty of laps here at Lime Rock Park. To get creative to the outside, can he make it stick there? Throttles up, and here they come, side by side out of the Paul Newman straight. Catil's on the wrong side of the road if he wants to make a pass into the uphill. Smedegaard watching from behind to pick the pocket.
They're going up the jump.
And Magnussen backs out. Catil.
Yep, Andy's going to get around him too.
Wow. Magnussen had a big lift there, didn't feel confident he could turn in underneath Eric Catil. So Catil takes the lead, and Smedegaard to 2nd.
Send it around the outside.
Wow, what a gutsy pass.
That was gnarly. Honestly, you don't see passing on this track much outside of turn 1, so anywhere else you're going to see passing, that is, you've got to be pretty skilled to do that, and you have to, both of these drivers have to trust each other a lot.
And that solidified Andy's lead in the weekend points by 4. Catil, though, closing in on 2nd place because Paul Darling is P6 right now. So 88 to 84 to 81. This is one of the most even weekends we've had in weekend points in quite some time. But don't count Smedegaard out yet for the race win. He is closing back on Catil. That was an unbelievable move.
That was
the outside at the uphill. Are you kidding me?
I don't know if you saw Ito's behind us and he was jumping too.
That was crazy. And it's far from over. Andy Smedegaard has basically matched pace for Catil. His best lap's only 800ths off of the Hybrid Racing EG.
Well, that BRZ rear-wheel drive is a little more balanced. The tires might go really well at the end. And Catil was pushing really, really hard to get into 1st.
So coming across the line there, Eric Catil ran his best lap, 0.8 of a second. Back is Andy Smedegaard. Lena Chin ran her best lap. Look at the previous lap here for Smedegaard, 58.4 to a 59.6. That was a full second faster for Andy than Magnussen. And third, big slide for Cattell.
Big slide for Cattell. Yeah, Andy made up a lot of space there.
There's dust flying. It's been ragged throughout the rest of the field as well, but the best battle is the one for the lead at the moment. And Andy Smedegaard kind of breaking his winless streak. It hasn't been all that long, but his first race win for that car, I believe.
It is. It was also the first race win for a Subaru engine in GLTC ever.
Is that true?
That's true.
Wow. Look at you with the stats.
I'm here to help. If it's about a Subaru, I know about it. He tried to argue with me and say it was a Toyota, but not Subaru.
Across the stripe, 5 minutes to go. It was 0.8 of a second last time, 0.4 of a second now. Cattell is under pressure now from Andy Smedegaard in the 212 FRS.
He's close now. I think his tires are still together.
Andy picked up the best lap of the race, purple in the timing and scoring. Cattell struggling with the left-hander.
A lot of these guys were complaining about marbles, the rolled up rubber on the outside of off the racing line, and drifting didn't do much to help that situation. So it's rough to make passes here. That's why I got to be real. That was insane, that pass that happened earlier.
Around the outside. I think that's why maybe Eric Magnussen had to lift. He thought going in there side by side, the self-preservation instincts kicked in.
It happens.
And he had to lift, but that Cattell didn't.
No.
And that was a great lap for Eric in the hybrid racing EG. And gained a bunch on Andy that time. It was 0.8, then 0.4, and this should be maybe about 6 or 7. 0.641.
Good call. Almost like you've been doing this a while. Andy's still right there, though.
Yeah,
that might be a drive sharing difference, that he might be a little quicker there.
Oh, Cattell really out of control with the rear through 3. He's gathering it back up as soon as he applies the throttle, but he's letting the rear end sort of rotate out and get the nose pointed.
I wonder if that's even a preservation tactic and not using the front tires as much, trying to get the car to rotate.
I mean, when you're leaning on the left front so heavily, that could be a big deal. Look at this battle. Iriardi had Tomo in the car during time attack to help dial this thing in, and right behind Mike Pagano in the Seems Legit BMW, the orange and blue car in shot. Great little fight here. This is for 21st place.
So I talked to Mike a little bit. I guess they went a little too hard on the asymmetrical setup. They're gonna dial it back a little bit for next year.
Yeah, maybe a little too much.
A little too much. Went a little too NASCAR.
Sam Scott in an NC Miata chasing Emil Tab in an NB. This is for 6th, side by side here between these two.
Not too far back is Dana too. He could get back into this fight real quick here.
Nick Barbado, P9. This car, I thought it would be a little bit more pointy end this weekend, but just kind of got shuffled back at the melee. But now has an opportunity to pick up a spot from the winning Formula MX-5 of Emil Tab, the blue and white NB generation Miata. And here comes Barbado, had a look at Tab up the hill. I'm also curious about lap traffic. We still have 2 minutes to go. And I think we're gonna catch some on the front straightaway. Eric Cattell is gonna get a Chef Wasilko. I think he's gonna, I don't know if he's.
This is gonna get interesting here real quick because of the lap traffic.
Yeah, Cattell got around it, Smedegaard did not. So that's gonna separate them, but they're about to drive into a much bigger pack of cars here. Oh, that really held Andy up.
Bad.
Yeah, that was not ideal for Andy.
No, not at all.
But again, there's still, and Cattell lost a little time there getting past Natalie Latos there. So this is going to be the back and forth. It's just
this is lap traffic.
Yeah,
this is what happens.
And especially in such a small place.
Yep.
You have to figure out how to contend with it. And Cattell, all the ground he gained in turn 2, I think he lost most of that back.
Yep, Andy's coming back now.
And we might get one more lap. We might get 2. It's going to be close. But coming down the hill, Cattell, much bigger gap this time, but 2 cars left to pass. One is Dai Win, the other is Dakota Piontek. White flag, 1 to go. Last lap here, and Dai Win pulls out of the way. Cattell, again, Andy just did not get the traffic that he needed.
Yeah, the dice roll just ain't working out for him. He got around him pretty quick, but it's going to be rough for the last lap.
Yeah, so Cattell making his way around. And this season, Eric Cattell, entered with so much more focus. Last year, mid-season, the crash at Road America really set back his season. And after being so dominant in the first half of the season, he wasn't able to follow it up. This year, he went out to CMP, finished first, and second, decimated everyone with a 17-second lead. We haven't seen that in years. Went on to win those 3 races. And in the 16 races he ran, all 16 were in the top 5. He's going to continue that trend here this weekend. He's going to pick up his 4th win of 2025. Eric Cattell is going to pick up race 4 in Ibach GLTC at Lime Rock Park. And he'll also pick up 3rd place on the weekend. But Andy Smedegaard, 2nd is enough to grab him a 1st place trophy on the weekend ahead of Paul Darling.
That will be the first time that a Subaru-powered car has also won a GLTC weekend. Just gonna throw that out there.
Yeah. And in the championship for Cattell, that will matter a lot.
And he's out there drifting.
Yeah, big celebratory slides. Championship points, look at the gain for Cattell. It was 30 points, it's half that now.
That's insane. This is gonna come right down to the last race.
It is. And checkered's waving. Let's have a look at our race results here as well. It's Eric Cattell over Smedegaard, over Magnussen. Paul Darling, a great weekend for Paul. A couple of wins, a couple of top 5s. Aaron Lichty, Sam Scott, fantastic. Lena Chin, I know she started pole, but a 7th is not a bad run at all.
No, she's well in the top 10 and earned it.
Yeah, then Emil Tab, Nick Barbado, Eric Talariva, 11th place. That's a solid run there for the CSX. Baton Rosenberg in 12th, and Mendez, Shukla, and Walbaum, top 15 there.
Walbaum made out a lot of space. We really didn't get to see him too much on the stream, but he started way back there and made up a whole lot of spots.
Yeah, probably fun to drive through the field like that, I imagine, once everything's back together again. Richard Sawicki down there in 30th, and a couple of drivers faring less well here. Chandler Rowe, I saw pulled off. Lisa Keys stuck again. That chicane seems to be that spot where that car likes to park. Someone pointed out that it was there last year and had a similar issue, so I'm sure she's getting tired of that, unfortunately. But race is complete. Let's have a look at the highlights here as well for the Ibach GLTC race number 4. On the start, it was Lena Chin on pole position, but Eric Magnussen won the drag race to turn 1 as Eric Cattell jumped up to the outside with a great start.
Look at the torque.
Yeah, the torque, I mean, no replacement for displacement. Then side by side for 2nd. The 3rd make that as Andy Smedegaard and Lena went door to door. Then it was a battle between Magnussen and Cattell. And Cattell ran him down. This was the most exceptional pass I've seen all season. To the outside in the uphill, full commit. And Smedegaard with the same puts Cattell and Smedegaard 1-2 doing.
Going offline, that was insane. Like, I can totally see why Magnussen had to get out of it. I would be terrified.
And as they ran nose to tail a little longer, Andy did everything he could, but it was Eric Cattell that would win Ibach GLTC race number 4.
Andy got the weekend, though.
He did.
Subaru powered.
Subaru powered. Well, Ibach GLTC is complete. We have one more race. We've got more track battle coming your way as well. And for the fans here at the racetrack, another drift session to end the day. We'll be right back after a short break with GridLife GT Race 4. That was fun.
Born on the track, bred on the mountains, raised on the podium, ready for anything and everything. Falcon tires, race tested, road ready. Learn more about our entire line at falcontire.com.
For cars new and old, whether it's your first car or you've had a few in your day, their parts live a hard and sometimes short life. You then have a choice to make. Hope it works or know it works. At FCP Euro, we've been helping enthusiasts fix, maintain, and upgrade their cars with quality European car parts and hand-curated service kits since 1986.
There's a moment
behind the wheel of what I've built, where power overrides gravity, and I hit that zero moment. Zero doubts, zero fear, zero competition. No rule or mold I can't break. And limits, absolutely zero. And there's enough zero sugar to get me there.
These are my race treads for going the distance.
Racetreads.com. Tires for every adventure.
And welcome back to Lakeville, Connecticut, and the sleepy little town that holds Lime Rock Park, a track that has been part of North American racing history since 1957, and for the 4th year in a row, it hosts GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. Kyle Heyer joined by Dewey DeWitt, and maybe Mark Kilgore here in a little bit. He's got some things going on, but GRIDLIFE GT is up next. But we caught up with James Houghton after his Race 3 win. Cerise checked in with him a little earlier.
All right, folks, I am here with James Houghton. James, congratulations on that win, GLGT.
Thank you so much. None of them have been easy this weekend at all, but we've been having some fun.
And this is not only, this is your 3rd consecutive win of the weekend.
Yes, and my 4th consecutive GLGT win because we won the last one in Mid-Ohio.
It's so cool to see all you drivers that came from GLTC or other classes of racing. As soon as something new opens, you just go ahead and you put all of your investments towards it. Time and money, let's be honest. Yeah. And now you're out here and you're doing it. So how's the car feel?
It feels really good. We've been working on the balance, just little changes all weekend, and we've got it a little bit better, a little bit looser now, and it's a little bit more comfortable to drive. But AJ is still like really keeping me honest out there. There is nothing left on the table at all. I have to be perfect every lap to hold them off.
That's incredible. Well done for doing that. Not everybody can be in this position, only one. So from now on, for the rest of the day, what's your plan?
Well, there's going to be one more race now, and it's going to be an invert race. Yes, so we'll have to see, you know, I'm not going to take any high risks on an invert race. I don't want to ruin anyone's day. I don't want to ruin our car or anyone else's car. So we'll just see how it goes at the start and go from there. It's really hard to pass here, so if AJ gets in front, it'd be highly unlikely that I'll have anything for him.
All right, well, go ahead and give it all you got. We'll see you out there for race 4.
All right, thank you so much.
Thanks, James. Back to you guys.
And pace car lights are out. GRIDLIFE GT Race 4 with an invert putting, I think that's Zazoulis on pole here alongside Hans Horpedal. Then in row 2, AJ Hartman, James Houghton, then Pites and DeLucia. Here we go. Time to go racing at Lime Rock Park. GRIDLIFE GT Race 4 is underway. Hans Horpedal on the outside, the silver C5. Mark Kilgore crushing it into turn 1. Is he going to get there first? Lockup from Hartman into the first corner.
Yeah, Hans Horpedal got a great jump. Leads into turn 1, turn 2. Looks like Zazoulis is still in second, but Houghton is aiming for that second space. He jumps to the second space. Zazoulis kind of got left out there on the outside of turn 3. Lost a little bit of grip, and now Hartman is in third as well.
Yeah, of course, with the field invert here, we've seen the pace of Houghton and Hartman be significantly quicker than everybody else, but we'll see how long Hans can hold on to this in front of the number 41. For AJ Hartman, this is a great opportunity with a little bit of a holdup perhaps in front of them to try to sneak around the 41, so he'll have to get creative here as we come down the downhill for the first time.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see how Hans gets through this downhill and onto the front straight, and who's going to have more top-end speed. That's what we had fire laps for. We'll be able to see who's got the top-end speed. Down across the start-finish line into turn 1, it's still Hans in front.
Hans Horpedal doing a great job out front here. Then James Houghton in second place. Let's have a look at the data here from Fire Laps as we get a look at this 130.2 miles an hour for Thompson, but he's not in this race, I don't believe. So it's going to be looking at Houghton and Hartman. DeLucia, Pites, though, still quickest in a straight line in that C8 Corvette. That's been the topic of the weekend so far. Look at it, here comes Houghton, but can't quite get up the inside of the 77.
Nope. They turn into the uphill. Han's a little wide there. We'll see if Houghton can carry that into West Bend. Maybe he was able to poke his nose in there through turn 6, and then which leads down into turn 7 through the downhill. But nope, it's still Hans in front. Hans, we got 4 right here in the 4 all right here in the frame.
Impressed with how long Hans has been able to hold on to it. He's not even going defensive yet. He seems pretty confident. His straight line pace is great.
Yeah.
Here comes DeLucia to the inside. Sorry, there might.
No, you're good. Yeah, it looks like we were about to go 3 wide. DeLucia jumps the turn 1 curb. He's able to maintain it. Hooks around the turn 2 curb. He looks like he's got 3rd place. AJ Hartman kind of backs off, gives him some room. Oh, but DeLucia's really fighting that car. He has been, as we talked about in the race 3, he has been having some front left tire issues. It looks like the inside of the tire keeps debeating and going flat, so that looks to be his issue. We'll see if it stays together, but as we see there.
Yeah, look at how 88 miles an hour, but look, notice that AJ Hartman is even in the top 5 in this list. So again, trapped in behind James Houghton, he can't use the arrow on his car like Houghton can with clean air.
Yeah, absolutely. He's kind of buried back there, having to check up. His pace is dependent on the car in front of him. We see DeLucia kind of fading to mid-track, going a little defensive. AJ Hartman goes back out to the outside, brakes. DeLucia stays to the inside, but it looks like he's going to maintain 3rd place. Houghton has gotten out front.
Yeah, he did. I think he did that at West Bend, so puts Hans back to 2nd place. And without Hartman, who's really been the only one to match him on raw pace right behind him, Hartman's really dealing with DeLucia right now. These two were on fairly similar pace at Midwest Festival, but this weekend it's been really the 24 of Hartman over DeLucia, but right now they're pretty even footing.
Yeah, absolutely. Houghton is running away up front, trying to get a big lead, and then see if he can coast for another, make it 4 for 4 wins. Hartman going up over the hill, side by side with DeLucia into West Bend.
Alex Pites off pace at turn 4, but James Houghton heading down the hill with a pretty clear lead now over Hans Horpedal. Now AJ Hartman has solidified his run into 3rd place. We'll see if he can start clicking away laps and start to eat into Horpedal's advantage over him in 2nd.
Yeah, I think so. We'll see if he needs to get up to him and by him pretty quickly. It is going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot to ask of Hartman to run down Houghton at this point, but I still think Hartman, if he can get by Horpedal, maybe he can start clicking in some fast laps with clean air. We see Hartman kind of running wide there. Horpedal again running pretty defensive, but he gets out of turn 4 well onto the Paul Newman straight as they head into turn 5, the uphill.
Yeah, this is a big deal here for Horpedal to be 2nd place, because right now he's got a trophy and a podium. If he loses this lead, he'll lose 25 points and instead get 21, so he'll lose 4 points and go back down to 59. That would promote Chris DeLucia back onto the podium, so he needs to finish 2nd if he wants a trophy.
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to be fighting, trying to hold off Hartman as much as he can. Oh, but Hartman's gotten by him, so Horpedal try and stay with Hartman as best as he can, follow his lines, and defend from DeLucia.
And also hope for a mechanical, that would help too.
Sure, yeah. We have seen a little bit of attrition throughout this weekend. It happens.
Yeah, and as far as braking force, you know, James Houghton, again, consistently with that the ABS that the TCR car has, he has been the most impressive on the brakes. DeLucia in this same session only pulling 1.02 G compared to Houghton's 1.28, so that's a pretty significant advantage to James. And again, not even in the top 5 as AJ Hartman. This car, while he's 2nd, is not pulling the same performance that it was.
No, he is not, which is interesting. It is pretty warm out there. The track has warmed up. It is not as in good a condition as it was earlier today. We have had some cloud coverage for most of the day, which has helped keep the track cooler, but I still think we're seeing the track go away a little bit. And I know these guys, right, not everybody brings multiple sets of tires through a weekend, and so we are seeing AJ Hartman pull out a pretty big gap on Horpedal, and he is starting to run down Houghton. We'll see if he has enough laps to get to it. He's currently 4 seconds behind Houghton.
So 4 seconds, and let's look at the cornering force. With a clear air, did he jump up into the mix? He did not. So again, that's interesting to note. But also, again, Eric Thompson, this is pulling most recent session. So Thompson and Lichty, of course, not on track at the moment. but between the ones that are, DeLucia 1.54. Again, he's had some pretty good performance. Again, he's had fresh tires on the left front of that car all weekend, which helps.
But he has dropped back from Horpedal. He may be having some more issues. I hope not for his sake, but Horpedal's pulled out a pretty big lead, and Pites here going into turn 1, still working through that. I'm excited to see what he can do with this C8 Corvette chassis. I know that they are working on it hard with Pites performance, and I'm excited to see maybe what they can come back with next year as well, after they have a full year of development with it.
Yeah, and for Alex, he's new to wheel racing as well, so getting comfortable in it. You can build a great mousetrap, but you got to also know how to maximize it and get comfortable maximizing it. Hans Horpedal is new to this Corvette also, but he's a longtime wheel racer in Ibach GLTC with an S2000. He sold that car, bought this car, and he's had fun with it. It's got a really cool feature. That nose of that car is actually one of the old World Challenge front bumpers from the C5. So that is a real, it's not an imitation, that's the real thing on that car. So really cool to see that history here in GridLife GT.
Yeah, when you're running race parts, that's got to make your car go faster. And I hate to see this, but it does look like DeLucia is coming down the pit lane. So that's so unfortunate for him, and not the way he wanted to end his weekend.
No, certainly not. Again, this track biased so heavily to right-hand corners. See Alex Pites also heading into pit lane. So James Houghton, 3.7. That was a gain again for Hartman last time by.
Yeah, and I think he's going to be even closer. So he's closing down that gap. We'll see as they cross the line here. 2.2.
2.2. That's a lot of time that he's gaining. I wonder if Houghton also is going a little bit on cruise control here. But again, maximum speeds, DeLucia, again, 132 miles an hour. It's a shame because the car has been so fast, but maybe not consistent enough to really consistently run at the pointy end here.
Yeah, for sure. It's unfortunate to see, but at the same time, it is, again, what we're looking for here with GLGT. A lot of different chassis, a lot of different makes, a lot of different ways to build your mousetrap, as you said, and to see these guys within 5 to 10 mile an hour of top speed, bodes well for the series as we move forward.
And Zazulis in the 62 that started up on the front row, just finishing the race and running solid laps, getting some data, and we hope to see him around some more. We saw him at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course as well. Also note that James Houghton does have a new left front tire on his car as well. He was dealing with similar issues, and I saw him in the paddock. He goes, I have to apologize to AJ for doing this to him, putting a brand new tire on the front.
That is unfortunate, but I have not seen AJ behind him. So it looks like, and now we have Hans Horpedal coming across the start finish. So it looks like Hans going to move up second. AJ must be out on track somewhere.
Yeah, so that's big, and he's coming down pit lane. So AJ Hartman has a problem.
Oh, man.
And this is huge. Go back to the weekend points, because with Horpedal now in second place, that was going to promote him up into the podium spot over DeLucia, who pit in for an issue. So all Horpedal has to do is finish here, and he gets a trophy for the weekend.
You just said it. You said it. This is going to be your fault this time, Kyle, if something happens.
Well, again, it's unfortunate for AJ Hartman, but this is part of it, is making it through the race. And to finish first, you must first finish, the old adage.
Yeah. I did talk to AJ before this race and kind of asked him if he had anything else, if he had any more tricks up his sleeve. He said absolutely not. He said that he's trimmed everything on that car out as about as much as he is comfortable with. You start kind of losing performance in one area to gain performance in another. He said it just didn't make sense to him to do that. So, it's unfortunate to see that. And I also know, Houghton doesn't like to just cruise around without anybody to battle. So I know he's going to hate that some of these competitors are having some issues.
And actually, Hans Horpedal is actually quite a bit off pace as well. He just kind of thundered by. He might just be in preservation mode. And we saw this at Road America too, Mark. A lot of the cars that are home built are still brand new builds for this series. And you know very well that when you're building a new mousetrap, there's so many things that can go wrong, and getting it to run perfectly through the weekend is almost impossible, especially when you're a one-driver team. When you put the car on the trailer, you unload the car, you work on the car, you change the tires and fill it with fuel. So in a series like this, the attrition rate has been high so far, but again, there's a lot of reasons why that's the case.
Yeah, if we go back again to the beginning of this weekend, we went by Horpedal's pit, and they literally had the C5 engine harness out of the car laying on the ground because they were putting in a brand new ECU from HP Tuners. So I know that they've been working hard to get everything right on that car. So the fact that he's out here turning laps and now in second, it would be great for them great for him to complete the race and finish on second, and as you say, finish on the podium overall for the weekend.
Can't decide if that sounds healthy or not. Didn't sound healthy to me.
No, it didn't. He was also he had his hand out the window. I'm not sure what was going on with that, but yeah, he's definitely a little handicap just trying to bring that car home.
Yeah,
not quite what we were hoping for the fourth race.
No, it's going to end on a little bit of a downfall here, unfortunately. But we were treated to some fantastic races earlier in the weekend. Maybe we were owed one. That was a bit of a bummer as far as Houghton's co-racers here. But, man, he has been so good. And how cool is it for a story like James, who ran in Ibach GLTC for so many years in his Acura TSX. And, of course, K-Tuned has this car for him to race here, bring it to the new series, kind of give a good benchmark for people to build to, because that car is sort of exactly the speed and performance that this series is targeting. So everyone has a rabbit to chase. He's leading the series championship by a lot. But again, it's a new series where the rules are still very much in flux. Everyone's building to them this year. I think next year we're going to see such strong building once everyone kind of sorts out these issues season after season. But I'll tell you, Horpedal's car does not sound good. He's just hoping for a white flag.
Yeah, no, it's not great. And I think that is an advantage, if that's what you want to call it, that Houghton has a car that was built and meant to go lap after lap, and you know, it has sort of the electronics sorted out now. Of course, they are having to figure all of that out themselves, but these guys will get the cars figured out. They will come back. I'm excited for next year. Not that we're trying to get away from this race at all, but you know, these things happen, and it's going to get better. There's no doubt about it. As we see Zazoulis going around turn 3 right here, it'll be interesting. I don't know. I mean, if Horpedal's struggling, can Zazoulis catch him? Maybe.
Yeah,
we'll find out.
He dropped a good ways down, and again, if Horpedal loses that second spot, he will not get that trophy on the weekend. But I see a white flag in hand, so for James Houghton, he'll pick that up next time by. Where is James Houghton? There. Where is James Houghton? I have not seen him.
Kyle, I think he literally has that big of a lead. I think he is probably coming around the backside. And he may, I think he's coming up the uphill. Yeah, there he is, down through the downhill and coming onto the front straight to come to the white flag now.
He's Tom O'Gorman, so he's in the downhill. I was like looking for James. Where'd he go? I was worried for a second that we might have lost him in the weeds somewhere. But here he comes, last lap for James Houghton in the number 41 K-Tuned Honda TCR. Again, this car is running very similar to how you would see it in something like the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge or overseas. Of course, it's running street tires, much different size and width, but otherwise it's very similar. And again, setting a benchmark for people to build to. James Houghton, one of the top runners in Ibach GLTC for years, and this will be his, sixth straight victory, fifth straight, with the three previous wins on the weekend, and then one at Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, like we talked about with Cerise. But yeah, Houghton put it in the work and consistent all weekend too.
Yeah, it is amazing just how good he is. He can jump into anything and be pretty fast right away. I've even seen videos that they apparently do some circle track racing around his area, that he gets in an old beater and does circle track, and he loves it.
He's got Matan Rosenberg running with him.
Oh boy,
which will be a lot of fun.
What is happening around
Checkered
here?
flag, James Houghton 4 for 4, and almost a perfect weekend. 102 points, 25, 25, 25, 25, and 2 points for qualifying. James Houghton takes this very easily this weekend at Lime Rock Park, and this was his mission this year. He had 4 events planned. He went to Road Atlanta with the TSX, and then 3 events with the TCR. It was Midwest, Mid-Ohio, and here. And this is it for this car for the year. And boy, did he ever show us how quick it can be.
Yes, as you said, he has definitely set the goals for everyone else to try and catch, which I think is great, right? You got to put something out there and say, okay, look, you know, I'm going to be the champion, or well, I'm not sure exactly if he's going to win the entire series, but
probably will.
Probably will. But you know, give something for everybody to chase. As we see, gosh, Zazoulis had caught up Horpedal on that last lap.
And also, look at what this has done for the championship points for this season, with AJ Hartman tied with Hans Horpedal now going into the next event. And again, I know AJ's planning on running more events. I think Hans is as well. So the battle for second is going to be pretty fierce, but they both have to really start racking up some wins if they want to catch Houghton before pit race in October.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you said, Houghton, this car is going to be done for the year. AJ Hartman is going to at least pit. There's also Autobahn and then also Laguna. So if you want to continue watching GLGT, we've got 3 more races coming for you throughout the year.
just missed the results there as the time. Oh, there it goes. As James Houghton, Hans Torpedahl, Jeff Zazoulis, your top three, A.J. Hartman, DeLucia, and Pites all had issues in that one. And again, for DeLucia, we believe it was tire related. For Alex Pites, not exactly sure what was up there, but for Hartman, that car peeled off after being really, really solid all weekend long, Mark. But final thoughts on GridLife GT this weekend?
Well, it's a lot of promise. We had some really great racing, flashes of great racing. We can only hope that things get better throughout the year, and as everybody continues to build their car, get better. And I love seeing the speed, the grip, the downforce that these cars can produce. And there's few other places where you can have home-brewed cars racing against manufacturer-built cars. Love to see it.
Let's have a look at the highlights from GridLife GT Race 4. Hans Torpedahl on the start takes the lead. A.J. Hartman had a big lockup there. I wonder if that contributed maybe to any tire issues he had later in the race, if that was what it was. Houghton out front over Hans Torpedahl. Then it was DeLucia and Hartman that fought tooth and nail for a couple of laps here, Mark. But the 62 of Jeff Zazoulis started on pole and kind of faded for a little ways, but did fight his way back up much later.
Yeah, absolutely. Houghton out front. Unfortunately, he cruised to a victory for this in this last race, but he has just been solid all weekend. Great to see him go 4 for 4, and I know that that's great. An absolute great way to end the season for him.
GridLife GT Race 4 complete. GridLife GT complete from Circuit Legends. We've got more GridLife Track Battle coming up next.
Thousands of data points affect milliseconds on the track. You've got the data, but do you know how to use it? FireLabs is the driver development platform that makes data simple and actionable. And with FireLink, your sessions upload automatically and coaching insights show up instantly. Visualize clearly, share easily, improve every time you drive. Powered by machine learning and real driver data, FireLabs helps you train with purpose and race with confidence.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
I'm faster than you. Yeah, well, I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways. I'm louder. Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder. Slicker. Cooler. Tougher. Let's go.
So what you got?
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
GRIDLIFE is back at Circuit Legends for the 4th consecutive year. And of course, Lime Rock Park is so special for so many reasons. And one of the most special parts about it is a man named Skip Barber, who is integral to the history here at Lime Rock Park. And Skip got a ride of a lifetime earlier this weekend. Take a look. Skip Barber in the FCP Hero Porsche Cayenne. Here they come out onto the racetrack.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure, it is an honor to be standing here with the one and only Skip Barber, a name that you might know in your own household. And today we have the pleasure of putting our beloved Skip Barber with the champion himself, Michael Essa. Skip, you've done everything from F1 to GT racing. What do you expect to get out of this drifting experience?
Actually, I expect it to be a real eye-opener. I mean, I think these guys are fabulous.
The character and the skill does tend to speak for itself. Now, back in the day, I think it was 2022, Michael Essa here had the pleasure of driving the legendary Sam Posey of Sam Posey Straight, putting him in a drift car as well. Have you talked to him? Has he given you any advice on what to expect?
He smiled a lot.
He did, yes he did. I can confirm. He definitely smiled a lot, as we expect you to as well. Michael Essa, any final words for him before you get him in the car?
I mean, it's an absolute pleasure to have the opportunity to give you a ride along and show you our sport of drifting. It's motorsports, but it's fun, right? And it brings new people into motorsports, and that's what it's all about.
I'm expecting it to be a real pleasure. I mean, I admire these guys. I'm not kidding.
I'm being very professional, I swear, but I'm actually very giddy inside. I'm going to be standing right there waiting for you guys to leave the line. We're very excited to have you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're going to catch up with you guys afterwards. Go have fun.
Yeah, let's go.
The Skip Barber in the FCP Hero Porsche Cayenne. Here they come out onto the racetrack. You got a couple cars out there.
Can I mention how incredible this footage is? I mean, it is so spectacular to be able to watch this, kind of live. You feel like you're in the car with Skip.
Looks like Skip's hopping out.
I think, look at that smile. There you go. That's what I'm talking about.
Cerise is down there live. Let's hear this.
How was that experience? You did 2 laps.
Wow, that guy's really good. Very impressive. A little bit complicated because sitting in the passenger seat isn't any good in anything, and that makes this a little harder.
Sure, absolutely.
But boy, I'm impressed.
Is there any part of the track that was exceptional?
Well, I thought we were going to lose it. Entering back straight over here, the corners.
Fair enough. As we do, we drift around the corners. It's very action-packed, everything. Essa, why don't you come over here really quick? I just want to get your input. Now, this was obviously a legendary experience for you. I'll switch sides here.
Yeah, definitely.
And he did 2 laps. Was that surprising for you?
You know, he had a giant smile on his face, and I looked over and I said, do you want to do another lap? And he's like, can we? And we went again. So that was awesome. I mean, this thing is obviously not like a professional drift car. It is a big, heavy car, but it gets around the track, and it gets around the track sideways, and that's really what it's about, right? Is getting that experience.
With a lock differential.
With a lock differential,
which surprises the passenger.
It is definitely not a race car, right? The setup on this is nothing like anything you've ever experienced before. It's kind of backwards almost.
That's totally correct.
Yep.
Well, for all of us that knew that you were in there, me included, of course, I just watched with a huge smile on my face as well.
Well, thank you. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
And back live at Lime Rock Park. What a cool story here. Now, there's another story that was developing in Club SC. You'll note at the top of the screen, the track record right now for Club SC is no longer Austin O'Brien, but the time is slower. Ito, we're looking at Austin O'Brien. Tell me what happened.
Yeah, so part of our normal operating procedure here is to impound Club SC cars after they've set records, and honestly, we impound the top 3 or up to 5 cars in the class, especially if we have a podium sprint weekend. And during his compliance check after this last heat, he was found to be technically under the power to weight ratio. So he's actually making too much power for his weight, and therefore, according to our rules, his times for the whole weekend were disqualified. So that being said, you're allowed to go back out there and fix that and try to reset your time. So he's back out there trying to regain that lead from Sam Dooling, who himself, he was only half a tenth behind O'Brien. And now Dooling has the lead and that new record at 103.903. We'll see if O'Brien can regain his spot. Right now he's last in Club SC. I think he needs a 104, a high 104, mid 104. Excuse me, he just needs a 104 period to overtake Luis Rodriguez for second place spot again in Club SC. So we'll keep an eye on him.
So across the stripe here for Austin O'Brien, 104.825.
And there it is. So he retakes second place from Luis Rodriguez, actually faster than Sam Dooling in this session. But yeah, that's still really hard for him to stomach, I'm sure.
Yeah, Sam Dooling just picked up a little time as well there. You see 0.242 seconds in this session. But again, a 103.9 is the time to chase, the time to win. Remember that we don't do a podium sprint here in Track Battle at Lime Rock Park because we don't have a Sunday to have our extended competition format. So whoever's the fastest this weekend in any of the sessions is the winner in their class. Sam Dooling right here in the silver Honda Fit, the number 370, entering the uphill now, is your current leader in Club SC. And he showed up to Road America. He had some sort of family obligation, wedding or something of the sort. He showed up on Sunday to Road America to run the podium sprint, but didn't have any practice laps, no qualifying laps. He didn't really have a very good event there, finished 5th. So as far as the points are concerned, he would really like to score another 25, actually be 26 with the new record.
Yeah, definitely. He's one of our most passionate racers and one of our most passionate workers. He actually volunteers and does the tech inspection for every one of our events. We all really love him here at GRIDLIFE. And yeah, he's a very serious competitor in Club SC, and he just kind of came out of nowhere at Road America. It was a pretty small class, so he got into podium sprint almost by default. And it just probably wasn't the performance he expected. So now he's kind of trying to gain that back in these next couple events. This is a great start for him, and he actually just now did a 104.583, so faster than O'Brien again in this heat. So almost like a prove it kind of lap for him here.
Yeah, look at him throwing the hand out the window at the cameras. I love Sam Dooling. He's very passionate, as you said, but in position to win Club SC. And here's a look at one of the Supimod Subarus. This is the 541 street class car of Chuck Meyer. We talked with Nick Nazzaro earlier in the previous heat about this car and what was done to it, but really neat to see Chuck back out here again going for a time improvement. His best at 102.137, and he has almost matched that here at 102.176.
Yeah, one of the many Subarus running in street here this weekend. We haven't really had anybody come close to Luca Barberis' record here, which is blistering, just to be clear. But yeah, really cool to see these Subarus out here. And this car, I really love this car. This is an old air-cooled 911 that's running in street. We don't really see 911s in street very often, but that one's an old school air-cooled rear engine 911 running in street. It's a one lap of America car, which is really cool. And it's really cool to see him out here in that car. I've autocrossed one of these. They are weird to drive. Let me tell you, they don't drive like normal cars.
What is weird? Describe. I've never driven a Porsche, so you have to describe the weird part of this generation, certainly.
Yeah. So it is very rear bias. So what that means is when you lift, it feels like there's a pendulum behind you that's swinging all the way around that wants to overtake the front of you as you get around a corner when you're kind of lifting off the brakes or lifting off the throttle. And then you correct it by just matting the gas. It's a lot like driving a front-wheel drive car backwards, if that makes any sense. So you're just
that sounds weird.
It reacts in you have all the advantage of front-wheel drive where it kind of corrects you in a slide, but you have none of the disadvantage of also needing to turn with the front wheels as they're putting down power. So that's kind of the advantage that those cars kind of have. And that generation, I mean, that engine is way back there. I mean, modern ones, the engine is much further forward. The weight distribution is a lot less rear biased. That's an old school driving experience, let me tell you.
Yeah. Honda Fits, though, in Club SC. Jason Davidson, the orange and silver car. I mentioned earlier this weekend, he has done work for a bunch of IMSA and SRO teams and drives this car to events all over the country. I actually bumped into it at VIR last year at an SRO event. I just there's some Club SC stickers, and woo, he's pushed hard at the top of the hill.
That was a lot of curbing on the entry into the uphill.
Yeah, I mean, you see the different colored body panels on it because it's been in the wall a couple times.
Just a little bit. That's okay. And what's funny is that car, he puts a little taxi sign on top of his car and then takes out people in the drift taxi, grip taxi sessions that we have here at these festival events. And he always gives people rides. Everybody always comes out of that car wondering how the heck it goes that fast in a fit.
Oh, man.
So people always come away impressed.
Sam Dooling was really sideways at turn 3, and here comes Dominic Tucci in the Ford Fiesta, the street mod Ford Fiesta. We talked about how cool of a build that is earlier this weekend. Wide body flares on it. Looks very sort of rally inspired. Yeah. Sam sticking the hand out the window, letting the 328 on by. Woo, big lateral slide into 5.
I had to correct and get out of it. He didn't quite make the apex, just trying to recover that slide there.
And Connor O'Mara out on track in the R32 Volkswagen, running in second right now in this session in Club TR. Again, as we go on, each subsequent group will get faster and faster and bump these drivers down the order in their respective category.
Yeah, you don't really see CRZs in Club TR all that often. It's kind of a cool car. Very aerodynamic car. I'm curious whether that one, I don't think anybody's tried like a K-swap
I
CRZ
think that's what
yet.
that is.
Is it K-swap?
I think so.
Sick.
And what the cool thing about the CRZ, and again, our founder, Chris Stewart, is a big CRX fan. And the CRZ is sort of visually hearkening back to the CRX design, but it was designed with the intention of having a Honda K20 in it, but it never debuted it like that. It came out as a hybrid. It is one of the rare hybrids you can get with a manual transmission, and those are very well sought after. I looked at getting one last year, and they are certainly hard to find with a manual transmission in good shape. You put a lot of miles on those things.
You know what also is a great hybrid manual transition?
The Insight?
Yeah. I
Jill's got one of those.
My dream GLTC or Club TR build is you get a K24, you stuff it into an Insight, and then no aero, and you just become a ballistic missile in all the straightaways. You bring it to Road America, you go super slow in all the corners, and then you beat everybody down the straightaway by like 10 miles an hour.
That's wild. Luis Rodriguez in the red
Honda Fit, yeah.
Thank you.
That used to be K-swapped, I think. I think maybe that car used to be K-swapped. He used to run it in Club TR or Street, I don't remember.
I think you're right. You're right.
Yeah, and I think he swapped back so that to the stock Fit drivetrain so he can run in Club SC, or he just detuned it. I didn't actually ask him, but I think he swapped back. I don't know if I think Ks are allowed to swap. Are you allowed to engine swap in Club SC? Actually, I don't think you are.
I don't think so.
I don't think you are. So I think he went back to the stock engine. Went back to the stock engine so he can be competitive in his class. So really cool to see, and he, ending up third here in Club SC this weekend. So that's a good drive for him.
So Club SC, for those that are wondering, on the hillside over there, if you're like, man, those Honda Fits, what do I have to do to participate if I have one of those? Well, basically, it's a very low prep class. So the idea is you can run it on stock suspension if you wanted, but effectively coilovers, some brake pads, and you don't even really need those. And then you basically throw a set of 205 Falcon RT 660s on, you're good to go. That's effectively what this category is.
Yeah, and it's a 25-to-1 power to weight ratio with some modifiers for dual overhead cam or double A-arm suspension. Yeah, there you go. And Mike Jansen, who you can see 156 there, so he has a slightly different power to weight he has to meet than the Fit, because he's got, I believe it's the double A-arm suspension, but he's single overhead cam. The Corolla, I believe, is dual overhead and double A-arm, so it gets an even bigger modifier. And yeah, it's meant for cars that people drive to and from the track, that drive every day to and from work, super efficient. Sam Dooling took his car all the way from Michigan and drove it to Laguna Seca and back with a tire tail. So he actually put the tires off a trailer hitch on the back of his car and drove all the way to Laguna Seca. He was actually on the Bonneville Salt Flats with that car. So yeah, that's kind of the whole the vibe for Club SC.
Yep. And again, while the cars might be considered entry-level from a prep standpoint, the competition is some of the closest and most fierce we have in grid life. I mean, right now, Sam Dooling's time of 103.903 is they were within 0.2 of each other before, actually half a tenth of each other before Austin O'Brien's time got disqualified.
Yeah, and very, very regularly at podium sprints, we see, I think Sam Dooling actually beat a competitor in podium sprint. I believe it was at Gingerman by 1,000th of a second, just to give you an idea. So that's how close Club SC normally is when we have kind of the larger classes. And all the drivers that come out of podium sprint, they tend to come out into GLTC or into other classes, and they're right on pace right away. So, it really teaches you how to drive momentum cars and to keep as much speed as possible with scrubbing as little speed as possible in the turns.
Well, Club SC is complete for the weekend. That was all the competitors and in their last session of the day. So let's have a look at the results for Club SC for this session, and we'll show you what the weekend looks like. So Sam Dooling on top of the board here in this session, Austin O'Brien in second, and then it was Luis Rodriguez in third. That is going to be your podium as well here this weekend, Ito. So job well done to Sam and Austin. Got back out there and got back up on the podium. Luis Rodriguez is going to go home with a third place trophy for the weekend.
Great drive. Honestly, great drive from Austin to recover that second place in this session. 3/10 off of Sam in this session, so Sam still kind of having those bragging rights a little bit, but still a great recovery, and Luis is going to be really happy with that third place spot.
Yeah, job well done there for all those drivers, but the rest of our classes are going to be mixed in the next 3 groups, so we won't be able to look at results for anything else until the very end of the session. Cars are rolling in for Group D. It's Group C up next, and I see a lot of Falcon Club TR, a lot of street, and some street mod mixed in there as well. So that should be fun to watch. I think Club TR, the meat of the party here for the most part. Kevin Horn I see lined up, Luke Paglioni. Let's see.
Some Street GT cars here with the Supra and the BMW G80 in here as well. An RX-8 in Club TR, which you don't see very much of. I think that one's still rotary powered. I think if somebody wanted to seriously compete in Club TR, I think an RX-8 swapped with a K motor would be a pretty good answer for that, I think. Giving hints out there, because RX-8's very similar to NCs. They're basically NCs, but on a longer wheelbase, so they're actually really good cars for this class.
So cars headed on the racetrack here. We were talking about Falcon Club TR, and current track record holder is Peter Gramberg, 56.855.
Blistering time, by the way.
Super fast. But again, when you see those cars, they're with the gray stickers. They're all running a spec 255 with Falcon RT660 plus tire, or the older RT660. These are purpose-built track day cars that you could have them be street legal. Many of them are, but these are cars that you're building for the racetrack. You can swap engines into these cars, but these are going to be smaller engines, less than 1.6 liter turbocharged or less than 2.5 liters naturally aspirated. You see a lot of Civics, you see a lot of Twins, which are the GR86 FRS BRZs, a lot of Miatas, things of the sort, and a lot of Integras, which is the one of the front-running cars here this weekend.
Yeah, and that kind of comes from those 90 Civic Integras chassis had double A-arm front suspension, so they gain camber dynamically, which means they're very prone to not understeer, which is a huge plus for a front-wheel drive platform. So that's kind of what makes them popular. And then importantly, if you are engine swapped, you have a minimum weight of 2550 with driver, which the Civics and the Integras have a much easier time to get down to than the newer generation BRZ, GR86 FRSs. Granberg, I think, is still somewhere in the realm of 50 pounds over that minimum. I think Jeremy Bailey might be the lightest twin. I think he's within 10 pounds of the minimum. So that's kind of the most competitive builds.
That's impressive because the minimum weight is a little tricky to get to on a new car,
yeah,
right?
Absolutely.
The older Hondas from the 1990s, there's not a lot of chassis. They're very lightweight cars to begin with.
Tinfoil, really.
Jeremy's car, I think, is a 2013 or 2014 model year. It's very hard to get that car light with the modern safety crash structures and things. So that's impressive. It's also running an FA24, which is the newer engine in that car out of the GR86. So.
Yeah, and it's fun because I think the FA24 is becoming an option whoa,
that was a little dicey.
Little dicey pass there.
That's a lot of speed. No, not going to make it.
That's unfortunate.
Into the tires there for, is that the 524 car of, I didn't get the number on that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think it was 524, 534 there. But yeah, FA24 is becoming a much more popular swap. Very similar to the K24.
Ooh, that's Jason Molderig, who's spun. I think he just sort of
avoiding
out.
action. Yeah, I think he just kind of. I wonder if he lost brakes. I wonder, but
yeah, honestly, that's kind of what it looked like. That car did not stop.
Yeah, definitely. And we've had a very clean time attack sessions here. I think everybody's done a really great job of staying within their means, of driving within their means, and and doing a really good job of managing traffic. So really unfortunate to see that here. For sure.
So full course yellow here for Track Battle Q6. And it's, I think, was that Max Gorley's car? Again, I didn't get a look at it again.
I believe it was 534.
Yeah, that would have been Gorley. But just didn't get stopped. And he sort of bailed to the apex really, really early there. And again, you have to get him dug out of there. He's in there probably pretty deep in the tires. So
yeah, hopefully he's okay. That's the most important thing here. That was
thumbs up.
Quite a lot of speed. Okay, good.
Thumbs up from Max Gorley. Just an unfortunate incident. Definitely displacing that tire bundle there. But
turn one's a very tricky corner here. I mean, it's the fastest corner on this circuit, or it's a very fast entry from the fastest point, and you run out of that the outside track pretty quickly there. That's why you see that big bailout that's actually at the end of the front straightaway. That used to be where the track used to go, and then it became the runoff for this more modern version of this track. So really unfortunate to see, but glad to see him walking under his own power, and he's doing okay.
Yep, hops out, and he'll head back to the infield there. Unfortunate, though, and again, some people had also suggested maybe knockback from the brakes, but it just goes to the brakes.
Yeah, he doesn't slow down at all.
No. I can't really tell. It just never really gripped.
It looks like it doesn't stop. Oh. And yeah, I've driven an older generation WRX that had Brembos on it, and the knockback was terrible. And I'd autocrossed it, and in autocross, the knockback was terrible. This is the first time I've experienced knockback in a car that was that bad. So, hopefully, I'm glad to see he's okay, and hopefully he can get that car repaired relatively quickly.
Well, again, it's just so weird. I don't know what to make of that, but I will say, and again, a big props to the Lime Rock Park team for having those tire bundles there. They absorb so much energy. It's hard to describe. Again, Ido, have you ever had the unfortunate circumstance to go into a tire wall?
That's an interesting question that you're asking me. I have, unfortunately. I actually had an incident at NASCAR Turn 3 at VIR, which was as a result of just not quite respecting a gap that I had to a car in front of me and just kind of losing track of my braking point. But surprisingly, I hit the tire wall, and the only damage I had from that was the bodywork, which is made of composite materials, so I think it absorbed a lot of the energy, and my rear toe link was bent, and that was it. And I looked at the frame is all good, and I put a cage in it after that, and I drove all of last season. I did 7 events after that crash. So I always encourage if first of all, it's really important that when you have an incident like this, that you reflect on what you could have done as a driver to avoid an incident like that, whether that's, saying in his case, if it's brakes, it's being cognizant that the brake pedal's getting soft or the brake pedal's getting long, or you need, the way that you kind of diagnose bad brakes is if the brake pedal's getting soft, then that's a fluid overheat issue. If the brake pedal needs more force to stop, that's a pad temperature issue. So it's really important that you recognize those symptoms when you're out on track and initiate cool downs to cool your brakes down to make sure that you're safe out on track. And again, it is mandatory for us as part of the tech process that you run high temperature brake fluid in your lines, because the normal production brake fluid doesn't handle the heat from repetitive high-speed stopping that we see out on track.
Yeah, and again, I can speak to this because I was just on track at another event earlier in the year with my FRS, and again, I've got some pretty good brake fluid in there, but I also didn't have great brake pads. And so the heat management is not very good, and having run on some more aggressive brake pads, you can have good fluid, but if you also don't have good pads, I'm not saying this was the case, it's just when you're tracking the car, the first thing that you do is brake fluid, brake pads. Everything else comes secondary to that.
Yeah, and it's kind of maybe a small crash course on prepping brakes for the track day. First, get high temp brake fluid in there so it can handle it. You can have normal brake pads in a car and it'll probably stop the car for a lap. But then after that, the brakes overheat and they don't basically grab the rotor as hard. So the next step is you put high temp brake pads in there to handle repeated stops like that. But if you don't get the highest temperature rated pad, you still need to cool down on some cars every 2, maybe 3 laps. Around here, the braking force isn't as bad as some other tracks, but there is a lot of braking. There's a lot of brake dragging here that does add a lot of heat into brakes, but it's not quite as bad as Mid-Ohio or Road America, for example. And then when you want it to be able to take repeated stops, you actually go to larger rotors because they have a higher heat capacity. So that's kind of the advantage of like a big brake hit, for example, is to add heat capacity.
Well, while they're working on the cleanup down there at turn 1, we're going to take a quick step away, and we'll be back with more track battle time attack action here in qualifying 6.
Thousands of data points affect milliseconds on the track. You've got the data butt. Do you know how to use it? Firelapse is the driver development platform that makes data simple and actionable. And with Firelink, your sessions upload automatically and coaching insights show up instantly. Visualize clearly, share easily, improve every time you drive. Powered by machine learning and real driver data, Firelapse helps you train with purpose and race with confidence.
Anything you can do, I can do better.
I'm faster than you. Yeah, well, I'm gnarlier than you. I get more sideways. I'm louder. Much louder. I get wilder than you. You sure about that, bro?
Harder. Slicker. Cooler. Tougher. Let's go.
So what you got?
When we modify our cars, we do it to feel a greater connection, more responsive feel between ourselves and the road.
And welcome back to Lime Rock Park and GridLife Circuit Legends. And we're about ready to roll cars back on the racetrack. Excellent work by the Lime Rock safety team to get that car pulled out of the wall. Again, driver is okay, but we've got some Group C time attack to get back to. There's a little bit less time than there was. And again, Group C, we don't typically see a lot of the very pointy end cars in their respective categories, so I'm not sure we're gonna look at a lot of records falling here in the next couple of minutes, but opportunity here for some that feel like they haven't maximized their car yet to maybe give it one more good go.
Yeah, but we definitely, give drivers caution, especially in the last heat of the weekend. You think you want to go for that last little lap, but the conditions are not there. I mean, this is the hottest the track has been. This is in the worst conditions due to drift tire rubber out on the racetrack. So these are not conditions to set your best time, and sometimes really pushing yourself too hard to get that last little tenth can lead to issues like we saw earlier. So I really encourage drivers that this is a session for development. This isn't a session to set a personal best. This is a session to learn what the car is like in lower grip conditions, to get used to it, to kind of get yourself used to the car moving around underneath you, but to leave a little bit of margin out there because this is the condition. This is the heat with the worst conditions for sure.
Yeah, certainly. So also wanted to point out, you see at the top of the screen, the Falcon Club TR track records. Both have been reset this year. It was the front drive record that was standing before, but Peter Gramberg again with his 56.855. Not only is that the record overall for the class, but he leads Evan McLaren by just 0.3 of a second. So McLaren's going to have one more opportunity in the next heat to go after it and try to steal it back.
I'm not sure if he's going to go out because he had mechanical issues in this last heat, and I actually saw him pulled up in pit lane waiting for a tow. So I'm not sure if he's going to get the chance. That sub 57 from Peter Gramberg is hugely impressive. I mean, to give you an idea, he's out in Group A amongst cars that make 2, 3, 4 times his horsepower. I mean, it's super, super impressive from Peter Granberg. And honestly, Evan McLaren too, a 57.1 is also hugely impressive. I mean, it's amazing how fast Club TR cars have gotten. TR standing for track ride. I don't know if we said that when we pulled up the graphic.
Yeah, it's just like SC's Club Slow Car. It's it's an abbreviation that may or may not. We just referenced the TR. In the class, but it is for the track rats, right? It's a track rat class. It's for those that are swapping the engines and building their car to be what they want it to be. And again, it was designed, for people that are engine swapping. In the past, that would just put you so far up, right? It's just designed for those like simpler engine swaps. Okay, you can put a K series in a CRZ, perfect.
No engine swap is simple, Kyle.
Well, okay, simpler, right? It's not like you're going to drop an LS into a Civic, right? That sort of thing.
What are you talking about?
Look, okay, the drag racing people will be all over it, but anyway, Adam Roble currently the quickest of Club TR so far. And again, we've also got a bunch of street class cars out here. Devin Hoffman we saw in street mod under number 145 for Turn-In Concepts. Jeremy Hensley's out there in a black and gray Subaru. Jonathan Dank in the 67. That's the EK Honda Civic on the back straightaway. And checker flag already, so not a lot of opportunities here in Group C after that cleanup at turn 1.
Yeah, session cut a little bit short, but nonetheless, they got some good laps here. That's the nice thing about Lime Rock is you get a lap and then another lap and then another lap and then another lap, and in a 12-minute session, you're going to get 12 laps. So
Mike Jansen took good advantage of that one lap. He went 2/10 quicker than he did all weekend long.
Nice job. Jansen, normally we see him in a Civic. He decided to bring a big power rear-wheel drive BMW instead this weekend, so I wonder what he thinks of it. I heard he had a little bit of these safety gremlin issues where the car would actually put the windows up for him as he went down the downhill from like the G's that the acceleration that it's feeling, and as a safety precaution, it's shooting the windows up because it thinks it's going into a rollover.
Wow, that's interesting.
Yeah,
but that's like modern car stuff. That's
a big turnoff for modern cars.
Yeah. Checker flag here for Garrett Glossery, the RX-8 that's on your screen now. Kevin Horn. I've been impressed with Kevin.
Yeah, and he's that is just a normal FA20 FRS. I think that was a Toyota badge or Scion badge. And he's planning on doing an FA24 swap to it over the winter.
Yeah, I thought his eventual goal is to run it in GLTC, I thought also.
I think he's going to do 1 year in Club TR, and then he's going to go to GLTC after that. And again, Club TR is basically the feeder series into GLTC because those are basically the same cars, just GLTC limits your power to weight. A lot of Dana Basinski is probably the best example of, he was champion in Club TR. Next season, he went to GLTC, and he's a top 10, top 15 driver pretty consistently. So he's a really good example of kind of the feed.
Yeah, and honestly, Club TR isn't really designed to be a feeder series into GLTC, but it just sort of happened that way.
Yeah.
And if you are pointy and top 5 in Club TR, as long as you can build your racecraft, and there's a lot of drivers within the Club TR group that'll tell you to use a simulator like iRacing, because if you can build your racecraft and then be able to lap as quickly as those in the top end of Falcon Club TR, you're likely going to be just fine when you get to GLTC. The car builds are fairly similar. You got to put a cage in, but once your car is already likely very close to the rule set if you're running in Club TR.
Yeah, and honestly, the most important thing about whether you're deciding to compete in time attack from HPDE or then wheel to wheel from time attack, the steps you're taking is it's making sure that you have awareness of both your fellow cars out on track and the flag stations. If you're able to recognize any and all flags when they come out, and you're very good at managing traffic in no point buy situations, you're ready for time attack. And then if you're able to do that consistently and set consistent lap times around other cars, adding the other cars into it, racing cleanly, zero contact, you're ready for wheel to wheel. So it's not really about how fast you are at all. It's really just about how competent as a driver in terms of your awareness and consistency is what really matters when you're moving up from HPDE to wheel to time trials or time attack, and from there to wheel racing.
So just a note.
That's Jesse Enrique in that Eclipse. That's that's an all-wheel drive car. He's local here. This is one of the only events he's going to run with us this year. But that's a really, really cool car. I think it's the same motor as Evo. Somebody might get mad at me for saying that. I don't know if that's true.
I dare not. I dare not
You don't want to
speak.
say, come on,
No.
Kyle, help.
I will not take opinions.
Help. Yeah.
4G63, I've been told.
That sounds the same as Lancers, right?
Yes.
Those are
that sounds
an
the same.
arrangement of numbers and letters.
Numbers.
That makes sense.
I'm not a DSM guy.
I've heard it before.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's a track mod Eclipse, which is the same as the Talon. Eagle Talon's basically the same as Eclipse's, which I think is funny. That's a new livery for him as well, which is cool to see.
Street class bottom left in the blue.
Yep.
Josh Halka's out here,
Yep.
and he is the leader in the class 58.098. And for Josh Halka, that's solid. That is
an improvement? I'm not
quite.
sure. No. Again, I think Luca's time was a low 57 or high 56. I can't remember off the top of my head. Very hugely impressive from Luca. Anyway, Josh Halka is also one of our perennial competitors for the championship in street. This might be his first time here. So that, he's getting up to speed. This is a track, you have to respect it. So people who have more track time here have an advantage here because of, you can see how close the walls are, how close the tire walls are. There's very little margin for error here.
Yeah, the car entering Big Bend right now, the red sort of sports racer looking thing, that is a Fields Auto Works Cardinal, I believe, or is it a Shoto? I can't remember off the top of my head.
I think it's a Cardinal.
It is Cardinal. So thank you. The 387, that is Clay Coughlin driving the Fields Auto Works machine, and that's basically a track day car that is built to have a lot of performance and also look like the classic race cars that we all know and love. So you can put a very reliable powertrain in it, and it can do lap after lap after lap, but it looks like something you'd see in the 60s.
It looks, I think it's modeled after an older Ferrari endurance car, and then I think it's got a Ford EcoBoost motor in it. I think it's the 2.5 EcoBoost in it. So they make, I think, in the realm of 300 to 400 horsepower, and then they weigh, around 2,000 pounds or less. So they're very, very fast cars. It's out of a company called Field Auto Works that is based out of Columbus, Ohio. So an American manufacturer. So it's cool to see him out there running in Super Unlimited, because Super Unlimited is cars with no VIN number, which Fields cars don't have VIN numbers, so that's why it's running in Super Unlimited.
Jeremy Bailey is chasing the front runners in Falcon Club TR. Came into the weekend second in the championship standings, and Cerise caught up with Jeremy earlier in the weekend.
All right, guys, now I am standing here with Jeremy Bailey. You are racing in Club TR, and you are second overall for the weekend, but you just got third in that last battle. Quickly explain for the people, what are you focused out there when you're running in Club TR?
Oh, man, not dying. This track's real fast. The uphill and the downhill's high commitment, high risk, high reward, and just trying to get through that with the most throttle down possible.
Okay, and how's this car operating for you, the BRZ?
It's an FRS, Scion FRS, BRZ, GR86, whatever you want to call it. It's all the same car. This one has the 2.4 liter out of the second gens in it, and it's doing really well. Most of the problem is me. So.
Little driver mod maybe in this next race?
Yeah, definitely. Got to tighten the nut up behind the wheel, right?
All right, guys, make sure you're paying attention. How many more races? You got one more race?
One more race today, and that should be it for the day. That's it, yeah.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Jeremy. Have fun out there. Don't die, and go real fast.
I'll try not to. Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Cerise. Most of the problem is me, is my favorite response to any time attack. That's amazing.
I hope every HPDer, every time attacker listens to that little bit and says the problem is me.
Well, before you start, tightening the bolts on the car, you should fix the nut behind the wheel,
Before you spend thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars on tires and shocks and headers and blah, 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 focus on yourself. Look into yourself.
Yeah. Dan Persing is on track in a Subaru BRZ. This is the second-gen BRZ that the motor is out of for Jeremy Bailey. And Persing is a driver that's been with us quite a bit over the years. Runs this BRZ. He's added some aero the last couple of seasons, but he sits 19th in the championship standings, but had a solid 9th place at Road Atlanta. Currently third in the session right now, sub 1 minute time, 59.332. And Daniel right now in the weekend is looking at P5 at the moment, so pretty solid weekend for him.
Yeah, great job for Dan. It's that one's just a kind of run-of-the-mill second gen. I don't think he's done that much weight savings to it, so it's kind of one of the more minor Club TR builds. So it's really cool to see him in the top 5 with that.
So getting by Michael Budai there in the Honda just behind. Budai had a really strong lap, but is he also on trending? Not quite for a podium. Jeremy Bailey sits in the 3rd spot right now, a good ways back from Peter Granberg and Evan McLaren.
Yeah, and the top 2 are kind of a little bit in a league of their own, but as drivers, you know, they're extremely talented. It's really cool. Evan McLaren won the championship last year. I think Pete Granberg was 2nd. Yeah, they are, you know, in a fight for this year's championship, just the same as they were last year.
There's Clay Coughlin again in the Fields Auto Works car through turn 3, the 387, the red and gray sort of two-tone. Love the bodywork on this, the sort of fastback style also. And,
it's real cool.
A lot of development in these cars over the years.
Was that at the One Lap of America red one, or was that a different one?
It might be the same one. I can't speak specifically to it. Actually, Tomo, if Tomo's listening, he might be able to tell me that because I think he's driven it before. But there was a lot of gains made by the Fields Auto Works crew in just building bodywork more efficiently and the molds that make the bodywork to make it more consistent for their end product. It's just a really interesting build. So you can check them out, Fields Auto Works. Great guys, great cars.
Yeah, and on screen now is a Street GT E92 M3, driven by, help me with the first name, Steven Chang. That car's pretty cool. I was kind of suspicious of the rear wing on it when I saw it for the first time running in Street GT, but that is a GTS wing in Street GT. So that came on the GTS package for these cars. So that makes it legal.
Yeah, so again, brief description for Street GT. This is a class where it's for 5, 6, 8, and 10 cylinder engines with OEM aero. Now, this class is limited to cars that start at $125,000
and naturally aspirated
less.
V8s. That's the important part.
Yeah, naturally aspirated V8s. So limited to $125,000 or less inflation-adjusted MSRP. You can, when we say OEM aero that you can add to the car, that's on any trim of the same car, as long as that trim is also less than $125,000 MSRP. So you can have a base model Mustang and put, GT500 aero on it if that car was less than 125 grand. I don't know off the top of my head, just using it as an example.
Yeah, so up until last year, that last bit of the rule didn't exist. So somebody has brought a C7 Grand Sport Corvette with ZR1 aero on it. That's no longer legal. Thank you for the graphic there. Andy Vogel, your champion from last year, now kicking butt in Rush. Me, your 2nd place guy, don't worry about it. But it's kind of funny because Street GT is the 4th fastest class. It's right in the middle in terms of the categories, but it's actually the class that has the least amount of prep allowed for cars. You're not allowed to engine swap. You're not allowed to take interior out. You're not allowed to do. There's a lot of things you're not allowed to do that you're allowed to do in, honestly, in Club SC, in Club TR, in Street. So it's actually kind of the simplest class to get into, with the biggest hurdle being the cost of cars being pretty high, to be competitive here. Currently, the car to have is our Corvettes. Luke McGrew is currently leading the championship in the C606. I think this weekend, Nick Hendricks is currently in 1st, and then Ryan Matthews, both of them in C606, is in 3rd. So that's kind of been the car to have recently, but F80 BMWs like Mark Kilgore runs, they can make more power than Corvettes. They just can't quite fit all the tire, and they're a little bit heavier. So that's kind of what makes Corvettes kind of the go-to there.
Yeah, they're very slippery as well.
Yes.
And again, if you don't have aero to lean on as far as downforce, you might as well be slippery and quick in a straight line. That was certainly the strategy at Road America with such long straights, but you have to wheel them. You know that from experience.
Yeah, absolutely. They're old school to drive. They are very dull weapons in terms of how you drive them. Here, we kind of see in this session, we've seen G80 BMWs in Street GT. Those haven't been really used. We've seen M2s. Jackie Ding ran his M2 in Street GT before it went to track mod. G-Series M cars can make even more power, but they're even heavier. So we haven't seen a really competitive G-Series BMW build yet, but I think they would do all right.
Michael Budai continuing to run laps in this Honda Civic, and 58.783 is his best lap of the weekend. He's not quite there yet. There he is, climbing the hill. Love the revs climbing. That was really close to the Armco there too.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, to do the uphill as fast as you can, you're always skirting that outside tire barrier and outside wall. You can see from some of these shots, the road basically goes within 2 feet of the tire barrier and the wall, and then there's a nice patch of dirt from all the cars that have gone over the grass and killed the grass there. That's kind of been how people have rejoined the track from that, and track limits are never really enforced there.
Checkered flag on Group B, and that's going to wrap up the weekend for our street class competitors. So let's have a look at the results for street class, because conveniently it's worked out such that the top 3 in this session are your top 3 in the weekend.
Yay.
Josh Hulka, 58.098 in this session, but it was a 57.838 that puts him on top for the weekend. Eddie Siegel will finish second, and Cody Umba in third, but a big spread in the timesheets. We had this weekend 74 cars in Grid Life Track Battle. Josh Hulka was 21st overall, Eddie Siegel 32nd, and Cody Umba 48th, so a big spread.
Yeah, but Eddie Siegel did reset the front-wheel drive record, his own record, earlier today, so great drive from Eddie Siegel regardless. And same with Josh Hulka, who I think it's his first time here. Still a great time for him.
Yeah, certainly. So with street class results out of the way, let's have a look here at a couple of the classes that we're going to see at the pointy end here coming up shortly. This will be Group A in just a moment. Let's have a look at our street mod class overview, because Dewey DeWitt has been chasing Alan Patton's lap record here for quite some time, and you'll see on the right side of the screen Alan Patton still has it, 53.887. But this is advanced street-driven cars with extensive bolt-on mods, but you're restricted to a 255 tire on all-wheel drive cars and a 285 width tire on front and rear drive cars, and that is a street class 200 treadwear tire. So you can do a lot to these cars, but you're very limited in tire.
The funny thing about these cars is there's actually a rule in it that says take your wife to ice cream or take your significant other to ice cream test, where if you to prove how streetable these cars are, we force competitors to take people to ice cream and see if they hate their lives. If they hate their lives, it's not legal for street mod. So that's kind of the vibe of street mod, but there's been a lot of creep there. And honestly, 750 horsepower is a conservative.
Let's have a look at track mod as well to give you an idea of what that class looks like. Jackie Ding, by the way, reset the track record and drove back to Pocono to continue another event he was going, so he's hoping no one can beat him. But this is when you take street mod, you kick it up a notch with 60 treadwear extreme street tires here. But again, now you're talking track weapons, aerodynamic performance that exceeds street vehicles, but they can still be street legal in Jackie Ding's case. But this is the next level up. Alan Patton, again, already has claimed the championship for 2025 in this class, but Jackie Ding doing a very nice job. And then let's have a look at Unlimited here, because we've already seen the track record fall for front-wheel drive, but our track record holder for rear-wheel drive, actually, or I guess it'll be all-wheel drive, but overall is Sasha Anise, who's not here this weekend. But these are cars that basically, it's got to be based on a production vehicle. Beyond that, have fun.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sasha Anise, his build is hugely impressive. It's a hybrid 350Z with really, really complex aero on it. And, you know, the 700 to 2,000 horsepower estimate, pretty accurate. Pretty accurate. We've had, you know, lots of Unlimited cars making north of the 1,000 horsepower.
Well, there's your class overview for the cars that are in this mix. One of the cars at the back of this group is Peter Granberg. He's leading in Club TR with an exceptional time. Cerise caught up with Peter, and let's see what she had to say.
What's up, guys? I am here with Peter Granberg. You are in the Club TR Time Attack Track Battle class. That's a mouthful, okay? Now, you are third overall in points. Talk to me about what it's been like out there on track and what you're doing with the car this weekend.
Yeah, so far this weekend, I kind of just said I'm going to put stickers on the first morning, and just see what happens. And that ended up working out really well. I'm in first place right now, broke the record. So if I win this event, I think I moved myself up to second place overall for the season. Yep. And so I'm super excited. The car's been great, and so far so good.
So being that you're here at GRIDLIFE, what does that mean to break a record?
To break a record is some serious business, I think, because all of the drivers that come to these events and that compete, they're all phenomenal drivers. So to say I broke a record at a GRIDLIFE event is like, oh, okay, that's a big deal. So I'm pretty excited about it. It's not over yet, though, so I don't want to say, like, I'm going to win this event. I want to be very clear. I'm still trying. There's one more session left, so we'll see. All
right, I love humility, but you guys are out here. You're not playing around. There's no messing around.
Definitely no messing around. I showed up the first day, I'm putting the sticker tires on. I'm like, no more games. We're doing it.
I love it. All right, awesome, guys. Make sure that you're paying attention to Track Battle, and we'll take it from there. Back to you guys.
Sounds good. Thank you. Peace.
Thanks, Cerise. Thanks, Peter. And Tom O'Gorman behind the wheel of that is the Super K that Tomo just took to the top of track mod. Interestingly, Super K typically runs in street mod here, Ito, so I'm curious as to the track mod group here and why this would be the case, but
I think it's a little bit of a prove it thing. I think there's a little bit of a competition here between the Super K ASM crew and Jackie Ding, and to see whether they can retake that rear-wheel drive record from him.
Chris Boersma, sorry, just went faster again, 54.979. Or sorry, that didn't break his record, but he broke his time from the weekend.
Yeah, that puts him very close to the record there. Super K was leading the One Lap of America briefly before they had an engine issue on one of the last few events, and I think it was only a week later that they already fixed it. But yeah, now Alex Moss and Andy Smedgard have been running it in our events here in Street Mod. A Street Mod car is perfectly legal in track mod, so I think it's just Tom going out there and seeing what it can do.
Igor Keselov had his 55.1 DQ'd earlier, but he just set a 54.999.
That's also an interesting story about that car. It was found that the rear wing was not compliant to the track mod rules for setback. And I'm not sure if he got that fixed for this session. Hopefully he did. Okay. And that'd be cool if he reset his track record in one session.
Yeah, Chris Smith only 0.2 off of his best time of the weekend in an orange BMW 1 Series. There's the 33 of Boersma, the K-tuned Honda Civic. That car has seen so many different trims over the years. The cool thing about this, he's had this car for a long, long time. Took his wife on dates when they were still dating, and drove it to work every day for years. So this car has seen a lot of miles. He's lived with it for a very long time. It's seen a bunch of different configurations, and he's still running with it here.
Yeah, that's really cool to see. That car has been part of GRIDLIFE for a very, very long time. And then here we have Jake Erdl, who's kind of a newcomer here. He's come from a different series to compete with us here. I think he's a little bit more familiar with this track in this C6 running in Unlimited. We've had many C6s running in Unlimited. He's one of the newer ones that we've seen here. Not quite to the limit of the rules. Probably running 0 treadwear tires, which puts him in Unlimited versus track mod.
Jeremy Lauder heading down the hill right now, second in Unlimited. Big Sparks. Now this car ran the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb the last 2 years, and made successful climbs both seasons as well. So this car has a really beefy roll cage in it to build to those specifications, but it makes a lot of power, and it's on slicks.
Yeah, I don't dare do hill climbs because I don't trust myself with hill climbs with 0 margin for error, with guardrails and the mountainside underneath you. So it's not my thing, but it's really cool to see this car dual duty in both the most famous hill climb of all, Pikes Peak, and here with us in Unlimited in that 6th gen Camaro. I don't know if it's a ZL1LE or if it was a regular 1LE originally. I think it was a ZL1LE based on the nose. So yeah, cool to see him out here.
Track mod got Jackie Ding sweating. He's not here to defend his 54.1, but still 0.7 away, running out of time,
Yeah, we'll see whether Chris Smith or Kasilyov can overtake him, or Boersma for that matter. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. We'll see how O'Gorman does as well in that Super K.
Yeah, Tomo's cooling
Chris
it down.
Smith on screen right now.
Yep.
That's a V8 swap to a 1 Series BMW. It might have been a 1M at some point based on the fender, but
Bronson McNeamer's got big sparks into turn 1. I think he's good, but
yep. Yeah, so as you go faster, the downforce increases exponentially with speed. So the faster you go, the more it pulls the car down into the ground, and that's why you see sometimes sparks at the higher speed corners.
I saw this car throwing big sparks with the rub blocks, but Bronson's 114 V8 Miata going to let Erdl on by in the C6 Corvette. There he is. Bronson, big power slide out of turn 4 as well.
Yeah.
Underneath us, I heard a big engine.
Shook the whole timing tower. Yeah, that's Bronson in that car. I'm part of like a Discord with him that talks about aerodynamics, and he's been looking for new skid pucks, so he's going to need some more of them after this weekend.
All right, well, I've got some other news here. There's 3 cars on pit lane that have not gone out yet. Cal Fortner, Jamie Santos, and Dewey DeWitt. And those are 3 of our street mod cars. You'll note that Devin Hoffman's still leading this session because those 3 front-running cars have not gone out on the racetrack. They are running out of time here, and I don't know that they're going to get a chance to go out on the racetrack. And I don't know that they know that there's so little time left if they want to go.
Interesting call from them to go out so late in this session. I don't know if they're looking for, historically, Group A those cars tend to only do 2 or 3 laps and then they pull in. So maybe they're looking for a clear track, but there's a lot of cars still out there. So we'll see if that pays off for them. As Tom O'Gorman comes in Super K, he just feels like he doesn't have the time in it. So he's just not going to risk risk the car at all.
I'm curious also, that car still would technically be legal for street mod trim, so maybe because O'Gorman's transponder is associated with a track mod entry, it's possible, but again, that would count as a team entry, which isn't allowed anymore, so that might not.
Not a team entry, that counts more as Tom bringing multiple cars. He's driven multiple cars here this weekend, so that's a multiple car. All of his other times from earlier this weekend have been disqualified. As a result of that, that's per the rules.
So Cal Fortner and Jamie Santos have just been released, and they're going to get maybe 1 lap, but they might get a checker. They might never even get a chance to get a green. They've waited so long in this session that they will.
I'm not sure it's pretty long. So it's 53 minutes has been the session time. We had roughly 5 to 7 minutes of cleanup for the incident. So they might have something like 6 or 7 minutes.
I'd be surprised. I mean, maybe. The schedule to me says, well, let's see.
Yeah, let's see what, that's Cal Fortner there in that Mercedes GT. You don't see a lot of those running with us, so he's going on a nice, cool out lap, hopefully without impeding any traffic, to set himself up for 1 or 2 quick laps on those tires.
So we're going to follow this street mod group of cars. Here comes Cal Fortner leading the charge. Jamie Santos thinks he has his ABS fixed again, but he thought that last time and it didn't go so well. So let's see. Across the start-finish line here. Here we go, Cal Fortner in street mod. He will get at least a lap.
Yep.
Off into turn 1, and for Cal, he currently sits, I think, in 3rd for street mod on the weekend. Yeah, sits 3rd. So he's trying to bump himself up a position.
Jamie slow through start to finish, so I'm not sure if Jamie's going to go for it in a lap, actually. Cal going through turn 3 now. A nice late apex there. In cars that make that much power, you need that late apex to 3 to set you up for 4. Ooh, great execution there as he's coming through the Paul Newman straight into the uphill now. Sparks on the entry with that splitter. A nice early apex, uses all the track now. Whoa, RPM's climbing as the tires struggle to put down power.
And Jamie Santos doesn't look like he's on it right now.
No, absolutely not. Hopefully we can get back. Yep, here it comes Cal Fortner down the downhill. Nice execution of that last turn, uses all the track on exit. Beautiful line there. Let's see whether he gets his fastest time for the weekend with that.
57.932. He's about a second and a half off.
Yeah, just these conditions, you know, like with how hot it's been, with the tire laid down, the rubber laid down from drifters, there's just maybe not enough grip there.
Jamie's going to be going for it here on the front straightaway. He's flying. So here comes past start finish now. Jamie Santos in the 82 BMW 1 Series.
Looking good into turn 1. Oh, big lockup on the inside tire for Jamie in turn 1.
And he
managed to get it slowed down. That ABS is definitely not working, but maybe he's trying to do it without ABS here. Man, that's a big ask here, but he's managed to recover well. A good line through 3 and into 4. We'll keep an eye on him as he goes down the Paul Newman straight into the uphill.
Needs 7/10 on his best lap of the weekend, which is a 56.9 if he wants to move up into 3rd. Knock Cal Fortner off. Big slide over the crest there.
Any improvement for Cal? A little bit of 10th, but I don't know if he's going to go any faster on a 3rd attempt. I think he's on Falcons, which do take a little bit of more heat as Jamie goes down the downhill.
Whoa, to the edge of the road. He's in the grass, sliding sideways, gathers it up, but that is not going to be a quick one across the stripe. And, well, he goes to the top of the board with a 55.183. Are you kidding me? How did he do that? I mean, are you in shock like I am, Ito? I thought he threw that lap away, and a 55.183 is good enough to put him into 2nd place.
I would love a replay of that last turn. That was epic. I did that at Gingerman with my Corvette.
Was he 4 tires off?
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Here we go. And again, if you go 4 tires off, that lap would get deleted. And watching again, leaving the corner. Does he keep a tire on the road, Ito?
No!
No.
Come back.
Oh, wait, we're going to get a different angle here, I think.
Thank you.
Wait, we got to go back. Go back. We gotta...
Real time. This is real-time scrutineering right here.
Yep. Again, if he goes all 4 tires off, that...
He was okay. Okay, here we go. Good at the start.
That's in the grass, Ito.
I think it's in the grass.
That's in the grass. So
I think it's in the grass.
Again, we'll leave it up to the powers that be, but man, that was an exceptional lap until the very, very end.
Oh.
But there is grass.
He must have stayed in it the whole time, man.
Yeah. No.
That's crazy.
Wow. Well,
very unprofessional commentating for me. I'm just kind of,
it was intense
here.
Well, he's still going.
He's going to go again. I mean, maybe he knows it was a 4-off. Maybe he has comms. Maybe somebody told him. Oh my God, man. This is great. This is great streaming here.
There's no way that I had no idea that it was going to be as
Checkered
fast
flag.
as it was. Checkered it. This is going to be it. I had no idea. I thought there was no way he could even get into 56s.
He must have stayed into it, man. Oh my God.
All right, here we go.
Nope, short shifted, comes in. Pumping, yep. That was a great lap.
Well, we'll see. So checkered flag is out. Track battle is complete here from Lime Rock Park. But that was a great lap. I'll give him that. But again, you got to keep all 4 tires on the racing surface, and he was in the grass at turn 7. So we'll, again, I can't comment on whether or not it'll get deleted because it's still standing for now. And, all right. So let's have a look at our results from this session, Ito, and we'll try to break down who we think won everything because a little bit of drama at the end of GRIDLIFE Track Battle.
So much drama.
We already saw Club SC results. We already saw the street class results, but let's have a look at Falcon Club TR for session results, and then we'll break things down based on how we thought we were going. But Peter Granberg is going to win the weekend with a 56.855. Evan McLaren is going to go second quick. And then it's going to be Jeremy Bailey in third place, Michael Budai, Daniel Persing going to wrap up your top 5 in that class. And then let's have another look at the rest of the order because they had 16 entries in here, Ito.
Yep, Darius Luffy in Club TR, Dylan Rogers in 12th. Logan Gayer in 13th, Noah Yankee in 14th, Bruce Yoon in 15th, and Connor O'Mara in 16th.
All right, and we already saw Street, so let's have a look at Street GT. Again, this is session results, but again, we're going to go over who won the weekend, and it's going to be Stephen Chang on top in the session, but Nick Hendricks defeats Ryan Matthews, and then Mark Kilgore was able to hang on to third place with Stephen Chang in 4th, Carlos Alvarez in 5th place, and then Bailey Pagano.
Low-key great competition there in Street GT.
Yeah, really, really good. Then up into Street Modified. This is the one that's a big question mark. Jamie Santos, that time was good enough for second in the session, but was it off course? I think so. That's my opinion, but that's not the opinion that matters. Dewey DeWitt is going to win the weekend here, and it'll be either Alex Moss or Cal Fortner in second place, or Jamie Santos. So it'll be, here's the results I think is going to be. Dewey DeWitt, Alex Moss, Cal Fortner, Jamie Santos, Michael Kozior in 5th place. Let's have a look at track mod now, and we'll wrap things up here. Chris Boersma on top of the session here, and it is Jackie Ding that's going to win it. He's all the way in Pocono, Pennsylvania, but a 54.168 is good enough. Chris Boersma is going to hang on to second, and Igor Keselov, if that time stands, should be good enough for third. As we look down under the unlimited results, it was Jim Rauch that got it done with 51.873. And then in second place, it should be Jake Ertl, followed by Jeremy Lauder on the podium. So that'll do it for the GRIDLIFE Track Battle Championship here from GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. And boy, what an exciting event it was. But that's going to bring an end to our broadcast here this weekend at Lime Rock Park. And I have to issue a huge thank you once again to Dickie Regal and the entire Lime Rock team, to all of the corner workers, the track staff, the GRIDLIFE staff. Nick Swan, big shout out to my homie down there on the pit lane. He helped me get some of my buddies in the car today. Big thanks to everyone for being here. We will next be streaming from Autobahn Country Club in September. Make sure you subscribe to the GRIDLIFE YouTube channel if you have not. Big thanks to everyone, and for those of you here at the event, we hope to be here again next year. We hope to see you. And with that, we're going to wrap things up here from GRIDLIFE Circuit Legends. I'm Kyle Heyer. Was joined by Dewey DeWitt, Mark Kilgore, Ito Waxman, James Houghton, and many others this weekend. Big thanks to everyone, and we look forward to seeing you in Chicagoland.